And welcome along and welcome to a very wet and windy Spruce Mountain Farms. We are going to be continuing planting the corn today. First, I need to refill the fuel on our tractor. The Steiger, was a little bit low. So we're going to refuel that. As soon as we refill this, we're going to put some extra seeds in and just top that up. It's at about 80% on our seeder at the moment. And then once we get this going and get this started over on field 8 over there, we need to get the tractor, the John Deere, on the roller repaired. So that needs doing. That is all done. So let's start this up and lower it down, and then I want to come along here and open all of these. Just pop along the line here. There we go. And then over here we've still got our 2 seed bags attached to the front of the New Holland, so we'll drag this over here. We're going to drive the seeder straight out, so won't do too badly. There we go. So empty that out. Not going to take too long because, as I said, it was about 80% full. Drop those down so as not to do do too much effort on the hydraulics. And let's close these back up. There we go. Just along the line quickly like that. Lift it up. And away we go. We should be able to get out of here without too much hassle. Maneuverability on this is pretty good, so more getting through this gap here that I'm worried about. And up the gears and away. Yeah, we just need to avoid these trees going around here. It's quite tight, this end of the farm, and you can see that by how much I'm having to maneuver and snake round and clip the wall. In fact, oh no, back that up. Oh, we're going to hit the seeder on there as well. There we go. And I think what we might do this time is get course play to do this field. So we want to end up here. We'll create course play field work. In fact, everything is pretty much exactly where I want it to be. So multiple tools, no. Number of headlands, 2. Headland, turn in the corners. 7% overlap. And we want it to do the center of the field first. Yeah, all that looks good. Let's generate the course. And it says to go. Do you know what? I want to check longest edge. Generate fieldwork course. Yeah, it says to go that way. So, yeah, we're going to go with that. Nice and straight. If I go longest edge, it's slightly crooked. So, we'll go like this. I think this edge here is at a slight angle. So let's get out of here. It's going to end at this point here, which is exactly where I want it to finish. But it's going to start over at this far corner. And I'm quite happy with it actually doing it this way. The slope of the field is north-south, not east-west. So it will work quite well for us with actually carting when we're getting the silage and when we're doing the forage harvester on here. We want first waypoint as our selection. We are going to go out of cab, check where we are. Yes, we're good. Right, back it up a little bit so that it's in the right place. We are doing corn down there, and so, yeah, away it goes. And it's going to eat into the side there, but that is all good. With that done, we need to get the John Deere sorted. So this is looking pretty sorry. Damage is at 58%, so it's conking out a fair amount. Let's get it repaired. So 2,300 for the repair. It's not great, but it is done, and then the power roll is good. Okay. So that gets this ready, but right now We don't want to be getting this onto the field. It's way too soon to get this rolling. We need to probably need to let that other tractor get about halfway across the field before we can do that. So I'm going to go and put away a lot of our seed bags here. Get these all unloaded. And then we need to do something we haven't done for a while. And that is check on our cows, because I don't know what the feed level is like on them, or any of that sort of setup. And we also need to go and correct the error in the grass as well. Now I'm using this shed here to store my bags. We're going to use the far end to store the cotton when we come to do that. So yeah, and I've got a really neat idea for how we're going to do the cotton later on. So I will let you guys in on that in a bit. First, we need to drop bags here and get this all unloaded. I have noticed while I've been loading these up, and in fact I can see from the wear and tear on here. This tractor too, we're gonna need to repair this as well. So I'm just going to line this up, drop these bags off, and then we'll go and do the same thing again. We'll take this tractor into the repair bay and get this repaired too. So drop that bag off, and then back out a little bit, lift this one up, and then drop that one off too. And we can then use actually this just to push these in and even them up a bit. So like that. And then we'll take this into our repair shop and get it repaired. As I was saying, the only thing I don't like is the repair shop is very, very plain on this map. It is just the spanner icon here. I'd quite like some shelves or something in here just to show it a little bit more. That's going to be 1,700. How's the rest of our stuff? The rest of our stuff is all good, so that's okay. So, yeah, we can get this back to unloading the bags now, and we've only got 4 to go, so it'll only be 2 more trips. Now, the last 2 bags I'm actually going to leave on the front of here, because I think we will probably need to refill the seeder. So we can park this tractor then by the side of the field, and hopefully, well, let's just check this. The cows actually have enough feed. We've got a lot of milk, though. So I think what we'll do is we'll park this by the side of the field. We don't need to worry about refilling the feed on our cows for now. But we could do with selling some milk and making some money from that. So we'll just park this over here on the grass. I've adjusted the seeding on this a little bit. If we have a look at this, I've set it to do 3 headlands now instead of 2. The Steiger was having trouble with some of the trees turning around. So, yeah, we've set it to 3 headlands. That now is having a better time of it and should make much easier work of this field. So what I'm going to do now is take this. Actually, I want to drop our truck bed off in the shed here. And we're going to go and put on the back of this the tanker trailer we've got for the milk. Get that loaded up as well. We're also going to need to supply some water to our cows at some point too. Now this should be a couple of trips with this. This is only a 6,000 litre tank, I think. Maybe a little bit more actually. We'll find out in a moment. So let's refill this. And yes, 6,065 litre tank. Best place to sell milk at the moment. That would be down at the Central Exports by the looks of things. Yeah. So we'll tag that. That, though, I'm pretty sure I know where that is. If we head round this way, it's smack bang in the middle. Yeah, exactly where we have recently bought the lime from. And this is the same place we tried to sell the silage to previously, and it wouldn't take it. So looks like it's going to take the milk fine though. And at 1,300, we're looking at making about 15 grand off these two tankerfuls. It all depends on how much we make off this. So, oh, not quite. It looks like we're going to make about 14 grand in total. So let's go and pop back to the farm, reload, and head back down here for the second, the second sell-off. Second full tank of milk from here. I think we're leaving not a huge amount here. We've got, yeah, less than 1,000 litres of milk left. So this will be a nice, easy amount of money to make off here. 14,000, we don't need to get anything else really. The other job I do need to do today is we keep seeing it every time we drive down this farm track. We've got this great ugly swath of land that didn't get seeded. So I need to grab one of my tractors really and seed that because, well, we need to do the grass. And we need to do the grass fairly soon, I think. We've got half of our cows, half of our cow feed is gone. So we're going to need to redo that soon. And we're going to need to put a whole load of hay in with that. So we don't really want to be buying hay. I think next month in June, while we're waiting for our stuff to grow, is going to be the first time we cut the grass. And I'd really like that strip sorted before then. So I think today, if we get a chance, then we will probably try and plant that strip. And we might go and do it when we get back up to the field in a moment. First, let's sell this off. So another... Oh, double clicked. There we go. So another 6,000 litres. 0 for the environmental score, selling £19 worth, which isn't that surprising. I think, yeah, there we go. 7,035 in sold milk, with 144 for the environmental score. We've done well off that. I think we need to go back now and, yeah, let's go sort this bit of grass. What I am going to do once I've parked this up, I think, and drop this tanker off, is go wash this. Look at the state of this truck. Now, do I need to put the trailer on the back, or is it just dirty in general? I think it's just dirty in general. We'll just give it a quick wash. If the truck bed needs it as well, we'll have to bring it back over here. But yeah, let's maintain our truck a little bit. Our 3,500 here. And get this washed down. Now, I would like to replace this for the 2022. Unfortunately, the attachments for the 3,500 that take are for the crew cabs, so the extended version of it. Unfortunately, that means we wouldn't be able to put the tanker on because the tanker doesn't fit the crew cab version of this, which is incredibly annoying. I would, yeah, I'd very much like to make that. Oh, wow, yes. We've now got a very clean front part and a very dirty rear section. So I might have to take that and clean that in a bit. But at the moment, that will do for now. And yeah, we could really do with cleaning that. So our Steiger is out there somewhere, still making its way across the field. I think it's at the bottom end of the field somewhere. We can see here it's about halfway through the main body of the field. So we'll want to start rolling this in a minute. What I am going to do first, though, as I said, is go and get our roller stroke seeder for the grass and just get that strip done. It'll only take us a moment, and once it's done, and that can start growing and doing better. With any luck, we'll be able to cut most of the rest of the field next month, and then we can roll it all at the same time and have that strip acting properly going forwards. What I am going to have to do is just go and nick some seeds from our New Holland over here, because we don't have any in the back of this. We don't need many, but just enough to get this done. So drop that down, open it up, start this up, and yeah, should easily be able to just put a few seeds in here. There we go. That'll more than do it. We can always come back here and empty any that we don't need out. Lift this up, and right, let's go and get that little strip seeded. And it is just a little strip that the hired worker missed when it was doing the field. For some reason, I don't know why it missed this. It's an odd bit to miss. So let's start the seeding up. Put this down, and yeah, just seed this little strip here. And you can see it's wide. It's thinner than the width of the roller, because it's rolling the grass either side of it as well. So yeah, it's a weird one, but it's done and dusted, and there we go. Right, turn that off, and yeah, that's used next to nothing of the seed, but has closed that hole in the field. And with that job done, I've emptied out the seeds. They're sitting next to RT6 and dropped off the seeder. We can now hook this up to the back. And yeah, we'll go and get started on rolling this field, because our Steiger is a decent size. Well, I was going to say a decent amount ahead of us, but I've just noticed it needs to be refilled, which is exactly why we have this tractor sitting at the side of this field, ready to go. So we'll bring this in behind, and then I'll need to lower it down. Oh, it's opening. Actually, it's opening up for me. Let's do that. Do it the easier way. Get those all opened up, and then fill them up. Gonna take a decent amount of it. Right, back off, and we'll get it going again. So up to the cab, and away you go. Fantastic, and it's off. The Steiger back planting. We can now scoot around the end here and get started on rolling in the crop that we've got here. Now, I want to avoid where the where the Steiger is likely to go again. So I'm gonna leave the very end row and line up for this. Yeah. We want to be going north-south. Go down with that. And give me a 0 degrees, please. And this is going to go much smoother than the last field. Going to be much easier to keep straighter on this. Because it is just running so much, well, such a much nicer field to be running on. Wow, this is going to need to drop a few gears though. Yeah, there we go. D3 will do it. Because we're doing headlands on this field, I'm not feeling the need to lift the rollers at the end. We're just turning on the headlands and then coming back down onto each row. Also, going a direct north-south is really nice. It's very, very easy for us to line up when we haven't got GPS on this tractor. Yeah, I don't want to put GPS on this tractor. We're looking to try and upgrade this at some point. There is nothing in the sales, I don't think. No, we're still short as far as the sales go. So nothing in there for us at the moment. Eventually, though, I do want to replace this. We're coming up to 50 hours on this tractor, and that is going to continue to make it harder to maintain. So, yeah. But yeah, you can see here, I'm just coming around and I'm turning on the headlands. Not too worried. It will change that to seed bed, but that won't make much difference. And on here, it just means that we get some nice straight edges, and we get to be a little bit more realistic by not lifting our rollers. I'm very much considering doing round cotton bales this year rather than square ones. It gives us some extra choices as far as what we can do. We've got this cotton wheel grab that's much easier to do. We've got a cotton tag trailer that holds more bales. Yeah, it would be an easier stuff to work with. My biggest problem is the price of the harvester. 485 for the case, 847 for the John Deere. And if we were to lease that, it's going to be 43,000 base and nearly 8,000 a day just to have it on the farm. It is so expensive to do it with John Deere. But I can't avoid the fact that it would be very, very easy for us to handle the bales with it. Let me know what you think. We're doing twice as much cotton this year as we did last year. So it will pay better for us. But, of course, having that extra £8,000 a day. How much is our leasing cost now, actually? Currently, we have a vehicle leasing cost. Here we go. So it would take our vehicle leasing costs. It would double our vehicle leasing costs a month. Is what it would do. That's quite a big chunk of money per month to just have that sitting there. It would be slowly paying off, but I don't know if that's worth it. I don't know if it's worth sitting that there for that long, and maybe instead hoping that one comes up in the used instead. I think we might be better off going that way. And just leasing one for this year, and then looking at where we are next year, and yeah, maybe just seeing if we get lucky at some point, and it comes up for sale and saves us a whole load of money. Our timing seems to be roughly about right. We are still working the main body of the field. We've not caught the other tractor up. And the Steiger seems to now be onto the headlands. Although it's sitting there at the moment. Ah, there we go. Just seemed to be really maneuvering itself. But yeah, that is now very much onto the headlands. It's positioning itself and working around that. That does mean I need to start being a little bit more careful about how I'm turning around on the ends. Partly because we're now going to be turning on seeded areas. And it looks like it's missing a tiny section at the end of each row, which is a little bit annoying. Yeah, I don't quite know why that is doing that. That's supposed to have a 7% overlap, and therefore not miss bits like that. Also, we're getting a little bit low on fuel with this tractor, so what we're going to do is we're going to get to the end of the main body of this field. We'll pick up our rollers and we'll go and refill this tractor, and hopefully by the time we've done that, our seeder will have gone round, and it's only got 3 headlands to do. So how's it doing? It's got down to that bottom corner. The hope is that in that time then it will have got at least 2 of the headlands done, if not all 3, and we'll be able to just go round with the roller. We do at least 2 rows for every one that the seeder does. So we're going to be going round the ends of this fairly easily. But yeah, it's going to miss a small section at each end of this field for some odd reason. I don't know why, and yeah, that's going to be a little bit weird. But never mind, we should be able to handle that. And yeah, we'll be in a good position at the end of this row. And that means we're only going to have to turn around on where we've seeded once. So that is very good news. Coming to the end of the row then, and we'll pull up about here. Yeah, just bring it to the end there. Lift, and then fold. And yeah, we'll go fill the tractor up. Make sure that we are fully fueled for the rest of this field, and then that will mean that this will all be done today, which is the last day to get the maize in. So I am very, very happy that we managed to do that. I think while we're topping this up, we might try and top up the DEF as well. So tractor off. Let's grab our DEF. Get that topping up first, and top up the diesel too. I think it's topping up the DEF as well. Doesn't tell me from outside if it's topping up the DEF, but I think that, yeah, that is the diesel topped up. And yeah, that is almost the DEF topped up as well. There we go. So we'll get the can of that out the way. How much have we got left in that? That is 19 litres of DEF left. So yeah, not a huge amount, but enough. That was a 50-litre one that we got, so it's been lasting a little while, especially considering there aren't many machines we've got on the farm that actually use it. And yeah, now I just need to wait a bit while our Steiger comes round and does a couple more headlands. So the Steiger's gone past, and what I'm going to do is set myself up roughly where that is going. As I said, we've got about 2 rows worth of width to our roller. So I'm just going to follow it around the field at this point, I think. Down and out. Yeah. And yeah, we'll be able to follow it around the field. We can turn fairly sharply with this roller and get round. And when we do that, it will all pan out fairly well. So should be able to get round the corner here with this like that. Yep. And then we'll just follow along behind and get this rolled, and then we'll be able to when it hits the last, when it does the last round, we'll just be able to follow behind it again. So it'll be pretty good. In fact, I think it's moving a lot faster than I am, so I'm fully expecting it to pull away. And actually, we've not quite made it to the end before the seeder needs refilling. We have got 800 litres of seed here, so that's all right. Driver will open up the flaps for me, and then we can put some more seed into it. It'll take probably all of this, I think. Yep. And then off it goes again. There we are. And we just need to get our New Holland out the way. Well, we've kept up behind the Steiger. It's got a little bit slow in turning in the corners, so it's not been too hard for us to keep up. It has missed a few bits, and we've got a few patches throughout this field where it's failed to seed with the hide worker with coarse play. It's not horrible, and I don't think it's going to make a big difference to us overall. So I am just gonna pull up and get this last little bit done. It is 20 past 6 in the evening, so we've done well. We've done really well, actually. We've got this field. We've got all of our fields at this point fully planted. And we are looking at going into the back half of the year in a really strong position as a result. As I said, I'm really interested in what people's thoughts are on the possibility of going for a John Deere cotton harvester and maybe the easier to handle round bales. To be honest, the square bales are not that hard to handle, and we could do them fairly easily, I think. But I do wonder about maybe going with those round bales and having a play with that setup as well. I haven't moved the bag of seeds I've got here out of the way. I need to do that, and we're gonna have to go and give this Steiger a wash down, so that's gonna be a job for next time as well, I think. It is mucky, and we need to actually unload the seeds from this. So maybe that bag of seeds there, we'll put those in here and then unload all of them next time. I think that'll be a pretty good way to go. But now we can finish up the rolling here. Now that I've moved the Steiger out the way. So there we go. Straighten things up. Lift our rollers. Fold them up as well. Gonna fold. Yeah, there we go. And yeah, that is all of our seeding for the year done. Absolutely fantastic. We need to get all of these washed down, and we'll get them done next day. And then I think we're gonna need to start looking into the possibility of getting our grass field cut and making some hay, because our cows are going to need feeding in the near future. We're just giving our tractors and equipment a quick wash down after last time's massive seeding job. We've got all of the cotton into our fields now, and all of the maize, because the maize, of course, was what we were planting last time. So really, we're just waiting for those two crops to grow. We do need to hook up the sprayer at some point, which is sitting just the other side of the slurry spreader there, and get that onto the fields, because we have a whole load of weeds to get rid of. We also, in fact, yes, we will have a whole load of weeds to get rid of, mainly in the maize field 8 that we just did. Our other fields were all ploughed, so they have no weeds on them, thankfully. So they are all good. Yeah, having washed our tractors down, that will help with the maintenance of them. And we'll keep them running fairly nicely, and then we can put all of this stuff away. So, yeah, there we go. That's all done and dusted. A nice, bright, sunny day here on the farm. What we are going to be doing is this. We need to get this rather weed-filled field of wheat cut. We're going to be replanting this, replanting field 7 with grass for our cows. And possibly at the end of the year, we might see if we can use the top end of the field, I think, to create a BGA and have our own BGA on the farm, rather than having to take our silage such a long distance. If we have the money to invest in that, I think that would be a really good way to go. And we'll use the modular BGA that comes with the pumps and hoses pack to do it. So we'll be able to really properly sort out our how our BGA looks and the layout of it and everything, which I think will be really, really useful. So we're going to be doing that. I do have a combine lined up to do this field with. We're going to hire a combine because it's only this year that we're using it. So we're going to head down to the shop in a moment to grab that. And I'm kind of hoping that my trailer over here, which itself could do with a wash, is going to be what we use to unload that. I think we might have to take the silage extension off it. I think that that might not work with the combine we're getting, because we're not getting an especially large combine, such a small field. So we'll take this over here and do and give this a quick wash, and then I think take the sides off, and then we can test the height of the combine when we get it here. But first, I need to get this out of the way and clean up. So yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm going to get the sides off the trailer, and we will get this all put away, and then we're going to head down to the shop. So been dropped off down at the shop. It's 8 in the morning, and in here we should be able to get combine that we're after, which is this. It's just a little John Deere 1175 at cabin mechanic, and we're gonna get it with the Michelin tires on it. Flag, I want to put a US flag on it. No GPS, rim color in green, and we'll leave a license plate off. So let's buy. We can buy it. No, we can't buy it. We don't have it by 10,000. But for 4,696, we can lease it. So let's lease that. Then if I go back and go and have a look at the combinations, there's a couple of headers we can use. That's for the larger one. We're going to go with this one, which is slightly smaller. And again, we'll cut down on our leasing costs. So yes to that as well. And then finally, it should have a header trailer, I think, too. It doesn't. Okay, we will scoot it around on the road then with its header on. And yeah, this is the combine we're going to be using. It is, as I said, a small little combine. It should do us absolutely fine for what we're after, though. Does beep rather nicely when going backwards. And we'll try and stick off the roads as much as possible, because we are going to be driving along with a header. There we go. And connect it all up. Oh, interesting sounds to connect that up. And hopefully, as I said, this auger is going to be tall enough to get over the side of our Red Rock trailer. I think it might be, actually. I think we're going to be all right. So let's get this moving and get this back to the farm so that we can get this field done and out quickly today. Look at how nicely those fields are growing. So we've got cotton down the bottom here, followed by a field full of maize in the next one, and then coming back up the top here to field 6 and field 5A, where we've once again got cotton in both of these fields as well. It's really growing nicely, and it's going to be absolutely fantastic to have all of this come together later in the year. We're not far off. We've only got a few months before it's due. We need to get some more fertilizer on the ground, and our strip of grass is growing nicely as well, so that will soon be ready to cut. And speaking of grass and the fact that we're also going to be putting out straw from this wheat, what we need to do is collect it up, I think. Let's start this up and turn into... Oh, I need to start the combine going as well. We're putting out straw. So, yeah, we're going to need to collect this straw up as well. So, that's something we need to store as well as hay. So, a hay loft needs to be built on the farm as well. I need to get into that and see how much that costs. We're probably going to put the similar one into the one we got at Greenlands. That makes it very easy to store everything. And I think it's going to go kind of smack bang in the middle of our yard. There's a good space for it there. And because it has a pass-through, a drive-through area, it should be absolutely fine for us. But yeah, this little combine is going to knock this field out fairly quickly, and then we can crack on with the rest of the farm. But I don't know. Actually, we've already got 1,000 liters off this field, and that's despite all of the weeds that are completely polluting this field. First headland is coming to an end, and we are exactly 50% full. No, 49% full. So just shy of half the tank, 2,894 liters. Not bad, to be honest, considering how full of weeds this is, and the fact that we are getting a really low yield off here. I mean, what is our yield coming off here at the moment? We're looking at, there we go, yield level of about 70%. No, it's 75%. So, yeah, between 85%, couple of little patches, 65%. No, so between 70 and 80%, mostly 75% around this field. So not too bad, considering I've done nothing with this wheat. It came with the farm, and we hadn't originally planned to do anything with it, and I haven't weeded it, I haven't fertilized it, I haven't even scanned the field. We are still getting an 80% yield off it. Not bad at all. And coming to the end of the second headland, we are over 90% full, as I expected. I think we might hit 95 if we're lucky. Yes, 95% full. So what we'll do here is just get the auger out. Will we see that from here? No, we won't, but that's all right, because what I'm going to do, turn off the header and bring my trailer underneath it. Yeah, we can get the Red Rock trailer under this. That's good news. This combine is actually bigger than I thought it was. So great that we're able to use our existing trailer with it, because I would hate to be in a position where I couldn't do that, and we had to rent something else. Quite where I'm going to put this, I don't know. We have a couple of barns that aren't overly used, but neither of them really have floors that are good for putting this into. So yeah, we may have to set aside a corner of the barn to do it, and maybe get an auger to pick it up later, or just pick it up with a bucket, although we don't have any particularly big ones. There we are, just emptying out. Auger back in. I don't think we're gonna need to do much other than just this trailer. How much does that take? That's 20%. So if we get four full combines off this, nearly, that is gonna be, yeah, 4 more full combines off this, which I don't think this field has. We might fill the trailer. But yeah, otherwise we've not got any eggs on here, as tempting as that is. We've not got so we've not got any chickens for eggs, so we not really need the wheat for that. It's going to be 6 months though before the wheat hits the best price, and we're going to need the trailer before then. So yeah, I think we're going to probably just dump it on the floor for now, and then try and sell it later, depending on how much it is. I mean, it could be that we only get about 15,000 litres off this, in which case we're barely going to cover the cost of hiring this combine to get it cut, which is slightly hilarious. But this is why we went for a small combine and not one that was massive and would easily have cost more to have leased for the little amount of time that we needed it than we actually get back from this wheat. Looks like we're getting about 13 to 15% a row on here. We're up to 43% after 3 rows. So yeah, 6-row land is going to produce just about a full tank, which is fantastic. And it looks like I actually managed to estimate my cut-in point so that we get exactly 6 rows on here. That would be fantastic. That would be absolutely awesome. I'm not sure that is the case though, but we are doing well on here. We're going to get a decent amount. We're going to get, I think, half a trailer. I don't think it's going to be much more than that up here. And the 2 headlands is giving me enough space to get turned around and cut in without hitting the tractor as well, which is great news. Wow, my estimate really was spot on. I am so pleased with that. I'm getting an eye in for these, certainly these smaller headers for where the cut-in needs to be. We are only 4,000, we're only 80% full. We're coming up to that point. So we won't make it through the cut-in with this. Like that. So let's get the auger out, lift up the header, turn it, and should be able to empty out then. Yeah, there we go. Into the trailer. So this should make our trailer about 40% full, I think. Oh, we'll get over half a trailer then. Yeah, we're gonna be well over. I think we might hit 40%. So coming up to it now, 10,000 litres in here, 38% in total. So not bad at all. That I'm pleased with the progress on this field and the fact that we're looking at getting a decent sized amount out of this. Let's get the auger back in and try and estimate. So 1, 2, 3. I reckon we want to cut in about here-ish. Yeah, I think about here-ish. And hopefully this will produce the same result as we had last time. So I think I cut in a little bit too early. Our next row is not quite going to be a full width of the header, but isn't going to leave a huge amount. So I'm going to go over a little bit, not fill my header from this side, and then that'll make it easier to fit between the rows with the next one. But yeah, nowhere near a full header for this. In fact, if we come in here, you can see how much I'm leaving empty from the header, just to make sure that we can fit it all in next time. Means that from this cut-in, we're going to have a slightly smaller amount in the combine. I don't think we'll make 80% as a result. We have made 50% by this point, but we are 4 rows into it. And yeah, it's gonna be one that doesn't do quite as well, but there is still space on this field. We are definitely going to be over 50% when we empty this time, and yeah, we might get 60 or at the outside even 70% of our trailer off this field. Straight down the middle, getting this last row in easily into our header, and that is the end of this row. Yep, there we go. 71%. I think what I'm going to do is we've got plenty of space left in this. Not enough to get all of this in, but I think there's only about 3 rows left here. So 2 rows will probably give us enough to fill the combine. We'll fill the combine, we'll bring the tractor and trailer over, and then we'll get the last row done. But we are almost done on this field. Am I going to hit a full tank before the end of this row? It's going to be close. Either way, the auger needs to come out, ready for the tractor and trailer. And nope, we are not going to hit a full tank before the end of this row. So yeah, nearly the whole rest of the field fits in this combine. And we've just got the one more row to go. And yeah, this will easily fit into our combine here. Yeah. Oh, wow. I love the beeps on this combine. Right. Let's empty this out before we hit full, because there's no point in actually hitting full with it. We might as well just do that. And then we'll maneuver the tractor and trailer to the end of the field, so that when it gets to the end, we'll just empty straight out. So empty this out here. And yeah, we're going to be over 50% full. Combine is empty. Let's just move this up to the top of the field and get it positioned in the right place. Oh, this has gone really well. It's only sort of 20 to 1 in the afternoon, and we've got this out. We're gonna have to work out how to deal with the rest of this field. I might go and get the pickup and the pickup header for our forage harvester and see if we can get all of this wheat off here, or all of the straw off here, because if we can then turn the rest of this field around today and get it moving to its new purpose, that would be perfect. We have not used this combine much though. We could have done 2 fields of this size without hitting the hour mark. So yeah, it's done as well, this little combine, but we are not going to be in need of it after this point. We'll empty the rest of this out. In fact, there we go. So turn that off, and we'll park this over here like so and get them to come and collect it. Our time with the combine has come to an end, unfortunately, so let's get that returned in here. Harvesters, return that. Yes. Okay, and the header, we'll return that too, and that will stop us spending any more money on leasing. And then we can take this, and yeah, 16,424 litres, exactly 60% full on the trailer. And this is going to have to go in a back corner of our shed for now, I think. I'm hoping there are collisions on the shed, to be honest, because if there aren't, it is going to get a little bit messy. Yeah, that back corner over there. We can use, you can use that space to just dump this for now. And we do not have a bucket, so I'm going to have to get an auger, which isn't very expensive. Or I'm going to have to get a bucket for the tractor, which will take forever. Well, it'll take 8-9 buckets full. So let's just put this down here. Alternatively, I could get some chickens, and we use this as chicken feed. Well, that looks like it's piling up rather nicely in the corner without going out the sides. Yeah, we seem to be all right. Looks like there are some good collisions on these sheds, which is fantastic. Right, so next thing we need to do is get all of this straw up. So to do that, we're going to take this back into the shed, put our forage sides on it, and go and grab a forage header from the shop, I think. So down to the shop in our forage harvester. Of course, this is leased. We can't afford to buy this yet. But we've had it kicking around the farm. We do use it throughout the year, as is about to be evidenced by the fact that we're popping over here to the shop. And we want to get a forage header. There is a New Holland forage harvester in here at the moment, but we're not getting that. We can't afford to get that, of course. That came up at the end of the season. That would be different. But forage harvester headers. We need a John Deere header. I think, yeah, the one we want is this one here. So this is only 20,000, but we are going to lease it because the rest of the harvester is leased. So, yes. Okay. It also has no customizations on it, so that's another reason to lease it. We're not going to end up using it for, or end up wanting to alter it or make changes to it that will require us to own it. And we'll hook up to it here like so. Get this on. Will that work? Yep, apparently it will without connecting up the pipes. So don't quite know what's going on there. But yeah, we've got our pickup. Time to head back to the field and get this straw collected. As I left the straw, I felt a chill go down my spine, as if 100 people suddenly reached for the comments to tell me I'd done something wrong. And yeah, I went and checked. So this header may not pick up straw. I'm very much thinking it's not going to. So we're going to see. I'm going to try it. But yes, before everybody rushes to the comments, I have checked the shop. It does seem to say this only collects hay, which is why the chief reason I got it. I want to pick up the hay on the farm with this. But I very much think this is not going to work for how I want it to. So, yeah, let's take it down to the tractor and trailer and just start up. Oh, let's unfold the pickup. Get our bit out there. Turn that on. Turn that on. And let me guess, this won't work. That seems to be ignoring the straw completely. Yeah, that is ignoring the straw completely. So, yeah, that is an abject failure. So, next thing we need to do is find some way of collecting up this straw that makes it useful to us if we're ever going to use it at all. And I think that is probably going to be getting hold of a fairly inexpensive baler. Yes, second cheapest baler in the game and using something from the DLC. Let's lease the Vermeer baler and get that back to here. So we'll lease this. Yes, please. Okay. Right. Let's take the John Deere here and go and grab it. So I've got the baler back from the shop, and I've been thinking on the way back that it might be a little bit more flexible for us to create hay bales and a little bit cheaper for us to create hay bales than if I was to keep that pickup header for the John Deere. If I keep the pickup header for the John Deere, then what we're going to have to do is I'm just going to change the bale size on this. I think we'll go with the 150s. Yeah, we'll go with the 150, so the mid-size bales here. It'll be slightly more bales, but I think, again, a little bit more flexibility. Yeah, so as I was saying, I'm thinking that my best bet is probably to get rid of that John Deere pickup header we just bought, which probably makes it even worse. Well, it does make it even worse that I picked that up now. And keep this baler. This should be slightly less expensive per day. I forget how much it was to lease. But let's have a quick look. Lease that. Yeah, 565 per day. Okay, so it's slightly more expensive to lease per day than that John Deere pickup header. But it does mean we don't have to go and build a massive hayloft to store these. We can probably just store them in the side of the barn or make some space somewhere to store them. So that will be much easier for us if I go with that. And then, yeah, we then don't have to worry. If we ever want to just put in a field of wheat to maybe get some of this and maybe make some more manure, or to make some manure with the cows or anything like that, we can. And then I don't have to worry about that. And ultimately, we can very easily buy this baler as well. Let's just get that to there, 100%. And in fact, we could probably move the equipment we've got in the barn out of it. We don't need to do that. Is that a 125 centimeter bale? That is 750 liters. Yeah, I think that is perfect. So yeah, I think I'm gonna go that way, but I'm not gonna make any decision now. I'm gonna leave it up to you guys. What do you think I should do? Do you think I should keep this baler and bale the hay when we come to do it, or do you think I should keep the forage header for the John Deere and use that instead and build a hay loft to store it in instead? So let me know down in the comments, and I will go with what you guys say. Also, it'll let me know who's still watching by this point in the video. So kudos to you guys, and thank you for watching till now. Let everybody else know in the comments what they've missed and why they should watch as far in the video as you guys have. Headland done, and we've only got 2 bales and 83% of a third. That's not a lot of straw we're getting off here either. It's not a high yielding field. It's more doing this to make sure that we use everything we got on the farm. I'm not sure we're gonna make money off this field in total. With all the stuff that I've got hold of and leased and everything today, I think we might end up being a tad shy of a full setup. Oh, sorry, of a full profit off here, or any profit off here, to be honest. It's meant that we've got our field freed up, and we are going to have space to do things like build our BGA, hopefully, and things like that. The cotton harvest certainly should pay for that kind of stuff this year, and if not that, then then it will definitely be paid for by anything we put through it from the silage. But we need to have this. Yeah, we need to clear this field, basically. Coming to about halfway through the main body of the field, and we've got 5 bales so far. This is our 6th currently in the chamber. And yeah, we're not going to get... Oh, wow. I think based on the fact that I only released 2 bales in that whole bit, I think we're looking at 7 bales, maybe 8. I think 8 in total, considering we've got one we're about to empty here. So yeah, that is not a huge number of bales of this field. I don't think it might be enough to give our cows a little bit to create some manure from. We don't have a manure area yet, so there is that too that we would need to build. There's so much we need to build on the farm, and I'm just holding off spending the money at the moment because we need to lease a cotton harvester. Thank you to actually thinking about that. Thank you to everybody who's given the feedback on what I said about the cotton harvester last time. I think we're going to go with the case. So many of you pointed out why the John Deere was a really bad idea, and it wasn't just the price. So yeah, I think we're gonna go with the case with the original idea. I did get sent a slightly cheaper John Deere round baler. Could not work out if that also released partial bales, but the case will definitely release partial bales above 20%. So yeah, that's a very useful feature to have, because otherwise we're waiting an entire year to get the cotton out of the harvester, and yeah, I don't want to be doing that, especially with a leased harvester. You know, you run out of space in it, and or you fail to pick up a bit of cotton from it, and you then are stuck with the harvester costing you probably more than that cotton is worth to just be sitting there. Last little bit, and it's not going to be enough to get one more bale off here. So how many do we have in total? 8. Spot on 8 bales, with just a little bit of straw left in our baler. So we've got the Vermeer windrow, we've got the Vermeer baler. That's quite a nice setup to have. We do have a mower. We've got, you can see in the shed there, we've got the John Deere mower ready to go later in the year as well. So let's park this here and into place. And yeah, I'm gonna have to move my flatbed out of the way at some point. I think we're going to have to clear out all of our equipment from this shed over here, find somewhere else to store it. Shouldn't be too hard for the slurry tank. That can go down the far end. Everything else, is that leased? That's rented. We might get rid of that then. I think we'll have a clear out next time and a look through all of our equipment. We need to get spraying with this. Oh, we really need to get spraying with this. I'm not sure those are care tires. This can go elsewhere, and yeah, our seeder can go elsewhere. So I'm in no doubt that I can actually put everything away and sort that. But that is the end of the day. We've managed to get field 7 completely baled up and cut and done. I don't think we've made any money on it. In fact, before we go, let's just check. How much did we lease today? We leased £9,541 worth of equipment in our leasing costs. And the amount we got off it was 16,000 of wheat, which is about £8,000 worth. Best price is not much better. We might get 10,000. So I don't think we've actually made anything on that field today. I think that field has actually cost us money to get done. But we have got some new equipment out of it. Today we are going to be getting field 7 turned around. We need to get all of the bales off that, and we need to get it sorted so that it is planted or ready to be replanted with a whole load of grass. We're going to concentrate on field 7, get that field sorted. We've got till October for both of our crops, so we're a way off getting any of those done. The reason why I'm clearing out this shed at the moment is because we need to get this cleared in order to have some space to store the bales. So I'm rearranging things a little bit, making space for somewhere for our bales to go. I asked last video what you guys thought, whether I should keep the pickup for our forage harvester or whether we should go and stay with the Vermeer baler going forwards. It was about 95% of responses that said go for the Vermeer baler. So I think that's what we're going to go for. I'm just going to put this in this shed here if I can avoid the tree enough and still get it in here straight enough. Yeah, there we go. This shed is great for storing things like this. So that can all go there. And yeah, we are therefore going to get rid of that front pickup. I have a feeling that we were going to have to do that anyway, to be honest, because I think if we check it, looking at this pickup, it is grass only anyway. So I don't think that we can pick up hay even with this header. So yeah, let's get that returned. So return that. Yes. That is of no use to us whatsoever. So we are keeping this Vermeer baler and running with that on the farm. And now this, I want to get this cedar into a shed. I don't think I can. Ooh, is that gonna make it in? No, that's not, is it? That's too wide for that door. Only just too wide for that door. So all the doors on this farm are that size. That's annoying, to say the least. We've not got a huge amount of bales, so I'm going to move this along, and we'll still store this in this shed. Yeah, but I'm going to move the animal transport out of the way first. The situation with our cows is that they are about halfway through their feed. I think they're going to do okay for the year with the feed they've got. But we are in a position where we're going to at some point need to top their feed back up, and at the moment we have nothing to do it with. We've got lots and lots of grass on the farm that isn't cut yet, and we're going to be spending some time over the summer doing that, because as I said, we don't have any crops to harvest till October, but at the moment we haven't started harvesting our grass at all. That sticks a very long way out of that shed. That is a much better place to put it. And yeah, things like this can just go in here. Nice and long, and it's nicely stored. Okay, last bit to do. We're just going to put the cedar in at this end of this shed. It'll be fine under here with the straw. And then we'll put the straw on the far side of the shed over here, and that will all work out fairly well for us. So that is us done with this tractor for now. We are going to need to get the soil sampler out later, because none of field 7 has been sampled yet. But first, I'm going to jump in our New Holland here, switch over its front tool, because we don't need the big bag handler at the moment. What we need instead is something we can pick up bales with, and that's something we've got is our manure bucket on here, which was always has always been what we handle bales with around here. And then yeah, we've got 7 odd bales to pick up, I think, which is great. So we'll get all of these off this field, clear this off. There's a few stones on this field as well. So in getting this field ready and turned around, we are going to have to probably go and grab a stone picker, I think. There we go. So yeah, I've worked out where my middle spike is now. And as long as I keep that in the right place and equidistant from my 2 bales, it should be absolutely fine. And we're not going to use a trailer or anything to load up off the field here. We're just going to stick these down here. Now, I think going forward, we'll probably have to buy straw bales. We've not got a harvester on the farm. And as we demonstrated last time, we don't really make any money from harvesting it anyway, other than to have some straw about. To stick into the cow feed. We don't need an awful lot of straw to stick into the cow feed. We're not currently doing any manure-based stuff anyway, so we don't really need it for manure. It's just purely to cut down the cost on the feed. And if it costs us a whole load of money to do it, then it's not really worth doing. And that actually goes for putting it in the feed as well. If the straw starts to cost us a load of money and isn't really a byproduct, it's not massively worth us putting it into our animal feed. What I do need to go and buy, and is worth putting into our animal feed, is some of the mineral feed. Mineral feed really, really boosts the amount of milk that cows make. well worth including in your mix. And yeah, I'm very much in favor of making sure you've got some mineral feed in for when you're feeding your cows. Last 2 bales, that one there, and then try to do this from in cab. Always like to try and challenge myself doing various things in Farm Sim and in cab. Oh wow, in cab Bale Collection is one of them. It's it takes a steady hand simply because you have you have a lot less visibility obviously than you do in third person. But if you can make it work, it's really satisfying and adds to that extra simulation kind of level to it. There we go. And off. So we've got 8 bales in here now to feed to the cows. So that's good. We needn't have emptied everything out of this shed. Yeah, I think if we eventually expand beyond where we are and do end up getting a some sort of arable operation set up here, then that is going to be a big way to go for that, with lots and lots of bales. What we need to do now is hook this tractor up to the soil sampler and go and sample field 7 so that we can work out what we need to do on the field, if anything, before we get the grass sown in it. We certainly need to run over it now with a mulcher, and we need to get the so we're going to need to mulch it. We might need to throw some lime on it. Do we still? I don't think we still have the lime spreader. I think we might have returned that. Yeah, I don't see it anywhere in our set of equipment. So yeah, we may have had a small mess up there where I've returned the lime spreader. If I can get a small lime spreader, I will, though. Right, and let's take a sample on our first spot. And yeah, we're going to sort of have alternating spots, I think, on this field to get the whole thing covered. So over here and there. And so, yeah, I think we're going to end up with about 6 samples off here in order to cover the whole field. Only £600 to get the whole thing done. And that means that we are going to not be too expensive to have this field fully done, which is not bad, seeing as it's a grass field that this is going to be anyway. And we want to maximize our hay bales. And actually, that's a good reason why I need that space for bales, because it's not just the straw bales that are going in that shed, of course. It's going to be the future hay bales that we cut as well. So yeah, I keep forgetting it's not just straw bales that we're going to have on this farm. It's hay bales. We're not doing loose hay because it's not feasible for us to do the loose hay. We'd have to get a forage wagon and build a hay loft. I don't want to do that. Oh, the other thing, of course, that we're going to have up here is this is where I want to eventually build my BGA as well. So yeah, we're going to try and build the BGA at the top end of this, I think, and go from there. Right, let's send the soil samples for analysis. Okay, and while we wait for them to come back, in fact, they are already back, only £500. And field 7 is looking like it's got no nitrogen at all. Yield, we can clear the yield on there. It wasn't great yield. It was, yeah, 75 to 85 we got off that field, really. So let's be able to clear yield map. There we go. And Right. The other things we want to look at are the soil types. Oh, it does have a big strip of loam through it. It could be a really good field that, but it's lacking in pH and it's definitely lacking in nitrogen. It's not a big enough field for me to really do much with. And as I said, it's great space for us to place a BGA up that side. First thing we need to do then is get some lime on that field. So we'll drive down to the shop here in our John Deere and go and have a look. Have a look in the sale quickly first. Oh yeah, we've got the Commander Delta Force and the Case Terraflex. We don't need either of those. So what I want to get is a spreader, fertilizer spreaders. We're going to get the Breedle because this is the smallest one that holds lime. And as normal, I'm going to stick the Michelin tires on it. We will go with the spreading discs to keep our price down. We're not going to get an extension. Yeah, that will do. Basic setup. We want to spend as little money as possible. It is going to cost us 2,295 to lease it anyway. But we're doing a tiny field with it, so yeah, it's just it would probably have cost us something similar to have kept the big one, but we would have had the big one. That's the trouble. So yeah. It's not great, but it'll do us fine. I'm also wondering, what is the pH levels? Yeah, the pH levels on our other actual grass field are pretty poor. So we may turn around and try and up that as well once we've done the first cut. So we might have this hanging around just for a little bit to sort that out. I think there is a road up here. Yeah, there's a road down here for us to get access to the lime sell point. So we'll get this refilled and we'll get back up to the farm. So I'm all filled up and we're almost back at the farm. I'm just looking for my strip of grass here that is growing. I think we'll probably cut that. Well, as I said, we're going to do a load of grass work over the summer just to get these fields done. The one thing I'm still contemplating with this tractor is whether I should put GPS on it. I think it would be a good addition to this tractor. I think it would be great. The only thing that I'm slightly concerned about with this is the fact that we've got 50 hours on it. So then I wonder, well, is it worth doing it because we've got those 50 hours on this tractor and are going to need to replace it at some point. But until then, it's actually going to make quite a big difference to put that onto this tractor. So yeah, it's a big question that I'm not sure what the answer to is, other than go back to you guys. What do you think? Do you think we should put GPS and the crop sensors on this tractor, considering that I'm thinking of using it with the sprayer? Or do you think that we should just wait until we replace this tractor in a bit and go from there? Oh, my coverage is not great. And this is part of the reason why GPS would be brilliant. Oh, we can do the pH of the grass. I think while we've got this, we should do the pH of the grass as well. That would make a difference. So I am going to spread the lime in the grass as well, and that should help everything, or should help growth-wise in that too. Almost to the end of the field. Just need to get that little bit done there. Get myself out of the trees, and then there's a spot. There's a couple of patches at the edge of the field I'm less worried about, but we do have a spot. Yeah, that is running. We do have a spot down the bottom corner here that is just completely missed. So we want to clear that up quickly. And we've still got half of our lime left. So we're not going to be cutting this grass anytime soon. I think, well, we might be doing it next month. We're certainly not going to be doing it this month. So we might as well get some lime spread on here and raise the level in our grass as well. I think that would be a very good idea. It's gone very well. We're down to 33% left. And we've got most of the field done. I did it in 2 batches. So I did sort of up to our area of grass where is freshly planted. And then I've come round and we're doing the long lengths of this end of the field now. And it's worked really, really well for us. We've got a nice level pH across the field, which is great. And it means that the grass growing forward, maybe not this batch of grass, but the next batch of grass should be pretty good. And I probably should have done one of those lengths going right along the edge of this field here, because it's going to be a bit of a pain to do that last bit down this bottom end without going all over our cotton field. So I need to I'm going to need to clear up that corner, but otherwise this is working out really, really well. And we've got such a good coverage of lime on here. I'm kind of glad that we filled this right up. I did have a feeling, and I need to kind of go and check in the shed, that we might have a little bit of lime kicking around in the shed. It's not a huge amount. I think it was like a couple of bags maybe. Would not have been enough to do everything. But certainly this seems to be working out fairly well for us at the moment. And yeah, we've still got 23% left. So I think we're going to have a couple of bags of lime left out of this. I think they're 1,000 litre ones. They're either 1,000 litre ones or 2,000 litre ones. And then if we clear up along this last section here, that is a fairly good coverage of lime. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. pH levels across our 2 grass fields, or what will be our 2 grass fields, are looking good. And we've got 1,800 litres of lime left. So if we've got anything in the shed, I think what I'm going to do is load it up into this. And then we'll be able to get as few bags out as possible. Yeah, as I thought, there are 2 bags in this shed over here. Before I go in there and get them out, though, how much is in the mist? One has like 200 litres, 2,000, 1,100. We're going to end up with, yeah, we got 1,184, 18. I think that's going to end up with not making a huge amount of difference, because this is one 1,800 bag. So, yeah, let's unload that. Oh, it's unloaded it in the perfect spot for us. 1,800. If there was one 200 litre bag, that would have made a difference, or 150 litre bag. That would have made a difference. As it is, it's an 1,100 litre bag, so we'd end up with just as many bags anyway. Yes, one of them would be a full bag, and the other would be about 1,000 litres, but that doesn't make a big difference in the grand scheme of things, really. There we go. That should be close enough. Drop it down and check it again. Yep, that's fine. Okay. Let's clean things up, and I really think this time we don't have any use for that spreader. So I'm going to give this all a wash down, the tractor especially. With 50 hours on it, we want to keep it as clean as possible, prevent it from breaking down and degrading too quickly. Yeah, save us a bit of money. 50 hours is a little bit of a problem from that point of view. We will disconnect. Oh, let's return the hose first. Right, then we can disconnect everything from the back of this, I think. Yeah, there we go. And off. And we'll go and put this away, and we'll get that collected because, yeah, we do not have need for a lime spreader right now. Just to check, all of our fields have been done. Field 8, yes, is showing the same for the loam across there. We've got a fairly solid set of colours across all of our fields. So I'm happy enough with that. So that is all done. Let's head into here and go to the fertilizer spreaders and return that. Yes. Okay. Right. Next, we're back out in this, actually. We need to go and get hooked up to the mulcher and get the field mulched. So, hooked up the mulcher, and we'll just take this round and out. We'll set it down on the field. I will probably go and do one headland round first, maybe, I think. Just so that we get a good turnaround setup. And then from there, we'll be able to just go up and down the field. So down with this. And away we mulch and get this in. And this, again, will give us a bigger yield on the grass. And we're going to do the whole field as grass this year, despite the fact that we're eventually looking to put a BGA on this space. And that is purely because I want to get a really good high-yield grass cut off everything we can this year. Give us a really good store of hay. And that will then keep us going for a long while, and we can start looking at expanding our dairy herd. My technique to get right into the corners with this is fairly simple. I go right up to the edge. I back it out. I then come in and turn into the next bit that I want to go into. I back it back into the corner again because there's always a section that gets missed in the middle, and then we go forwards, and that gives us a nice square corner with this roller and keeps everything where I want it to be, and means that we get a nice clean setup. And then when we come back to this final corner, we are nicely in there. So that means that now we have a good area to turn around on the edge of the fields, and we can just continue mulching and get the rest of this field done. It's cracking. I'm very, very happy with it, and it's also yeah, mulches the lime in, as you can see. Despite the fact that we've got the headland area on this, there is still a certain amount of maneuvering at each end. You have to do that in order to stay on to the field. So we've got the space to turn around. We turn a little bit early. We come right round into a whole lane over. But we then reverse up so that we can capture this bit that's missed. If I can maneuver myself properly. There we go. And yeah, you then get yourself in a position to get the next line, and away you go. And that way you don't miss anything, which is yeah, kind of the point of what we're doing. We want to mulch the whole field and making sure that we get everything at the ends of the fields is so much better than missing small patches that we then have to go back and go over later. I think my plan for this field is probably to be cutting the grass on it in September. So if we can get to the point today where we're ready to plant for in July, that would be really good. October and November are going to be absolutely packed with us getting our cotton and our maize cut. So, yeah, we really need to have all of our grass work done by September in order to fully get everything done we want to get done this year. Getting this planted today would be great, but we are a little bit low on time, and we still need to get our plow over this because we can't. I don't think we can use our roller on here. I don't think that will actually work. We can give it a try. I mean, if we can direct seed into this, all the better. But I don't think we can do that. Our planter doesn't do grass, so we can't direct seed into the here. I don't think. Let's just have a quick look at this. So we are currently. I know we did buy the planter. Yeah, the planter doesn't do grass. So the only way that we can plant this is with our grassland care here. This and I don't think that this will direct seed. So yeah, we've got to go and get this field cultivated first. Although I'm not against putting the seeder on here and our grassland roller on here and seeing if it will actually plant the grass. So we'll put the mulcher back next to the rollers. Over here. And right next to it is our grassland roller. So I'll hook that over onto this while we're here. And yeah, maybe we can quickly see if there's any way of planting this. There's no cultivator set up on this roller, so it wouldn't surprise me if it didn't work. We'll go and grab a few handfuls out of the big bags. So no need to get our big bag loader off from over there. Yeah, it doesn't take much, so there we go. And cover that up again. Right. 200 litres of grass seed. Let's see if this will actually do what we want and direct seed it. If it will, that would be amazing. I'm not expecting it to. It also looks like our grassland roller needs some repairs. Looking at that as well. Will this work? I don't think this will work. Turn it on. And let's drop it down. No. We need to cultivate the ground first. So let's move this out the way. And we'll just park it up over here. Because we'll never get our big plow onto this field this way. Trailer's too much in the way. And time to get the Steiger out. This is our beast of a tractor that does all of our big work. And there isn't much bigger work we've got on here than this huge John Deere plow. Throw that out. Onto the back. Hook it all up. And yeah, we'll head around this way. And this just dwarfs this tractor, this piece of kit. Thankfully, this piece of kit does have quite a good pulling power. So unfold it. And this job is going to take next to no time at all. Look at that. It's just mahoosive. Back it up. The edge of the field. Make sure that we've got allow create fields off. Yep, we have. Because I don't want this widening this. And then away we go. Yeah, this is going to take about 5 passes to do this field, I think. Now, this is bringing up a load of stones. I don't know what size they are. They look bigger than the small stones. That's unfortunate because that is going to delay our planting of the grass by a day. Yeah, look, they're not large stones, but they are medium stones. So we are going to have to turn around and bring the stone picker up on here. That means I can't immediately get the grass in here. We're going to have to do that in July. And yeah, so next time our plan is going to be to grab a stone picker, get this field picked, and then we will get the grass into it, and then we'll get it rolled, and we'll probably at the same time, well, in the next month, try and do the first cut of the other grass field. That way, both fields should be in a roughly the same position in September, and we'll be able to get a second cut of our other grass field. So not all is lost. We will get a cut out anyway from the other field. But it's a little bit of a shame because we are going to have to still work field 7 a little bit longer as the rain comes down around 5:30 in the evening. All in all, I think I was fairly ambitious today to turn this field round and get it resown with grass in a day, having done everything we needed to do to maximize the yield of that would have been very impressive. But it just, yeah, it wasn't possible. One more job stood in the way, and to be honest, there really are 3 more jobs, and yeah, it's got to the end of the day, and we need to oh wow, yeah, driving across plowed turf, not great. So yeah, not much we could have done, really. I am pleased though. It's not to say that I'm not unhappy, or I'm not. Oh man, I am happy with our progress. It's been pretty good. We've got a lot done, and this field is now ready for the grass to go in it. Just about. We need to throw the stone picker over it, so we'll go and grab that for next time. And we'll get the grass in. Today, we need to head down to the shop to start off with, because we need to get rid of the stones on field 7. If we can clear those out quite quickly, we can start getting that field planted with grass. Meanwhile, we've got our other grass field needs doing as well. Is there anything available to us in the shop? Not really. We're not doing any straw blowing at the moment. So let's grab ourselves a stone picker. And with a fairly small field, I think, 2 meters, 5.5. I think we will go with this one. I like to go with this one because it's the easiest one for us to work with. BKT tires on it, lease that, and okay. Yeah, it costs a little more to use it, but at the end of the day, it makes things a little bit more efficient and means that we can go a little bit faster. And I'm not too worried about the little bit of extra expense at the moment. This tractor should be more than capable of running it as well. So that will be really useful. And then what we're going to do is get the little New Holland tractor actually doing the seeding, because that will do very well on that. And we can then use this to go and cut the grass on the top. Sort of field 5D, I think is probably what we'll call it, which is our grass field around the cow pasture. I can see we've still got lime showing through the grass. That should disappear fairly quickly once we actually cut it, and we'll be much better off the second cut. What we want to do though is get this clear of these stones first, as I said. So turn it on, drop it down, and away we go. And this will have the added benefit as well of clearing this up and making it easier for our seeder to go over it afterwards. 5 rows in, coming up to the end of the 5th row, and we are now 56% full. So got quite a bit of stones on these fields. We are nowhere near even halfway through this field either. So it's quite a large amount of stones that our equipment has pulled up. I'm quite glad that going forwards, we're not going to be doing using the plow, the ripper on this field, because obviously it has pulled up a lot of stones doing this field, and I'd expect it to pull up a lot more if we were to continue on here and do more work on this field. So that's actually a plus that's come out of this. On the other hand, it does worry me slightly as to whether we're going to end up ripping up more stones on the other fields that we're going to be working on. So I don't know whether it might be worth holding on to this. How much was this per day? So lead cost of this per day is 520, which is not horrible, but at the same time is you know, another 520 pound per day that's going out of our money. So I probably want to avoid that. I think it's going to be one of those things where we'll take the hit for it now, and we'll see what happens after we finish this year's harvest and go through and throw our plow through the ground. Because of course, doing both cotton and corn, we have to plow every year in order to do that. We actually take a hit on our, well, we don't actually. I was going to say we take a hit on our soil and our environmental score, but we actually don't. If we go from plowing to a direct seeder, you don't take the hit. You actually do fairly well, and we can see this in our environmental scores on our fields. They're not actually that bad at all. 61 for all of field 5, 53 for all of field 6, and 53 for all of field 8. So the one that we actually did the plowing on and used the ripper on, that is the one that is doing better than our other fields. So it's all good. We're actually in a pretty good way across all of our fields, which I'm quite pleased about. Having had the ripper go through everything in field 5, and for that to be our top environmental score is really, really impressive. We're about halfway through the field, and we are at 97% full. So I think we'll probably make it through the rest of this row before we're full. In fact, yeah, if we're going to be at like 98, 99% like that, I think now is the time to empty. So we'll fold this up. Where is the best place to sell stones? Oh, Central Exports is... actually, Debris Crusher is the worst one. Central Exports will take it, and Stone Sales will take it. Central Exports, though, is the best because that is right here. Yeah, Central Exports is right in the middle here. Closest one to our farm. So let's head down there and get these dropped off and make a nice little bit of money from this extra work we're having to do. We should make back about £240 from this, I think. In which case, we'll end up making 10% per load. We're looking at getting 2 loads, 10% of the leasing cost per load. So we're looking at getting about 2 loads off this field. There we go, 239 plus £5 environmental score. Absolutely fantastic. So 244 off this load. So with the same coming off the next load, yeah, that's 20% of our leasing cost for this for today. We'll get repaid just by the stones we take off this field, which is brilliant. I mean, that is a nice little bring back or reimbursement for what we're doing, which is very good news because, yeah, it has cost us a couple of grand to get this leased, to get this job done. So back up the field. We'll unfold this again. Get ourselves into place. Oh, there you go. Unfold. Get up, turn it on. Drop it down. And away we go again. Oh, I think we've got less than half the field to go, actually. So, yeah, not going to get quite as much as we got last time, I don't think. Yeah, we're getting far fewer stones on the back half of this field. So, looks like we're not going to get anywhere near another full tank on this stone picker. Not the end of the world. You know, I'm not expecting to make a huge amount off here. Does mean that we can do it in only 2 runs, which is great. And we can go and return the stone picker as soon as we have dropped the stones in it off. So we might as well make the money, even though we're not going to make very much. We are not going to get much over half full, I think, of this. Looking at it, we have about 3 rows left. So let's see how we go and see how much we get out of that. We do have rain on the way. I don't know how far away it is. It's not going to affect us very much today. But yeah, it is going to get a little bit wet, even though the sky right now is looking nice and clear. It was actually just 2 rows left. And at the end of this, we're only just over 50%. Wow. Oh, I missed just a small pile in that corner. Let's grab those. There we go. So yeah, 51%. I was expecting far more of this than that. Just 1.5 full loads off here into our ELHO. So we can head back now down to Central Exports, get this tipped, and make about another 120,000-ish off these, which will go towards the hiring. Yeah, is a little bit less than I was expecting. Not bad for a morning's work, getting that much in and clearing that field, which of course was our main aim. All 1,039 litres tipped in, and 124 pounds plus 6, so 127 in total. That is perfect. And yeah, we don't have any more to do, so we'll return that quickly. Turn that, yes, okay. Just leaves us with the tractor, so we're going to hook the mower up to this. Actually, we'll go and hook the seeder up to this and get this going on the field. And then I think we'll get our little New Holland going and get that doing the mowing. As we filled the roller stroke grass planter with seed last time, we won't need to refill it this time. It should be all good to go. So back this up here, hook it up, and yes, we are full of seed, full of grass seed. I'm going to set this going. I'm going to set this going from this end, and we'll put a hired worker on it. So onto there, and oh no, that no field found. Hire. There you go, and yeah, there it goes, and it is planting grass. Oh, look here. We have grass and nothing. So perfect. Right, let's go and get our little New Holland. In fact, we don't need the New Holland because the New Holland doesn't have the mower on it. This does. So this is our John Deere 2280 mower. Yeah, this is our mower on here. I'd completely forgotten we had this. And yeah, it's fantastic. I think this will also windrow, but we're not looking to do that. So can we choose? No, we can't choose whether it does windrows or not. So what I want to do is just go and cut with this. Yeah, our other tractor is doing that. We are going to go over to here and set this up. I've been wanting to use this since we got that really good deal on it, because it's only got just under 6 hours on it. Let's go into the field slightly. I think our PTO is all hooked up. So start it up. Down it goes. And yeah, there we go. And it automatically windrows. If we were doing pickup, but we're not doing pickup, we are going to be running the tedder over this and getting this turned into hay. And the added bonus is cutting this now means that the whole field will then be lined up and we'll be ready to cut at the same time next time. Because of the weird shape of this field, the way I'm going to do it is 2 sides, slowly working my way across. So I'm going to go down here, and when we've got down to here, I'm then going to go along this edge, turn immediately all the way around, and come back this way, so that we are able to keep working this sort of this L shape that we've got here, which makes more sense to me to keep things running along that. We do have the rain coming down now. I am hoping it's going to be a fairly short shower. Yeah, looks like it's not going to hang around for more than a couple of hours, so it'll be burnt through by about 2 o'clock. That's not too bad. We'll be able to get Tedar out then and start drying this grass out. And a fairly short shower means that it won't cause too much issues from that point of view. And yeah, this little mower is doing a fantastic job. We don't need much more, to be honest, with the small amount of grass that we're dealing with on this farm. And so yeah, this will keep us going really rather well. Turning circle on this little mower is fantastic. I mean, we lift up at the end, we can spin right round and straight back in like that. Absolutely brilliant. Makes it really, really easy to move around in tight spaces. Not that we have any particular tight spaces here, but it does make things all the more efficient by the fact that we can turn around in such a small space, and means that we waste very little time with turning on this field. And yep, I can reverse up easily like that, and then back into this row here. And you can see the lime is disappearing as we cut this, as is the difference between the grass, which is going to be great. It's going to even things up, and when we come to cut both of these fields, hopefully in about September time, just before our cotton and our maize becomes ripe, we should end up with another really good harvest of hay off here. We're moving quite quickly through this field now, and if I can get this field tedded today, that would be fantastic. It would mean that all we have to do next time is get it baled and, well, get it rowed and baled, neither of which is a particularly hard task. We would then need to get this field rolled, because that's the big issue we've got, is that this field needs rolling. Our yield isn't particularly high on here, is the only thing. It looks like we're getting the high 80s to mid 90s on here, so we're definitely not getting 100% yield. I'm not sure any of these or any of this field is actually loam, but that would be 125% yield if it was. Let's take a look in here. What do we got? We've got sandy loam and silty clay, so either side of the loam, and pH is fine, although seems to be a little bit higher where it was before. Nitrogen levels are low on here, so maybe we need to get a little bit more on here. We need to get some more nitrogen on this field, so a little bit more fertilizer sprinkled around. I would do it with the with our slurry, but we're not really in a position to do that. Maybe when we get the BGA started up and we start producing a lot of digestate, we can use the slurry on this field and we can use the digestate on our other fields, which would probably make more sense. So this will finish off this row of grass here. We've got a little bit to clean up towards the other end, but yeah, this end of the field is much thinner than the other. So let's just send the existing grass through again and add this to the pile. And then we've just got a few more up and down rows, and that will then clear off The rest of here, our tractor is only just past halfway through seeding the other field with grass by the looks of things. So that is going to take a little bit longer to finish than this field is. And our tractor has stopped because the tank is empty. It is just over halfway through, so that's good news. We can go and spoon some into the tank from the big bags rather than getting everything out. We'll go and just scoop some in. It's only a couple of 100 liters. If it was an entire big bag's worth, I'd be less inclined to do it. But we should be able to do this fairly easily by hand. So open that up. There we go. And reverse it up. Place it down on the ground. There we go. That's refilled. Let's put the lid back on. Like that. Up. And yeah, 200 liters. Fairly easy to grab out of a big bag and refill without having to get the front loader out and go through all of that rigmarole. And then we can get this started going again. And just like that, the rain is gone. Yep. We are coming to the end of here, so we'll be able to get this tethered now, which is great news. And that means, yeah, all we have to do is get it rowed up and then baled after that. Meanwhile, our seeder is still going strong and working its way through that field. So that I'm expecting to be finished today as well, which is great. I don't know whether we have to roll that grass in or whether the fact that that is a roller as well as a seeder will sort that out. This, though, is all cut. So I'm going to go and take this and get the tedder on it. Let's put our mower back in the shed. I should be able to spin it around and get it into position. So like that, and back between these two. There we are. And then we want to grab this. So let's drop the weight down at the back. Oh, well, to get the hydraulics to work, I need to turn the tractor on. Drop that off. We will drop the front big bag pickup off as well. And then go and grab the tedder, which is out here next to our windrower. Right. And yeah, our roller is, which would sit next to this normally, of course, is out in the field. And this is a little bit wider than the bit of kit we've just been using. So should work a lot faster. Yeah, this is going to cover... Ooh. Not quite 3 rows. I think trying to make it cover 3 rows is not going to work well. We'll try and keep everything in the field, so we'll start a little bit in, turn it on, drop it down, and yeah, we can definitely get 2 rows with this. So that will be the way to go. And oh, it's moving 2 miles an hour slower than the mower was, but it is doing 2 rows at a time. Made short work of the headlands and worked out fairly well. Still kept some of the form of them, but that's not a huge surprise. And actually, I don't mind that too much. We're just trying to TED this so that we can get it baled up next game day, I think. Yeah, we'll get this. We're looking at getting this rowed and baled next time, and then we can set the baler or the roller off on here, and that should mean it gives a kickstart to the actual field, to the grass growing, and means it jumps a stage. Rather than being harvested, it counts as being first stage growth, which really helps us to get another cut in as quickly as possible. And yeah, 2 rows at a time is making this a lot quicker of a job. I think we're only 4 rows from completing this side of the field. It seems I can make it just about stretched to doing 3 rows. But that's rather worrying because I don't want to miss any on the outer edge. And if you do, it's a pain in the butt to clean it up. But it has managed to take 3 rows there, which means I've only got 2 rows, or one more run actually that way to complete that. And probably about 2 more after this one to complete the rest of the field. So yeah, that's looking all pretty well, except for when you do that. Yeah, if you're taking 3 rows, you need to make sure that you can get all 3 rows at all times. The final row, and once this is done, that will be this cleared off. And looks like our cedar is not too far from being done as well, so that's good. Looks like I've got a little bit of cleanup to do, so we'll have to go and get that bit that got missed down the side here. Again, this is the downside to doing 3 at a time. But done 2 at a time, it would have taken me an extra run to get it done. But it's got it done ever so slightly quicker because we've done it this way. I'm happy with that, and I'm happy with our progress. So that up and off. And we can take this back to the shed now. Maybe give it a wash down. In fact, I have noticed that the Tedar is below 50% in its repairs. So let's get that into the repair shop and just give that a quick fix. We want to make sure it's as efficient as possible. So repair that, 323, and that's brilliant. So back out of here and back round over here. I'm expecting, what I'd really like to do, and what I'm expecting to do, is try and make the red shed over there somewhere where I can repair stuff. That would be absolutely brilliant. If I could do that, that would be wonderful, because I'm not a huge fan of that end repair shed on here. To me, it's a bit boring and a bit drab and doesn't really say repair shed to me. Whereas the one with the underfloor channels, that works really well as that. And I'm slightly surprised actually when Giants first put that shed in. Oh, we don't want to be moving. Let's get this parked. That they didn't make that a repair shed, or didn't put a repair functionality into this shed, because it seems an obvious one for it. I mean, I would love to have had this area and this all a repair shed, and then you have the icon in here to come in and repair whatever's in here, or even on the side here. I think there might be a version of this on the mod hub which does have repair abilities, but yeah, I think that's a little bit of a missed opportunity to me for that shed, that it doesn't have that facility. Right, this seems to have stopped. Oh wow, which is broken, both the tractor and the seeder. So we need to fix both of those. We might as well do the last row ourselves though and get this field finished. I think this can go slightly faster than this though. Yeah, there we go. And that has just about got our field done. There we are, right up to the corner. Turn it off, and yeah, the tractor especially, because we're going to be using the tractor again soon. These need to get into the repair shed. So we'll take these around the back and get them repaired. So many different ways around the back of this farmyard, but this will do it. There we are, and into the repair shed. Fix these 2 up. Oh wow, 2,238. This tractor is getting expensive. Yeah, and there we go. So that is everything repaired up. Our fields are all done. Today we are going to be sorting out the rest of our hay. So it's going to be out with all of our Vermeer equipment today. We want to get the hay road up, which is what we're going to be doing first, and we're going to be using this R2800. We haven't actually, we bought this back when we were on back on Stone Valley, and this is the first time I'm actually using it. So yeah, looking forward to this. We're then going to be getting the Vermeer baler that we currently have leased. We're going to be getting that out and getting this all baled up so that we have a good amount of feed for our cows. So let's get this unfolded and round. And I'm going to start slightly in the field. That way we can keep all of this hay in the field. Start it up, drop it down, and like that, we're off. Why isn't that grabbing the stuff right at the edge? There we go. Now we're off. And yeah, we're probably just going to do lots of circles around this field because it's pretty much the easiest way to do a field of this shape. Now we have got a little bit of rain on the way, and I'd ideally like to get all of this collected up before that hits, just because that's a little bit more realistic to get all of this hay rode up and baled up before then. It's not going to actually affect any of the yield on this. And in fact, I had lots of questions after the last video about whether cutting this grass in the rain would affect yield. It actually has no effect. The only crops that are really affected by rain in the game tend to be grain crops. So your wheat, your barley, things like that. Other crops tend to be unaffected by it. So you can do potatoes in the rain, you can do sugar beet in the rain, all of those kind of things. And you can also cut grass in the rain without it affecting the yield either, which is quite good. I kind of like to see some effect on how long it takes to dry. That would be useful. But yeah, it doesn't really affect the actual yield of it. So you can cut grass and even ted it in the rain, I think, without having any effect on it in game. This is a very much stranger windrow to use than some of the other ones in game. It has a capture that is inside of its frame very much, whereas all the others tend to be somewhere outside. So there's a readjustment to that. And its turning circle is a little bit weird as well. I've thought a couple of times that I was going to catch the previous row that I did, and it's not quite there. So you have to, yeah, with that extra little bit of weirdness to its actual capture angle, it can be a little bit strange to use this. But that has worked, and we've got 2 headlands out. So I was going to go round all the time and just basically keep going around the field, but I think the best bet is actually to do what we did when we were mowing this and try to basically do L shapes going around the rest of this field and make sure that we make it as easy as possible to bale it without having to do too many tight corners. And I think this is probably going to be the best way, just doing this kind of shape and then not worrying about the headland bits at either end. Of course, this side of the field is much chunkier than the lower end, so we'll only be able to do these L shapes, I think, for one more run, and then it'll be a couple of single rows coming back up this way. The trick also is just bringing this right up to the edge here until it's run out, turning, and then, yeah, plenty of space. In fact, looking at this, I think we're only going to have one row that's just the straight one. So bring that in here and down, and yeah. Lots of nice visibility in this John Deere. Makes it very easy to do things like this from in-cab. And actually, I think this windrow might be an easier one to work and use from in-cab, because you can see the exact point where you want to keep your edge. Although I am still missing bits in the corners, So I think it will probably works better this with if you're trying to do straight lines rather than going in and trying to do corners like I have been here. Final row, and yeah, we are going to have a little bit of a kink in here simply because we've got quite a wide corner to try and bring in. A little bit that there are a few little bits actually from this that I'm going to have to go around the field and clean up afterwards with the baler. But all in all, this seems to be running pretty well with all this. How's our tractor doing? Our tractor actually is in fairly good nick at the moment, so that's good. And last little bit there. Lift that up, turn it off, and fold it. And then we can go and get the baler. But what I need to work out with the baler is what is the best size bales for us to create for our mix. If we have a look in our shed, I think it's least our mixing wagon. Animals, okay, down here. So the capacity of our mixing wagon is 22,000 litres. So we want 30% of that to be straw, roughly. So 30% of that would be 6,600 litres. We've got 7,500 litres in these. So these are actually slightly too big. We then want... so we want our hay bales to be at least that size. And yeah, we are going to need... this is the thing. Our straw bale... we've got straw in here, so it's probably going to produce one more straw bale. And then I think we probably want to put in... I don't know. It's going to be difficult. We'll have to work it out because our silage we can just fill up at the end. But had I thought about it at the time, yeah, I would have created a different size of straw bale. Oh, it has changed to hay. Fantastic. So, yeah, we'll get proper hay bale out of here instead. Trying not to drive over my cotton field and take out my rows of cotton. But yeah, so that's not too bad. We're going to get some nice hay bales out of here, and we will leave them at the 7,500. So we're creating 150 centimetre bales in here, which are not the smallest, but they're not the largest either. But they will be useful for us going forwards. There we go. In fact, I might take it up to the 180s. How many litres are in this? So in that, yeah, it's 600 and... oh, so 6,500. Yeah, we do want to change the bale size. We want to go up to the 180s. And we'll continue on with those. We'll have one small hay bale to start with. But the rest of our hay bales will be of the larger size. And will work better for us as a result. I'm just going to check this first bale here because I'm not sure it came out as hay. Oh yeah, it did. No, it did. I was a little bit unsure of things. I went to get the second one around the corner and unload it, and I thought that the symbol, the icon, was a little bit darker for that first bale, but I forgot that we actually got out and we worked out what size the bale was when we looked at it, and it definitely said hay then. So yeah, just me doubting myself a little bit as I sometimes do when I'm coming around and not quite sure what I've previously done. I do want to have a quick look at this bale though. Now that we're doing the larger ones, you can see 9,000 litres out of that. That's a really good size for our feeding needs. So really, really useful. We can put 9,000 in if we then put another 9,000 in. So make it a 50-50 mix in the in there, and then put straw on top. That will then work well. I also want to get some mineral feed. Mineral feed helps our cows to produce extra milk, increases our milk production. So I think we need to go and take the trailer down to the shop and just go and buy a whole load of mineral feed. And maybe just put a single one of those in each time as well. We are getting a nice number of bales off here. So far, we have had 5 bales. I know, 6 bales, because we're up to 14 on our counter. And the first 8 on that counter are the straw bales we did previously, because I haven't reset it. And yeah, that's really good. That's a nice amount of bales we're getting off here, especially because these are the increased capacity. So that isn't very reflective, actually, of how many liters we're getting off here. Also tells me that the yield of this grass was really quite good, and that means that if we are getting this kind of level of feed off here, we're probably in a good position to maybe start looking at expanding the number of cows we have on the farm in the next year or so, which again would be absolutely brilliant, and would go a long way to increasing our productivity on here too. Another bale is out, and we've got not many rows left to do. Coming up to the end of baling on here. Oh, is this going to be enough to get one more bale out? 5, 6, 7. Oh, I don't think. I think I've cleared up most of the stuff that is around the field. We need another 200 liters of hay, and I don't think it's going to be enough. I think we're going to end up with very, very close to a full bale. 98. Is that going to take me to 99? Nope. Is there any more hay around this field that we can get an exact bale out of? I don't think... Oh, no, there are just little bits down the side. So we'll try and hoover those up and see if it's enough. We are now at the point where we need less than... Yep, there we go. Less than 100 liters would do it. And that last little bit was actually more than I expected it to be. But I don't think there is even that little amount. There is, right in front of this bale here, there is going to be enough to get us an exact bale out of here. There we go. And I don't need to worry about that little pile there, because it was more than enough. And that means that we've got another bale out of here. Our total is 11 bales off here. And that actually includes a pretty... well, that is 10 big bales and 1 smaller one. Absolutely fantastic. I am very, very pleased about that. We can go and put this back now, and our next bit is going to be to get all these collected up. So we can put this tractor back in the shed, and we'll head out with the manure fork and our little New Holland and start collecting up these bales and getting them stacked in the shed where we've got all of the straw bales stacked. So I don't think we're going to be able to take more than 1 bale at a time with the front of this. I think that's going to be a bit of a problem. So let's get the first bale up. Yeah, these are quite big, and we're going to need to take them one at a time and get them stacked. So we should have left ourselves enough space in this shed here to actually get them stacked. And we can come fairly far out here. So I think if we can go 4 across again, like we have there, we'll actually be fairly good. We know we've got 10 of these larger bales, and we'll grab them first. And then we will grab the single smaller one after that. I want to try and use up that single smaller one first, to be honest. I don't know. Do we need to roller this field? So field 7, yeah. Field 7 needs rolling, as does our grass field. So we're going to be doing both of those once we finish this. We don't want to use the grass roller on there. The other thing I need to deal with is look at the weeds in field 8. Those are going to be dealt with sooner rather than later. I think we'll probably end up dealing with them next time in August. I don't think we are good really for our level of, where are we? There we go. For our nitrogen levels either. No. So we've got a lot of spraying to do over the next couple of months. If we get time today, I think we might see if we can get the weeder onto that field of corn, of maize, because yeah, we want to get that sorted as quickly as we can. But we need to have this grass field, both these grass fields rolled before the end of the day in order to maximize the yield. And actually to get them both moved on to growth, so that later in the year we might actually get a second cut and some more hay off them. 4 bales down, just bringing the 5th in, and at this point the rain has kicked in, and we're starting to get a little bit wet. Not expecting a very long rainstorm here. It's forecast to be fairly short. And afterwards, looks like we're going to get some pretty bright sunshine. It's been cloudy all morning. But yeah, sunshine to follow, which is good news. Means that we can pretty much do all the things that we want to do this afternoon. I'm going to ignore that one and come straight in on this one, which I can get a better run up to. Get everything into position, onto the bale, lift it up. Yeah, 9,000 litres of hay. That's really good for us. One on this. Whoa, that was a lot closer than I'd have liked. So 8 bales in, and we're going to have a chance to stack these really realistically, because I haven't really had a chance since I've been... So I was observing bales and bale stacking over the summer with how the round bales were being done by me, or done round by me, I should say. And yeah, I want to see if I can stack them in sort of the realistic manner that they tend to round by me. So we've got 2 large bales and 1 small bale left. We should be able to get these onto the top. Wow, it gets really slidey on here when it gets wet. I love that. It's absolutely awesome. Right, let's line up. Really easy to line up, actually, in cab with the bonnet and everything. And then we'll take this back over to the shed. I think I might put a roadway in here, just out of that corner of that field, like that. That makes a big lot of sense to me. Just sort of a mud track out of the field in that corner. Seems to be the way that I'm going to be doing that end of the field, and makes a lot of sense. So let's bring this here, and we want to place this sort of in the middle of these, and it kind of helps to anchor everything. So like that, and like that. And then everything is much more stable. Yes, it's not right up to the back, but it starts to create a very stable pyramid shape, and a great way to stack all of the bales. And then we're just left with our last little bale, and we're going to take this off-centered because of where we're putting it on the stack, and it should work pretty nicely for that. Yeah, if you're with this, especially with the big bales, it kind of is the full width, this manure fork. And I think while it can be used for this, it's not the greatest thing to stack bales with. I think long term I might look at getting a proper bale spike. Here though, we seem to be pretty good. Let's see. Yeah, and we've got these bales in fact, just as the rain has stopped, and that lasted about an hour and 20 minutes, that rain. But we're all good, so time to switch tractors again and get the roller out on the newly planted grass field before we get our grass roller out on the grass field itself. I'm not expecting this first job to take very long. We have a pretty big roller on the farm, and field 7 is a fairly small field. Our other roller, our grass roller, is much, much smaller, and is going to take a lot longer to do. But that's okay. The grass fields very much are our aim and our target today. Unfold this. There is a field that is currently available for sale, and I'm just wondering where it is. I'm unsure which area it is. Normally it's indicated by a color. It's a field without a sorry, it's an area without a field. But I can't see which one it is. It's not 5. No, not sure where it is at the moment. Can't see one that is shown as a different color. I think what I would really like to see from the auction mod is, instead of it mentioning field X is up for sale, or field or an area without a field is up for auction, I'd really quite like to see it do area, or farm area X is up for auction, because that would be really useful. I wonder how difficult it would be to tweak that in the mod itself. I might have a look at that and see if it's possible. It's not taking us very long at all to get through this field, and it's rolling quite nicely. This should maximize the yield we get from any grass on here going forward. So really, really important actually that we have this done before this germinates, because otherwise we gotta, in order to actually do it, we'd have to replant all the grass, which would be incredibly annoying. So yeah, I don't know, because the other field says needs rolling. And that we had already rolled, so maybe not. Maybe it just needs to be grass rolled each year to up the yield. But I know that it doesn't up the nitrogen doing this either now or after it's grown. What it will do when we go and roll the other field is move it forward a growth stage, so it doesn't just go straight to. It'll go straight to first level growth. And move the grass along, rolling it after we've cut it, as opposed to where we're left with on where it takes an extra month to properly grow. So we can cut it a lot quicker again if we get it rolled. And so I want to get it rolled today. I want to get into that, restart the growth of the grass as quickly as I can, so that we end up, hopefully just before we're looking to harvest either our crops later in the year, be able to get another cut of hay done, and really fill our sheds with that. And once we get this headland done, that should be the end of this field. So across here and up. And then fold this up, and then we've got the much longer job of getting the grass field rolled. So we need to get that grass field rolled next, and so that is going to be done simply with the little grass roller we've done. This one unfortunately won't do it, and we do have this big roller actually, so that we can do our bigger fields mainly once we've planted those. But our grass roller is only 3 meters wide, which is why I've concentrated on smaller grass fields. Otherwise, yeah, it would take forever just to do all our grass work. Plus, we'd end up with way more feed than we ever need for the cows. So, as it is, even cutting 3 times a year, we're going to end up with a load of extra feed. And the possibility of maybe creating, either taking the grass in to make silage bales, or make more silage, or doing silage bales becomes a prospect, and we might look at that as well. If we find ourselves with way more than we need, that is definitely going to be something that I'm going to look at. Here at the moment, we don't need to turn this on, we don't need to seed this, we just need to put the roller down. And yeah, there we go. Away we go. And as I was saying earlier, because we're using precision farming, you can now see that the harvested state there is changing to match the state that we have on field 7. So this is kickstarting the growth of the grass again. And both these fields should be ready at the same time to cut for more hay, yeah, later in the year. So I'm doing this in an L shape, working my way across the field. As I've said a few times doing on this grass field, in that this is the easiest way to do this. It kind of works towards the center and means that you do nice long lines the whole time. You're not at any stage sort of trying to do small maneuvers that take more fuel and more time to try and get round. So it's a much more efficient way of doing this field, I think, to do it this way. And yeah, it's going quite well. We are a good third of the way through the field, I think. Looks like we're not going to be doing much else other than finishing this off today. But if we get this all finished off today and get all this done, that is a massive win for us. We are then in a position to not worry about the grass for a few months. We can turn around, we can come back and deal with this probably in late September with any luck. And do some more grass work then, just before we hit November for the cotton, and October for the cotton and November for the for doing the silage with the corn. So at the moment our plans are going as they should, and we're looking like we're going to do pretty well out of this. We've been at this a couple of hours now, and I think we're probably just over halfway through. It is coming up to 6 o'clock in the evening, though. And I'm just trying to make sure that we stay on track. Now, I think what we'll do going forwards is probably look and see if we can replace this roller at some point. It is taking a while to do this, and if we've got 2 fields to do with this, in future, it's going to be rather tough to squeeze it all in. So I think what we need to do is probably keep an eye out for something like the maxi roll. There we go, grassland care. Probably keep an eye out for this. Now, we could afford to buy this now. It's a 6-meter one, so it would be perfect. Oh, it does come with a seeder on it as well if we wanted. So yeah, this would definitely work for us going forward. So yeah, I want to keep an eye out for one of those. We don't need it quite yet, and maybe nope, we're still raised. Let's lower that down. Maybe we could grab one of those and get that out on here and do it that way, because yeah, it would speed this whole process up and make sure that we're able to spend time on things on the farm that we otherwise won't get to, because we spend a lot of time rolling the grass. I definitely think we need a bigger roller now to do this. Doing 2 of these fields later in the year is going to be difficult. I'm now going to do just up and downs on here until we get to the last row. Hopefully we can end up in the far corner, down where I've been saying I want to put a roadway in, because it would do this field fairly nicely. I don't know if that's going to happen. We are hitting the point now where the sun is setting, and we are up to 7:30 in the evening. So there's a little bit more to go, and it's going to get harder and harder to see now, but we will get this out today. What I think I will do, though, because not much is going to change more on the farm for today. Today, we are going to head down to the shop first, because we need to go and pick up some herbicide. Field 8 is absolutely full of weeds, and we need to clear that out. So we're going to be getting our sprayer out, and, well, I think we need to make a change to the sprayer first. I don't think it's got the spot spraying function. We do have the money to apply that to it, though, so hopefully that will be all good and we can sort that. And then I think we need to go and do some spraying of fertilizer across our farm as well. We have a huge lack of nitrogen across all of our fields, so that all needs bringing up as well. So we'll take the truck over here, we'll drop the back down, and then I will pop over to the shop and grab some herbicide. So we need a couple of pallets of herbicide. I'm going to go for the Cortiva. So let's grab that. We want to buy 1, yes, and 2. Perfect. And those are now sitting over here ready for us to pick up with the front loader. So we'll grab the Kubota front loader that we've got down at the shop. I don't know if this is part of our farm. I have a feeling this might be. But there is a way to set this as a general one owned by the shop and not one owned by us. In fact, let's have a quick check of that and have a look in here. Yeah, we do own this. Now, there is a way to set this so that I don't own this. So this isn't part of our farm. And that is, if you are in the... you can go into the XML, the vehicles XML on PC. Set the farm ID to 0. On any piece of equipment, and you'll find that that will then make it a piece of equipment you can use, but not a piece of equipment that is owned by your farm, which is really, really cool. It means on any map you can set it, or you can set a piece of shop equipment to load up with, which I'd really love to see lots of map makers put in. I think that that is a really, really good idea and a really, really good thing to have. So, yeah, I think going forwards, I've said this before, in fact, I think. Going forwards, any playthrough I do, any map I do, I'm going to try and set that up so that loading stuff up down at the shop is easier for us. And it's something that shops and stores and things have anyway. Let's push this forward a little bit. There we go. And out. Perfect. So back this up here and don't hit the fence, but park it up because we tend to need it here. And then one there, and one there. Put the rear up on this. There we go. All nicely and securely in our truck bed. We can head back to the farm and get working on our sprayer. So as I said, there are 2 changes we need to make to both these pieces of equipment. The sprayer I don't think has the spot spray stuff on it, and we've got standard tires on the tractor. So in order to avoid destroying any crops, we're going to have to put some care wheels on. Now, we've only got 44,348 left. So this is going to be a little bit tight. Let's see. So first thing we need to look at is this. Let's customize. And yeah, we need to add the See and Spray on. And in fact, it's only got standard tires on it, so I want to put the narrows on as well. That's going to be 39,500 for that. So that's a huge chunk of our money. But customize and purchase that. And then we've got the tractor itself. We want to customize this. The paint condition on this is 0. But yeah, it still seems to be all right. We need to add the care wheels on, which is going to be 1,000. Yeah, we can't afford to put GPS on here. I'm glad I haven't put GPS on here. Let's customize that then. Yes. Okay, and all done. So connect that up and connect that up. Start up our tractor. And this is now ready for doing a whole load of spraying and getting rid of those weeds. Now I've pulled the truck up outside and we should be able to get this alongside it and load it up. All right, bring it to here and refill. Now something we've got down here actually is this tank. It does have a little bit of diesel in it, and we can probably empty it of that. But I think this would be really good for bringing fertilizer and doing that. So I think what we might do is, yeah, use that for fertilizer and fill it with that. Oh, this is not going to take all of this herbicide. That's actually quite good. That means we have a really good amount of herbicide in here. 3,360 liters of herbicide is a very nice amount. We should be able to get through this whole field, I think, with this. Oh, we still have a bag of seeds sitting out here. I need to pick those up. And yes, this is quite high, the corn in here. Now, this is the only field where we have this problem. There's quite a big patchwork of weeds all over Field 8. All of our other fields are pretty good. Field 5 has a very small section, actually, of weeds in it. But Field 8 is the one that really needs this. So we'll unfold this. We've got fairly good reach on here, so I don't think this is going to take massively long to get this done. And with care wheels on both, we should be good. See and Spray is going to actually raise our environment score on this field as well, which is great. So let's start this up. And yeah, look at that. You can see it just spot spraying all those weeds fairly well. You can also see the errors that happen with the seeding on here with course play. A few people saying that there's a setting on course play where we could have handled that, and I'm intrigued to go and check through course play a little bit more, see if I can work out exactly what that setting is and sort it out. This is not high enough. We need to rise this above the corn if we can. Try not to bend our plants, but it's working quite well. And yeah, look at all those little puffs of herbicide that are coming out, and really not using much of this. I could have got away with just a single one of these, I think, and yeah, just a single Bowser of this, and not had any issues at all. What we've bought today is going to do us for quite a while, I think. We are using very, very little herbicide on this. Despite the large amount of weeds on here, we have only dropped to 98%. This kind of job is when having GPS on this tractor would have been really useful. And I mentioned that already today, that I've been umming and erring about having GPS on this tractor for quite a time. We're coming up to 53 hours on it. When we bought it, it had quite a few hours on it already. And it wouldn't add any value to the tractor beyond its usefulness to us. Now, the tractor itself is not actually breaking down or wearing out as quickly as I'd maybe expected it to when we're using it as much as we have been the last couple of times. Yeah, and it's, if you look up there, it has got the receiver on it, so it would make sense. But with only 3,845 left, I find myself wondering if maybe we need to go and do a contract or something, and keep the time and keep our money up that way. The other thing to look at is how much milk we've got. So, looking at the situations with the cows, we've got 1,300 liters of milk. We can actually go and sell that, and that would pretty much pay for GPS on this tractor, which would be brilliant. The other one is what we've got in the way of contracts. There are a ton of harvesting contracts. So, yeah, we have a lot of maneuvering here in order to maybe earn some extra money. And of course, this series, when we were on Stone Valley, very much started as a series where we were doing lots of contracts on. We've not done that so much being here on Spruce Mountain Farms because we've not needed to. Our money has actually gone quite a long way from our days on Stone Valley. So what we might do is go and take on a harvesting contract. As I was saying, the harvesting contract, I wouldn't want to do that one. That is just a massive, massive potato harvesting contract, I think. Whereas there's a couple in here that might be a little bit less. Yeah, lots of potato harvesting contracts. Unless we took on both of those two at the same time and got 2 harvesters going. Everything else, though, yeah, there's a decent number there that would allow us to bring in a little bit of extra income and give us a chance to get everything we need. Final row, and looks like we're going to be left with just over 3,000 liters of herbicide in here. So I think that's basically about 600 liters we've used. If I'm right, and we're going to be able to direct seed after the cotton, I think that we're going to be needing plenty of this. We'll need about twice as much next time, which is 1,200 liters. This should keep us going for about 2 to 3 years, the amount of herbicide we bought. So yeah, it won't go to waste. It will just be used later. So that, I believe, is the end of that. Let's fold that in. There we go. And we'll pull it out of the crop. So yeah, 3,083 liters left. I think this road should get us back up to the farm. And yeah, we'll refill this. Get whatever we've got left out of the rear of our truck and get it put away. Around and back into the yard. Over to here. And pull up behind this. Oh no. How much is left in there? Still another 363 liters. But, oh, I know what we can do. I know exactly what I can do. Let's unload this. And then whichever one is the full one. Not that one. This one here. We'll get this put away first. And then we should be able to put the rest of what's in the trailer in as well. Or in the back of our truck in as well. And if I bring this over here, I can probably unload it in such a way that we can quickly pick it up with our front loader. Yep, there we are. Now, currently, we can only actually afford a single pallet of fertilizer. Given that our fields are screaming out for as much as we can throw at them, pretty much. If we have a look at the nitrogen, yeah, most of our fields are in dire need of lots of fertilizer. I think what we're going to have to do is go and do a contract. Sorghum, there we go. That would be perfect. So let's grab this. We're going to borrow the items for that sorghum harvest in field 3. 3 is down the bottom there. So yeah, let's head down to the shop in the truck. We'll grab everything we need for that contract, and we'll try and get that knocked out today, because that will then give us a decent amount of cash to get working with the rest of our getting the rest of our crops ready for harvest. Round into the shop, and I'm going to hook this up to our header trailer so that we immediately have a way to move the header about. We'll then get the trailers hooked up on the tractor, and all of that will do well. And we need to get the header onto this header trailer. So out and round and in a position that easily allows us to do that. Like so. There. Oh, no, that's not straight. Let's get that straight, and then we can back it up slightly to easily get the header on. And we'll create a good convoy heading down to the field with this. Start her up. And yeah, this Lexion 9800 is huge. and it's going to be quite fun to deal with. It does have a GPS installed, which is good. Load that up. Line it up on our trailer. Drop it off. There we go. And then this can go at the head of our convoy. We'll bring it over here and forward a little bit. Line this up here and follow me on that. Going to go out a little bit and then in, but that's okay. And then we just need our tractor and trailers. So this will be the fixed, or the dolly one we'll put at the back, which will make things easier. I'm not sure actually if this the dolly does have a hitch at the back, so we could hitch it the other way around. But I find it's much better to do it this way. You end up with a lot fewer issues, not least of which is this initial reversing up to get the two trailers connected. And then, to get this lined up, we've got to come right round here and then just drop it back on the distance. So Control F on that and then drop it back to 50, I think should do it. Right, with our convoy set up, let's get our beacons on and get on the road heading out to Field 3. So late last week, Courseplay had an update, and it's an update that I'm quite excited about. They've added karting in as an option. So we're going to try that out today. Field 3 is actually over there. I think I took a wrong turn earlier. If there's a way to get between these fields, I will. But either way, this road should take us all the way around to Field 3. But yeah, so Courseplay has had an update that includes a karting course setup. It uses the default roadway hired worker, so the go-to stuff, but allows you to set up a Courseplay to unload combines and other harvesters, which is brilliant. I am so very, very pleased about it. We're going to try it for this. I'm hoping that wherever we're delivering this to doesn't have, we don't have to reverse up to, that we can just set it going. So we'll see how that goes. I'm not planning to hold on to the sorghum. It would make sense, except that we are in a position where we really need all the money we can get. So let's take the hired worker off this. And I'm just going to pull this in through here, round here, and hopefully get a nice straight setup going into the field. Tractor and trailer can push in behind where they are. That's fine. Right. Nope, don't undo that. I do want to stop this hired worker though. Stop that. Get back into our combine. Unfold the combine. Come around and get the header. And so yeah, with Courseplay, you could automate everything if you wanted now. Just set a combine and up going around a field, and then set a tractor and trailer doing the karting on it, and it would all be sorted, which is amazing. I don't know how well it works with some stuff, but we'll give it a try in a moment. So what I want to do is start up my combine once we've connected up all of the PTO and everything. Start up the combine, start up the thresher, in with the head, and away we go, which is perfect. Yeah, very happy with that. Then we come to here and we'll select the hired workers. We'll select this. I want to create job. I want to Courseplay silo work. No, what we want to do then is come out of here and just bring this onto this field. I think will probably work better with this trailer. And there, bring Courseplay up. No course. Let's... I don't want to do silo work with it. So here's an interesting thing. I dropped the rear trailer off. So if I want this to work this way, it seems I've got to set this up with a without that rear trailer on. So unload combine. Right, where's this got to go to for this contract? Here we are. So this needs to go to the feed and grain south. So into here, create job. We want to unload combine. Target position is here, like so. Field position is here. We want to do this to feed and grain south. There we go, feed and grain south. Now, I don't know what the Giants unloader is, so we'll leave that deactivated for now and start job and see how it does. We might need to move our truck out the way. Certainly, we're probably going to have to move that jolly trailer out the way. It's a little bit annoying because that trailer really has quite a... Well, it means we're losing half of our capacity, unfortunately. But I don't think there's any other way. I don't think it works with two trailers, which is the odd thing about it. We'll see how it goes, but it certainly seems to be following the combine at the moment, which with any luck means that we will be able to run the combine ourselves. At least that is what I'm hoping for at the moment. First, I want to clear this trailer out of the way, though, seeing as we're not using it. There's no point in having it on the field. We're coming up to full, and my tractor is not moving. What happens if I put this back on for the truck here? Seems to be trying to create some space, but yeah. It's cutting in. It does not have enough to do that. Tractor is not moving. So I'm gonna make some adjustments to this because it's not... Yeah, it doesn't seem to be paying much attention most of the time. I'm gonna set it to 60%. Hopefully that will empty things fairly well. It's moving fairly slowly though. As always with Courseplay, I think we have a few wrinkles to iron out. So biggest wrinkle I've worked out is that this Courseplay won't unload the combine if it's not running on Courseplay. Why? That's a little bit annoying. I would very much like to run this if I'm not using Courseplay. If I do this, it basically stops my tractor from sensing the combine, which is, yeah, massively annoying. I would quite like to be able to use the combine unloading function on this without having to be running the combine on. I mean, it's still got hard work in there and still expecting to run things, but doesn't seem to be throwing up the requirements for Courseplay for doing that. If that's the case, if this can work, what we might end up doing is just setting this whole thing to run on Courseplay and leave it to it, because at the moment that would be a very good use of our time, and we could move on to something else. In fact, I could run entire potato contracts that way and bring in a ton of money. So yeah, I'm not quite sure how to run this at the moment. We might just leave Courseplay doing it and go from there. So it seems this map is fairly good for running this on here, but yeah, I cannot get this to unload the combine and then unload to here without having it having the combine running on courseplay. If anybody else has come and tried this and has come up with a way to run the combine manually and the courseplay unloading separately, yeah, let us know. At the moment, I think I need to have a little more testing with it and a little more of a play around. So, yeah, at the moment, it's not quite working as I'd hoped. We are a decent way through the contracts, though. So, I am going to leave the two of them going at it. And we're just following it around the first time to try and make sure that this doesn't happen. Of course it's gonna have trouble. It's courseplay. Let's let it run, and hopefully it will head back to the field without too much of an issue, so that it can just keep running. On the other hand, there is one other thing we can do today to earn some extra cash, and it's a really simple one. We have a load of milk to sell, so we are going to do exactly that. We will sell the milk, we will make a ton of money from doing it, and that will keep us moving and hopefully give us the money to get some fertilizer for next time. So I want to leave my... Actually, we'll leave it in here. I'm going to leave the truck bed in this shed here. I want to try and use my other sheds a little bit more. Reverse this in here. This is not a very wide door. It's the only issue I have with some of the stuff on here is that trying to get some of our sheds in use and better use for us is difficult simply because we are unable to get stuff into them. The large tractors and things don't fit in very easily. I want to convert that red shed there into a workshop. I think that is something that I really could do with. Back it up a little bit more. There we go. Attach that. Refill it. We can take 6,000 litres at a time, so we'll get 2 good tanks off here. And we can sell the milk at the moment at the bakery. Looks like the best price. No, Johnson's Farmers Market. So tag it, and we will go and find that. Looks like that is to the south west of our farm. So we'll head down that way and go and get this sold. All in all, it's been a little bit of a mixed bag on the farm today. We've got all of those weeds gone, which is fantastic. We have managed to get a contract working, although we're not having much input to it, which is okay. I think I'd like to have had the carting going on without me having to have the combine on course play as well. And we're making a decent amount of money from milk to the point where we would be able to put GPS on the John Deere. In fact, though, I think I want to put the Isaria on there first. So the piece of kit that will give us more accurate use of our spraying, of a fertilizer, so that we can meet the field better. AI worker has a full grain tank. I think he's still working. I need to go and check the combine. Still doesn't look like that course play is working properly. Yeah, our grain tank is 96% full, and our tractor and trailer has nothing in it. What has happened here? Start the engine, see if we can't get the combine unloaded. But that's very weird. Yeah, it's waiting for me. I see the combine kept moving, which is a little bit odd. Right, let's start you. see if you will actually go and... No, you're going to head off through the crop. Because why would you actually do what we need you to? Yeah, I think that there are still issues with this unloading the combine. It doesn't seem to quite be right yet. And single trailer, we'll set it to go and unload. Yeah, it still doesn't seem to want to empty the combine properly. And I'm not quite sure why. I think there's a setting for the combine to get it to stop to unload. That might be what I need to set. And I think we'll have a look at that in a moment once we drop this second load of milk off. We will definitely be in a place next time where I think we can buy some fertilizer. In fact, I might buy some today just to make sure we have some sitting down there. We can buy 9,000 litres or 6,000 litres for about 9,000. So I think we're going to probably do that and see how far that goes. Milk is going down. If I can spend 18,000 on 2 lots, we'll phone up and we'll do it. In fact, yep, that's exactly what I can do. So let's just phone up the shop because we've got this. So 9,600 will buy us. No, we can buy one of these, not 2. Whereas we can buy. Yeah, we can buy multiples of this and be good. We hold 6,000 litres in our trailer, so I am going to buy 6,000 litres of this. Yep. And next time we'll take our other fuel tank down to the shop and we'll fill it up, or rather tanker like this down to the shop and fill it up with fertilizer. First, I want to see if we can work on the settings for this. So, into here, course play for this. There should be stop when unloading. We'll activate that. Combine drives to the trailer or near the field to unload. Oh, that would be really interesting. Call the unload on the first headland and straw swath. I want to deactivate that. So yeah, that's pretty good. Hopefully now things should work a bit better. So the combine is full again and our hired worker is coming in. I think it's going to turn around and empty it. Now I have set the combine, as you saw a minute ago, to stop while it's unloading. So we'll see how close it gets to actually being in position. It's a little bit slower, but there we go. That's really far at the front of the trailer. I wonder if it'll move forward and let it fill more of it. But yeah, that's not bad. It's working. It's doing what it should, and yeah, it's slowly trying to fill up down the trailer, and give a good even fill to it, even if it's a little bit weird where it started off. I'm fairly happy with that. Combine is off. Tractor is backing up. And that tractor should now head off to go and tip that and the combine stay going. So I think we'll probably leave this doing next time. It's getting into the evening on here, and yeah, a good way for us to get some money in from a contract and leave it going. Today we are, well, we're sitting here with Courseplay and a hired worker because there's not much else I can do at the moment. In order to get our carting tractor to run with this combine, for some reason I have to be having the combine running on Courseplay. So both of these are running here. We're going to let the contract pretty much manage itself. I do need to keep an eye on the tractor because It tends to get stuck at the sell point. But yeah, these can basically just keep going around and doing stuff on their own and completing this contract, which is what we need them to do. In the meantime, we need to get a whole load of fertilizer, a whole load of liquid fertilizer onto our fields. If we have a look at our precision farming screen here, you can see that we have an awful lot of red kicking about. And looking at the growth state of everything, you can see that we're getting closer and closer on certainly field 6, 5C, and 5A. So we want to get those sprayed today if we can. This contract itself is worth a lot of money to us. So if we have a look at that, you can see that we're worth 13,751 from it. But if we put the details up, it's worth nearly 20,000 in total. That should be more than enough to get us what we need to do on here. So yeah, we need this contract to complete. It is currently 52% of the way through. So it is going nicely. It is working its way through, and we have failed, I think, to actually unload with the tractor. Where is our tractor? I think that's gone off. In fact, yeah, wow. That filled up with... That must have been already partially filled with sorghum, I think. Because it is completely full now. And it's going to go and tip it. So I'm going to get this tipped. And then I think we'll head back up to the farm. Because we need to start looking at ways in which we can raise just a little bit more money to fill up with the first load of liquid fertilizer. So I think we basically have two options up at this farm as to how we can raise a little bit of money. We have 9,958 litres of silage in storage. This is the last of the silage that I'm really holding on to just in case we need to feed the cows again, who do have a bit of food, so they're okay. And the other is to sell the 3,200 litres of milk we have left. I think this is our best bet. So what I need to do is go and grab the truck. And I'd already put the tanker onto this ready for us to load up the fertilizer. But we'll leave that in the shed here. And just go and put the milk tanker on the back instead. And then once we've done this and sold this, we should have enough money to go and get about 4,000 litres, I think, of a liquid fertilizer. Liquid fertilizer is actually pretty expensive, and I'd quite like to not have to spread too much of it. Whereas doing it with slurry would be perfect, and we're kind of working up to that. In fact, getting our own BGA is going to solve a lot of these problems. I've managed to collect this up and not put any milk in it. So I was saying, a lot of these problems would be solved by us going and getting our BGA set up. And getting our BGA set up will give us a whole load of digestate. It'll give us a way to process all of our silage and create a whole load of digestate, which will be amazing. It'll just be absolutely brilliant. But it's going to be a very large outlay in order to go and do that. And so we need to we've got to get through this year's harvest before we can do that. And we're being held back a little bit by the fact that we haven't got into this year's harvest yet, which is not too bad. I do have one worry. We have to get hold of a cotton harvester to do this harvest. And at the moment, I do not have the money to do that. So that in itself is also very worrying. We are going to need to find some more money. I think another silage contract is probably on the horizon for us. So let's empty this, and then I'm going to go and see what is blocking my combine and my tractor. Okay, they're just unloading. It's complaining a bit, but it's okay. In fact, why has that stopped? Oh, I see. The gauze plate setup isn't bad. It just gets a little bit confused. Let's get out of your way, shall we? There we go. And then the combine can get back into position. And this can go and tip this. So, away you go. One thing that does concern me is we have rain on the way. And it's a batch between about 10 a.m. and 1 p.m. So we will have to stop this contract during that time. If we're lucky, this contract will complete during that time. It is already 64% done. So this is cracking on with it and should be good. Otherwise, yeah, it'll have to stop halfway through the day in order to make sure that we don't have any issues with the rain. For now, though, we're going to get this truck back to the farm, get the tank we have on the back of it dropped off, and back down by our milking area here, so that that's ready to go again next time. And yeah, we've got 9,643 pounds. If I wasn't doing the contract, I would throw all of that into getting the fertilizer that we need, but unfortunately I can't. We've got to hold on to some cash in order to get the in order to keep that contract running. So I'm only going to really be able to buy 2 tankers worth of nitrogen fertilizer. I'm hoping 4,000 liters is going to be enough to get us going on those 3 fields. So the 3 fields of cotton we've got, and see where they go. It's really important we get those done because they're getting closer and closer to harvest, and I can't let those go to harvest without having got a good amount of fertilizer on them, and maximizing the profit we can get off them. So this used to be a petrol or a fuel bowser that we have on the back of here. We used to use this to transport fuel up to fields and keep things going. Did I buy? I completely forgot at the end of the last episode, we bought 3 loads of liquid fertilizer. I don't need to spend any money. We already have. Right, let's see if we can fill these up into this then. And oh, that is awesome. I did not know we had 3 of these browsers already. The fact we have 3 of these browsers is fantastic. And yeah, we can just fill this straight up and take this back to the farm. We don't need to worry about how much money we have to do this. We've got everything we need. So we've got this 6,000 liters of liquid fertilizer back to the farm. Stop this here and jump into our John Deere. Now, I was speaking to them down at the shop, and they've got something come up, which of course they have with the timing, that might interest us, and very much thinking, oh wow, that would allow us to start doing a single brand for our tractors on here. And that is that we have in the shop the opportunity to buy this. It is 56,637, but it is a John Deere 6M. It is more powerful than our current New Holland is. This has 130 horsepower, whereas our New Holland has only 125. And yeah, would be a good upgrade for that New Holland, but it is 56,000. So yeah, we will have to see. Hopefully that will be available for a little while, and we can see how we go. The harvest has stopped because the rain has started, and yeah, we're gonna go and take this down and start spraying. I'm hoping this is just going to be a light shower. Spraying in the rain is not the most advisable thing, but we are short on time today and we need to get this done. So down to the bottom of the field, and we know we've got fairly good reach on this sprayer. It is going to be an automatic application rate because that suits us fairly well. And how close are we to the end of the field? No, we need to move over a bit. There we go. That should do it. Maybe one row back. In there. Yeah, there we go. So this is it's going to take a fair amount. It's going to be interesting to see how quickly it goes through this liquid fertilizer. I'm hoping it's not going to be too quick. We're not applying a huge amount. Cotton does not take a massive amount of nitrogen to do, which is great, because the less it takes us to do the nitrogen on here, and for us to have to spray, the better we'll be. In fact, it looks like the top end of this field that we've already sprayed with the manure, with the slurry, probably is not going to require a huge amount. I think it looks like we're most of the way there with the top end, which is brilliant news. It is a real pity that that little John Deere has turned up now, because that is exactly the kind of tractor I'm looking for on here. I mean, we got a lot of hours on this one, but I'm not too worried about that. I've had tractors in the past like this that have ended up needing a lot of maintenance, but this is not doing too bad at the moment. We're doing okay with this tractor on here. We are going to have to do a whole load of maintenance, and I think we're going to probably end up doing that post-harvest, if we can get away with it, simply because well, we kind of need to wait to do it post-harvest. If that tractor hangs around long enough, maybe we can get another contract done, and we'll have a look at that in a moment. See exactly what contracts are available to us. But at the moment, just getting this done is a boost. We do need to get some money in though. It's going to cost us 20 to 30,000, I think, to get a harvester, and that is no small amount of money right now. We'll be in that range actually after the current contract completes. We should be at about the 20,000 range. Oh, we should be actually nearly in the 30,000 range, because we didn't have to go and buy any fertilizer to do this. Or we did, we just bought it yesterday, and I completely forgot. So yeah, we're actually better off than I thought we were going to be. We should be getting close to the point where we can afford a harvester, so long as we don't really have to buy much more fertilizer. And we might be able to afford that tractor at a stretch if we can go and find the right contract. But we do need to go and find the right contract, and I think we'll have a look at that in a bit. This, however, is doing its job really well. We aren't getting through the fertilizer very quickly. For us to be 90%, so we've only used 10% on this field, going from next to nothing. Cotton is turning into an even more awesome crop. Not requiring a huge amount of fertilizer is a real lifesaver for us, and it's going to make such a big difference in how much it costs us to maintain this crop. Now, fertilizer usage at the top end of this field is even less. We are currently using 30, well, we're currently trying to raise it by between about 45 and 25 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare. And yeah, that is so much less, and it's just reducing our fertilizer usage. This is why I love getting slurry and having cows or pigs and doing that on the fields, because it just saves you so much money while those animals are making money for you, either with the milk in the case of the cows, or eventually with the pigs when you sell them off. So yeah, this is working out really, really well. There we go. And allowing me to really get this crop to its optimal state for our harvest this year. And our cotton was not at optimal last year. So this is the first year where we've had a chance to fully do the crop on here and get everything to where we want it. We want to be just a row over, I think. And yeah, we're gonna have a bigger profit, on a much bigger profit on the cotton this year than we did last year. And the crazy thing about that was we made 100,000 on a single field of cotton last year on field 8. We have 3 fields of it this year, and that is just gonna make us so much more. And then on top of that, we're looking at all the silage from the corn too. So yeah, this is going to be a really profitable year on the farm, and I think our switch from Stone Valley was the right one to do, because we are going to be well, we're doing so much better on here than we were doing on there. Before I started spraying this, I was really worried we weren't going to have enough liquid fertilizer to get this job done today. We have more than enough, and that is awesome. That has turned out the way it has, when I was so worried at the start of this that we weren't going to be able to get all these done, is absolutely awesome. I am so happy about that. We'd be at 30,000. Yeah, we don't have enough to buy that tractor with the contract, unfortunately. We might get up to 20,000 for the New Holland, but I don't think we would get up to the 56,000 we need. So I need to look at where we are with everything. I really would like that tractor. I think it would be a good idea to get that tractor. So yeah, looks like the corn, from the little bit we caught it just then, is going to need a higher amount of liquid fertilizer. So we are gonna keep going with this here. We will get the cotton fields done today, because they are further progressed than our maize fields, and then we will get the cornfields probably sprayed next time with fertilizer, so that they can then be progressed as well. They are going to require a larger amount of fertilizer, unfortunately. But given that we've only used about 18% on this field, and we have about half of our liquid fertilizer still sitting in the Bowser in our truck, I am less worried about the amounts that we're going to need for the corn. I'm hoping that we are going to be able to to get that sorted and be able to spray that with what we've got. I don't think we're going to be too short on fertilizer. And that is our first field finished. We're going to get this nicely folded up and move over to field 5A, which is just the other side of this corn. The rain is forecast to stop in the very near future, so we should be able to get that harvest running again once that happens. We will have all of this job done today, though. This rain is not very heavy, to be honest. So it's just a light shower for a little while. How are we on lining up to the edge? Oh, we are well out. So let's get this over here up to the edge. Yeah. There isn't a lot of demarcation between our fields. We actually did a fairly thin line between the fields on this map. A bit like we did on Attingham, actually. They're thicker than the ones on Attingham, but it's still quite thin. And with the spraying of the edge of the fields, it's almost going right up to the next field. On this one, there is actually a line. On the previous one, because I was straighter when I was creating this this segmentation at the side, it actually is there is no demarcation between the two, but it's working well, and I'm liking the slightly smaller fields that we get by doing this. I find trying to work the bigger fields, especially with a cotton harvester and a forage harvester, we would be very, very lost trying to do that. We are using very little on here now because, yeah, again, we did actually go and spray this field with slurry. And in fact, there goes the rain. So that's good news. The harvester should continue over on the contract automatically. And we're now not spraying in the rain, which is much better. But yeah, this is going to take very little fertilizer to get this up to optimal amounts. So very happy with this. We are not looking at going below about 70% on this second field. And if we have time today, we might get everything sprayed. If we can do that, that would be absolutely brilliant. I think that after doing all of these fields, so both our corn and our cotton, if we have enough time, or if we have enough fertilizer left over, I might give the grass a spray as well. It is, the nitrogen level on the grass is awful, and if we can increase the amount that we get out of hay that we get off our fields, that can only be a good thing. I'm already looking with what kind of money we're looking to make on here this year, exactly how much or what I might want to spend it on. And I'm thinking very much tractor upgrades is a big thing. So we want to have the, we want to put GPS on this. We want to put the crop sensor on this. So the nitrogen sensors on this, those are two big things that would make a massive difference to us overall. I would like to do something similar, maybe on whatever small tractor we have at that point. So whether we do manage to raise the funds and get that little 6M, or whether we stick with the New Holland. In both cases, I think getting those upgraded as well would be a good idea. And I think, yeah, we want to build a BGA, and we should definitely have the funds to do that this year. And we might end up being able to either buy the forage harvester that we've got, or maybe even the cotton harvester that we're going to be leasing. More long-termish this year. So there's lots of things to spend money on. The one other thing that I'm thinking is increasing our cow herd. At the moment, or increasing the dairy herd. At the moment, we don't have a massive herd, and it's not producing a massive amount of slurry. Of course, we're looking at doing digestate, really, going forward. And the amount that we'll create from our BGA should more than make up for what we're missing in slurry. But we could make more money from milk if we have more cows. So we might have a look at that as well. Let's bring this round. Our last field of cotton, and yeah, we have used 22% of what we've got in here on this. That is absolutely brilliant. It means we have so much liquid fertilizer left that we are really well set up for sorting out the maize. If we only use a third of this tank in here, then that is more than enough to do the maize, even if it takes twice as much as we've got as this cotton has taken. It is still going to be enough fertilizer to get it all done. Our nitrogen level, or our fertilizer level usage on here, actually is a little bit crazy. We're not at a huge level that we need to do, and we're not having to take it up by 140 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare, but we are having to do it at 100 because this field has 0 nitrogen in it. It is completely devoid of it, and that tells you actually how bad this field was last year for its nitrogen levels when we harvested the maize off it, because it is at nothing, and we are having to take it up about half the overall target that you can for a field in order just to get it to the level for cotton, which is just incredible. I can't believe how low this field is and how much of a difference this is going to make to it. That's the thing. We are we're gonna have to go into our other crop ever so slightly, but we are in a place here where our yield levels, well, let's have a look at the difference. So expected yield is 89%. Interestingly enough, it doesn't seem to be increasing the yield potential, which is a bit weird. There we go. Drops to 70%, 77% down here. So, yeah, this is silty clay. It's not a great yielding soil anyway. So we're going to be sort of 10% down. But that's better than being 23% down, which is what it was, what it's giving otherwise. So I'm looking forward to this. This is going to be, as I said, a good yield on here, given that the ground that we're trying to work being not very good. But it is maximizing what we can get off here, and as a result, getting a much bigger amount of crop overall across the farm. That higher usage of nitrogen in this field has got me slightly concerned now. We are down to 62% of the tank on this sprayer. I think that we are going to be in a position where we're a little bit lower than I was expecting to be. It's not the end of the world. We very much are still in a position where I think we've got enough. But it's going to be a lot closer than I had originally anticipated. And as a result, we might end up not being able to do the grass. But we are still very much with more than I had originally expected when I bought the 6,000 litres. So it's a win-win at the moment. I'm quite happy with where we are. And if we don't have enough to do the grass, that's fine. There are ways around that. But yeah, we have used slightly more getting this field done than I had expected to. Looking at our contract, it is at 99% complete. So I'm guessing it's harvested everything it needs to, and it just needs to deliver a little bit more of the sorghum. I'm going to let it just deliver everything. We don't need to have any crop hanging around like we've got with the wheat that we've got hanging around in our shed. We want to get the that done. Looks like that is going to be finishing off, so we'll go and check on that in a moment. On here though, we've got all of the cotton sprayed today, so I'm very happy with that. It's been a good day overall. Things have turned out better than I had thought they would, and we've ended up with a really good level of fertilizer left. We're gonna be at around the 53% mark. In fact, no, I think we're gonna be higher than that. I think we might actually remain at 54%. Yep. So there we go. That is our cotton fields all sprayed and good to go. I am very pleased with that. So get this back to the farm and then we'll go and check on what's going on with that contract. So there's a tiny little bit left in our combine. Just needs to be emptied and then that is finished. So let's go tip this and finish the contract off. Yeah, 99% done. Just a tiny little bit left to do. And this excess should give us a nice little bit of extra income. We're expecting about 5,000 from it, I think. We'll see how much extra we make. As I said, I'm not too concerned about holding on to it. We're going to be making enough money at the end of the year to not worry about that. So we'll sell off the rest of this. That's completed the contract. The rest is pure profit. And wow, that's actually more than I'd expected to get off that in pure profit. 9,043 plus 368 in environmental score. So let's get this completed. So 13,000 we're expecting. We're going to be losing a bit in leasing costs, but if we collect on that, that sends us up to 28,774. Which is a really great place to be today. I think that we may look at another harvesting contract. If I could trust these to go and do that harvesting, that would be amazing. It's going to Feeding Grain South as well, actually. Yeah, if I could leave that running, I would, but I'm always wary about those. Lots of potato harvesting contracts kicking about at the moment. Those are really well paying. Today, we are going to be getting this John Deere 6M going with the sprayer again. So I just want to jump in here and get it to load up. And we're going to set this off on course play. So, oh, we need to start the engine first. Right, there we go. And then we can fill it up with fertilizer. In fact, I don't think... No, that's emptying. I want to refill it with fertilizer. There we go. And this should fill it back up. We need to get field 8 and field 5 B sprayed today. So course play hopefully should be able to handle that in both cases. We've got a nice full tank. It is quite cool that we can empty fertilizer out of this sprayer back into that tank. makes it really, really easy for us to control our fertilizer and make sure that we don't have too much kicking around. So we'll take this over here. And while we're setting this off and doing this today, what I do want to do as well is go and get the other little John Deere tractor that's sitting in the shop. I've been comparing things, and overall I think it's going to be a really good thing for us to do that. So let's get this set up first. No course in here, so we want to get this set up. One headland, no extra tools, sharp in the headlands, starting work on there as well. Right, let's generate a fieldwork course for field 8. That is looking pretty good, and looks like it's going to stop at the far end. So let's close the course generator, and yeah, that is the course it's going to be running. Shouldn't have any issues on that, I don't think. So let's head out here. We want to put that on because I like to go from there. First waypoint, and away you go. Nicely spraying, and yeah, look at that. Immediately we're getting some green on this field as it moves along to spray it. So what I need to do next is grab our New Holland here. Now, I do like this little New Holland, but it has 30 hours on it, which isn't a huge amount, admittedly. And it is 125 horsepower. But one of the things I always wanted to do on this series is go sort of green with everything. We've got a John Deere forage harvester. We've got the John Deere mower. We've got our very lime green Steiger. And yeah, I would like to, I think, replace this. Also, we can replace it with something that's a little bit more powerful. That being this little John Deere 6M. We discussed this at the end of the last episode, last video. 56,637. We would have to put the front loader on it, so that would have to go on there, and that throws it up to 58,000 for it. It only has, I think, 12 hours on it, and it's only 14 months old, so it's a lot younger than our New Holland, which has 30 hours and is 49 months old. So yeah, replacing this, giving us more horsepower, and everything is great. This is only worth somewhere between 16 and 20,000, this New Holland, and we would have to replace the quickie loader as well. So yeah, that is what we're going to do, but 20,000 still leaves us about 10,000 short. So what we need to go and do today is take this down to the shop. We're going to pick up a contract while we're down there, give ourselves a bit of a boost of cash, and hopefully it's going to be enough for us to get that tractor and switch this out. So we're turning down into the shop, probably for the last time with this, because I'm really only using this to travel here. Let's pop here. And actually, I don't want to pop into the shop. What I want to do is pop into the contracts. So we've got, wow. The contract I think I'm going to do is this one. You know what? I was going to do this one. It's going to give me a good boost. I thought it was a bigger boost than that. 13,751 is not going to be enough, especially when we factor in the 2,166. So we got our mountain of baling contracts here, all of which can produce quite a bit. If we did a silage one, we'd actually end up with quite a bit of extra money. And I think the one I'm going to take is this one here. And we can use the New Holland for this. Get a good line going, and then we only have to go round with the JCB at the end and collect everything up. So let's borrow the items for this. This is going to give us more than enough for us to get working with and get that tractor. And yeah, I think this is actually going to work out better for us. If we run everything at the same time, it should cut down the length of time this contract takes as well. And yeah, should be pretty good for us. So let's hook that up. Let's hook the JCB up. And this is a field we've done before. It's field 18 that is right beside us here. And we did it before with a similar sort of piece of success. Although it took us 2 days to get it done last time. I'm hoping to cut down on that quite a bit this time. Let's back this up here and in. We want to move this forwards, line ourselves up and start a nice little convoy going. The New Holland we're going to have to place out to the side, though this couldn't follow exactly behind. I do hate that sometimes it doesn't always pick up exactly where you should be. That's okay. Get this Vermeer baler, which I am so much better at using now than I have been before. And then our New Holland, that can come up behind. And we'll get that following as well. No, not the fast track. Follow the baler. Perfect. Right, and we can head off to the field. Now, if my John Deere wasn't doing the spraying on the other field, then we could get that in here as well, following on behind. Oh, looks like the baler hasn't followed. That's okay. We'll go and grab that in a moment. Let's check what our rear one is doing. We've currently got widespreading in the work mode. We don't want that. We want to change that. So we've changed that to swath dropping. We'll start up the mower. Oh, have I not connected the PTO? Yeah, I haven't connected the PTO. There we go. Lift that up. Yeah, because it's reserved for contract work. And then the front one. Turn that on as well. And down the front one goes. Down the back one goes. And we can then get this following like that. Then we'll take the baler here. And, oh, I can't see actually if the other tractor is following. Yeah, it is following. Good. New Holland's following. Turn this on. Down. And yeah, it's reserved for contract work. But now it's picking up, which is brilliant. We want that. So follow the fast track. And there it goes. Have we got a worker in there? Yes, we have. And then the last one. Take this out. And unfold the wrapper. Get that to follow. Like that. And then I want to place this. I think last time we worked out that it was like... It was only like half a meter to the side. So we'll see how this goes. We'll see where that positions that. And see how we do. So out of cab and check how it all goes. That is looking to be a really good amount. We found this out last time. We made an absolute killing off this field because it was in a really good place. Right, there we are. So that is done. Let's see if that wraps or whether it misses the bale entirely. No, that's gonna... Oh, okay. It needs to be slightly further out from the looks of things. This is the thing about early on. It's always a case of getting things right and having... You get a little bit of setup and a little bit of time that you need to get everything set up. So, Control F again. And this time we're going to go out to 2.5. So we'll take it another meter out. Yeah, and that's dropped that there. The great thing about this is it doesn't matter where these bales end up. We will be able to get them with the pickup at the end with this JCB. And because this JCB is so fast, it should work fine. So make sure the baler can catch up. And then check that it wraps up behind. So here it comes, and it's in, and it's working, and we are all good. I just need to move at a fairly slow pace to make sure that our baler doesn't get too far behind us and disconnect. So I'm going to set my speed initially to 4 miles an hour, and we'll see how we do from there. So I've stopped everything because I've suddenly realized that our bale size is set to the smallest size, and I just want to check what size this wrapper will wrap it to. So it'll wrap 150s, but not bigger. Yeah. So what we want to do is set our bale size to 150 so that we get some extra. And yeah, we'll head off. Oh, no, we need to close the rear of this, I think. Oh, it is closed. Good. Right. And I don't know if that is going to get around there. This is what worried me, was it's dropping so many bales that things like this are bound to happen. Let's back this off here. Get this bale into the wrapper. And then follow the Vermeer again. Perfect. And then we can get this to catch up with the JCB. Like so. So that's going. And we can get back in here and get working on here again. Oh, it's always such a long, drawn-out process to get the initial setup to work. But once it's working, everything becomes easier. Our sprayer has finished work, and we want to get this down and get this doing 12C. If we're lucky, actually, what we can do is get this 12C. 5B, we want to go and get this doing that and get that sprayed. We need to fill up with some fuel, though, on the way, so we'll do that. But yeah, if we can get this doing 5B, get that cleared out, what we'll do is then drop the sprayer off the back and go and collect the pickup trailer, get that going on our convoy as well, and then we'll easily be able to get extra money in, refill it, because we need a bit of extra diesel. We got wow, we need to probably buy some fuel soon as well. There we go. What doing this contract might do as well is give us a good amount of refill. Give us a good amount of money for getting our harvester as well, the cotton harvester, for later in the year. Because we're only probably about a month or so away, and I was fully expecting in September to be doing this spraying and probably doing the mowing of our grass fields. But that John Deere coming up has been absolutely perfect. It's exactly the kind of tractor we want on here. Gives us a little bit more horsepower, a little bit more to play with, and should be really good. So let's take this into here. And like we did before, we'll clear off the existing course. We will do a new course and generate it. Wow, no, not like that. That is not how we want to generate a course on here. We haven't actually created any custom courses for Field 5. So, yeah, let's go and clear this course, because we don't want that. What we need to do is create a custom course. So deselect the tractor, draw custom field. This should be a really simple custom field. From there to there to there, there to there. Right, save that. Yes. We want to select it, edit it. Just check where our corners are. Yeah, we can move that. This should be, though, fairly good. So, yeah, that is going to cover all of that. As long as our crop is all inside this field, I'm going to be happy. It's all close enough, I think. That edge is good as well. Yeah, I think this is the first field where I'm having to do a lot less editing for it. because just going around the field, you can see that it's absolutely fine. Perfect. So let's get out of here then. And we want to pop back into here. We want to select that course. I want to rename it. This is Field 5B. Okay. And then we want to select this. No, we want to do that. Now it's selected the right field. We can generate a field work course. Not that way, though. That is just weird. Let's go with a manual direction of 90 degrees. There we go. And generate me a course again. Perfect. That will do nicely. So we start in this corner. We select first waypoint. And I will drive on to the field a little bit. Otherwise, it might be a bit funny. And go. Yeah, otherwise we could have caught the tree. But that, to me, looks like that's going to go into the right place. And probably going to give us a very good coverage on here. Wow, we're using so much fertilizer at the moment. But our fields are going to be in a really good way afterwards. 7 miles an hour seems to be a nice steady speed for our mowers to be going here on this JCB. It's not a massively fast pace, but it is fast enough for the tractor to keep going and for our baler to be going behind us. And it goes at 11 miles an hour, the baler, so it tends to catch up and then fall behind a little bit as it goes. It's working fairly well for us at the moment, this whole setup. We are about we're coming up to a quarter of the way through the field. We're nearly 5% done, so fully cutting the field gives us 20%. And we're coming up to 5%. So I think we're about a quarter of the way through this. Having the John Deere at the back following us and picking up behind us, I think is going to be really useful. I've just got to avoid anything getting stuck on this end. So we've got to watch that because we could end up with a bit of a predicament, especially with that fence there and those trees. That might be a little bit interesting as we get further and further down this field. So we have some good news. Our John Deere has finished work, and I'm going to take it back up to the farm. And I think what we'll do is we'll start it collecting up behind halfway through the field. So we'll ignore what we've already baled and already dropped off. And we'll get this just following behind and continuing from where our other equipment is, because that means that the rest of the field will be cleared up as we go, and we can start completing the contract from that point of view. And then all we'll need to do at the end is go around and collect the remaining bales that are kicking around, which should be a pretty good setup for us. So I'm going to drop my sprayer off back up at the farm. We'll just do a quick drop off for it in the middle of the yard. And then I'm going to head down to the shop and pick up the other bits. So let's drop this off. We won't worry about switching the wheels at the moment. I think it'll be fine going through this. It's not going to be doing too much heavy work. So we'll hook up to the stacker here. I think this takes 14 bales at a time, if I remember correctly. Yeah, there, and there we go. And then this we can, get following behind. We won't have to worry about too many rows initially. It looks like we missed a bale up the top here, so we'll have to come back and wrap that. But yeah, all of these bales that are currently on this field, we'll have to come and pick these up later. I think we're about halfway through the field, so it shouldn't be too bad. And then we can just get this picking up the other bales. So unfold it. Well, whoa, I was going to say we'll pick one up as we come through, but we've missed them all. And so I want to line myself up with this to about there. And what we can do is go follow. Yeah, no. That one. Right. And then I want to place it out. Again, about 2, I think, should do it. And we'll keep an eye on that. And then, yeah, we've got this very long row of stuff. And I'm hoping that we're not going to end up clipping with the mowers when we get to the edge. In that instance, it might be that that everything sort of having the tires that we've got on the John Deere makes a big difference. So pull forwards, check that that gets picked up. That's getting picked up, and then check that that gets picked up, and we're good to go. Fantastic. Rest of this field we can get done very, very smoothly. We're about 2/3 of the way through the field, and I'm currently trundling along at a slow-paced 6 miles an hour. It's about half the speed that we can do this field at with this mower. But it does mean that the baler is keeping up with us, along with everything else behind, which is great news. We want to get through here and get this done today. So as a result, I have slowed the time down as well to 3 times, so that we can go through and get it all done, and as a result, be in a position to not be doing this for a second episode again. As we did last time, we had a baling contract, a silage contract on here. It is working really well. I left a little tuft of grass there, you can see, where I was trying to avoid the edge of the mower clipping the wheels of the John Deere, but I actually think we were fine. I don't think I needed to move. So I will be testing that on my next run. Yeah, we're making good progress. We are 2/3 of the way through this field, and we should finish this today. Our John Deere is about to pick up its last bale. No, in fact, it's already full. So we'll stop this here, and we'll fold this up, and we'll go and drop these off. Where do these need to go? We need to take these to Central Exports. Nice and close, just across the road. Oh no. I think, oh no, this will take, so Central Exports will take bales. It won't take loose silage. So yeah, we're going to be all right. We're going to be able to get rid of these, see how far into the contract we are. 24 bales on here so far. And yeah, this is going to give us a really good idea of how many more we need to deliver to complete this contract. The rest at the end we can either just straight up sell, or we can hold on to. Not much reason for us to hold on to them, but yeah, I think we're going to do a straight up sell to wherever is playing the best price. Around the corner, and I think it's this spot here. I hope it's this spot here, because if it isn't, we're about to dump a whole load of bales into somewhere where I'm going to have to just pick them all up from afterwards. So onto there and out. Yeah, there we go. And wow, that's quite a lot of bale. 24% transported, 31%. We are up going to be half of the bales transported. Yeah, over half the bales transported off this first trailer. That is fantastic. We could complete this contract right now if we wanted to, because there are enough bales on this field to do that with. Only downside to delivering that set of bales when I did is the fact that I can no longer tell exactly how far through the field I am by the completion of the cutting. I think we're about 3/4 of the way. We certainly seem to be roughly there. And it's going well. We've got a good amount behind us. We can't complete the contract with the next set of bales because that still won't give us enough to buy that John Deere tractor. So, and we want to have enough money left over, of course, as well, to be able to buy the, or to be able to lease the cotton harvester next month. Because I'm fairly sure that next month is when cotton comes into, yeah, there we go. Next month, we could very easily have cotton ready to go. We also could have corn ready to go next month. So one of our crops is going to be ready to go next month, I think. And yeah, we need to be in a position to do that. If it's the silage first, that actually would work in our favor. But if it's the cotton, we are going to have to lease the harvesters. So there is that. Look at that, just working absolutely perfectly. Bale comes out of the Vermeer, goes into our wrapper there, which just, yep, pulls up and grabs that. And then our stacker comes along and picks it up and adds it to its pile. And it's just like clockwork. One more bale to go on to our... In fact, yeah, we'll stop there, because this is going to have an issue with that last bale. So we'll stop that all there, and then we can just pick this up and go and deliver it. And this should be enough, actually, to complete the contract. We've got one more row here. So I think we'll leave that very edge piece of grass, and we won't worry about that. And we'll go round and we'll get all of these bales collected up. So we'll get whatever's going in that last row, and then start getting the rest of these bales collected up and delivered. Because, yeah, this is going to be everything we need to deliver for this field. So it should mean we end up with everything else on here being pure profit, which is absolutely perfect. So we'll bring it into the sell point here. Round and slow. Up it goes and into the sell point. And we'll start making money immediately from this, actually. Which is brilliant. We need to make some money to get back what we've spent, actually, on hired workers on this contract. 79%. 92, complete. Contract is completed, and wow, an extra 5,000, 6,100 in bale sold bales, plus an extra 246 in environmental score. So everything we do now is going to be towards extra cash for this. And towards that nice little John Deere 6M that we have sitting in the shop. And we're coming up to the end of the field. See if we can get one more bale out of the baler. Is there one more bale there? I don't think there is. Central Exports, I've given it a check, is currently the place that has the highest price going at £291 per 1,000 litres. So, yeah, we've got a lot of silage on the back of here, which is great because we're going to make a lot of money. Let's go find out how much that's going to be. This might be enough on its own to buy that tractor. We do know that we get quite a lot of money off these silage bales. We are going to make so much money just on the environment score alone for this. 1,576 on the environment score, 68,782. We have enough money not only to buy that tractor, but we don't have to sell the New Holland either. We're going to have 2 more loads to take in, and neither of them are going to be complete ones. That is because we have those first 8 bales, which were all too small to... well, we're all made too small, and we can't mix bale types on here. 12,000. We are up to 87,348. These would have been a lot fewer bales to collect up here, and yeah, it would have reduced us by one more trip. But all of those are on here, so let's go and drop these off. And how much are we gonna break 100,000 before we complete the contract? Not quite. Not far off though. That is £95,000 we're up to. There she is. John Deere 6M 5600. We can actually throw this up to, it's 130 horsepower at the moment. We could actually put it up to how much? Only an extra 5,000 to get the 140 horsepower version. That would be much more useful to us. Michelin's wide tires with weights, it would be an extra 3,000. Yes to the front loader. No, I'm not going to go on the Izaria Compact or GPS. We might put that on the other tractor. What we do need is a license plate from Patreon. So let's see who's going to be on there. Congratulations to Galcomp Gamer. You have been randomly selected to be on the number plate. I'm going to put it in the John Deere green as well. We want just the back, I think. And yeah, okay. There we are. So that is our brand new John Deere tractor. It's going to be absolutely fantastic for us. Let's buy that for 66,000. Brilliant. And it's over there. First, before we go any further, let's complete the contract as well. So collect on that for an extra 23,000. And over here is our brand new John Deere tractor. Fantastic. We've got wheel weights with wide wheels on it. And yeah, this is awesome. So this is where I'm going to leave it for today. We will get this back to our farm next time. Today, we're starting off by picking up our brand new tractor. This is our John Deere 6120M. It's got a power range between our other two tractors, which is quite useful. And yeah, it's going to be a great little tractor. In fact, we have lots of uses for this today. First thing I'm going to have to do with it, though, is take it back to the yard, take the wheel weights off the back, because we're going to be doing some grass work with it today. Our two grass fields are ready to cut. We are full into harvest next month. So we need to get the grass done today, turned around and out. So that's what we're going to be doing. So let's get this back to the farm and get it set up. I've been thinking about how we might be able to use our tractors and what sort of function each one might have. So this one I'm very much looking at using as our main grass work tractor. This is why I put the wide tires on it when we bought it. I didn't actually, I put the wheel weights on because I was considering putting the front loader on. But because we are now in a position where we actually don't need to sell the New Holland. I think we're going to keep the New Holland as a yard tractor. Let's take just to the wide tires then and take that weight off. And I think we'll take, for now, the front loader attacher off it as well and just leave it like this. We'd have to buy a new John Deere front loader in order to use that. So yeah. Options, yeah, wide tires are going to cost us 2,000, so we will customize for that. And yeah, that looks a little bit better, I think. I don't think we need the front loader bracket on it. We can't use it at the moment. I do like the look of this little tractor. It is a cracking shape. Really love the drop nose on it as well. That would make it easier to use than our New Holland for front loading. But I think the New Holland is already here. We already have a full setup for it, so I'm not really going to worry too much about that. What I do need to worry about is the fact that all of our tractors currently are really dirty. So the 6155M, our slightly bigger 6M, that is going to continue to be sort of our general work tractor on the farm. We can use it for spraying. We'll use it for moving the pulling trailers, that kind of thing. Really, really useful for that that sort of work. So we'll keep that for that. Our New Holland here, this is going to be very much now our yard tractor. We got the front loader on it. We'll put the weight on the back and we'll keep that running like that. We've also got the rear wheel weights, so it's really useful for that kind of thing. And then yeah, we have the 6M that we've just bought. Gonna mainly use that for grass work. Might use it to pull cotton trailers as well. So between that and the bigger 6M, I think we've got everything covered from the trailer point of view. So absolutely perfect. I really love the setup of tractors we got. And of course, we got our really big tractor sitting there in the shed as well. So yeah, that is all good. Let's get this over here though, and I'm going to park this behind or in front of the Tedar because the first bit of kit we need to get out today is our mower. Because, yeah, we can't actually ted the fields until we got them cut. And this is going to be our first cut of field 7 as well, which is great. We need to turn these fields around today. I know we did a lot of grass work last time, and we were going around that, doing that silage bale contract. But yeah, this is our own stuff and for our own cows, and should work out pretty good for us as far as doing that. And it's different as well. This is a very different machine to the one that we were using on the JCB yesterday. It is a lot of... September seems to be a big grass work month for us on this map. It's before all our crops are ready. Our cotton is ready. I think it's... Yeah, the cotton's ready first. That will be in... next month in October, and then we'll be doing the silage in November, and then going into the winter we're going to be starting to sell stuff off and then build our BGA, which is going to be at this end of this field. So that's what we're looking to do as far as the BGA goes, get it in this end of this field, and then we will have it nicely set back from our farm but close enough to our farm for it to be usable. And that will then bring us in extra money and also give us a big source of digestate to spread on the fields, which is great because the biggest problem we've had so far has been a lack of the slurry to get spread on the field. So if we can replace that a bit with some digestate, that will be absolutely brilliant. We spoke about this the last time we used this little mower. The maneuverability on it is absolutely amazing. I've gone around and basically done one headland around the field, and then I'm able to very easily turn completely on a dime with this and get into the next row. So like that, round we go and down again, and yeah, that is so easy to use and really, really maneuverable. It's a fantastic piece of kit, this. And I'm very, very pleased it came up for sale when it did on the farm, and we were able to pick it up for an excellent price. We're actually cutting this probably a little bit short, but as I was saying earlier, we are heading into our full harvest season next month. And we can't really let this grow any longer if we are going to get this cut this year. So I need to cut it slightly shorter. Thankfully, we have 2 fields and we'll be fine from that point of view. And yeah, it should give us enough hay to keep us going. Our cows are getting a little bit low, but that should be fine. I think there's enough TMR there to keep them going until we have got our silage in November. I think there's enough there to go there for a couple of months. We're going to have to fill up their water soon as well. I've noticed that that's getting a bit low too. But otherwise, they're looking fairly healthy and fairly good. So it's all good. We are in a great place with those at the moment. And things on the farm actually seem to be going very nicely to plan. Which is exactly what we want to happen, to be honest. We want everything to go to plan and us to end this year with enough money to do the expansion we want to do. And I think that is going to be very, very achievable. So we're clear of the fence of the cow field now, so there's plenty of space for this to maneuver. What I'm going to do is set this going on a hired worker for the rest of this field. So down and in and hired worker. And then we're going to jump back in here, start her up, hook everything up, and get started on doing the tedding. Oh, need to move backwards a little bit. There we go. Quite tight in here. There we go. And in and on and connected. Back in my tractor. And yeah, this is wider. I think this takes 2 rows at a time. So it's fairly wide, this. And should mean that we are able to get through this field fairly quickly. We're going to do all of field 7 and get all of this done. And then we will do all of... and then we'll get it all rowed up. We'll get it all baled up while the mower is cutting the other field. And then we'll go and do the same again. We'll get the tedder back on this. We'll get the rower on this and the baler and get the second field done. Once we've done that, we can actually set this going on a hired worker on a course play course, I think, on the second field. The idea being that we can get it to actually go and do the whole field. Well, get it to row the whole field on a course play course, and then get it to bale that road field or on that road course to get the bales. I think it's going to be a really good way to go with that. So we'll see how it goes. My only worry about that is bales getting in the way on if we set a headland to it. So we need to be very careful as to exactly how that gets worked. But at the moment, this seems to be bobbing along quite nicely. And yeah, perfect for this job. I'd forgotten how wide this tedder is. It will take and do 3 rows if I want. I'm running it doing 2 rows because I don't want to catch the mower up too quickly. We are getting fairly close to the mower though. It is running, well, it's running about the same speed, but of course at half the pace across the field. So we are looking at catching it up probably by the end of the field. That would be perfect if I can work things at roughly that kind of position. Will be great. Because then we'll just send the mower onto the next field and have this tractor continue doing this field by rowing everything up. The one job that I'm probably not going to do with this tractor today is the final one, which is obviously getting all the bales off the field. We can't do that because this has no front loader. What we can't also do with it is probably the rolling of the field. We will have to get the New Holland to do that, I think. We'll see how we go, and we'll see what the time is. But I think it's very possible that we want to get another tractor running on this, and the New Holland on the roller to get the grass rolled in will fit really rather nicely. Mower is on its last strip on this field, so I'm going to take that up to there. I'm trying to avoid doing anything that would push hay onto the road or off the field. So yeah, if I can do that, I'm happy. I think my mower is finished. It seems to just be backing up to do I think there's a little stretch I've missed at the side of the field. That'll be fine. It'll just stick beside us the whole time that we're going up here. And then when I get to the top, yeah, I think it's just about finding that point at which it needs to cut. And I'm trying to keep all of the hay onto the on the field. As I was saying, try to keep it out of doing that bit and causing us issues. I think I might have to take control of the mower, because it seems to be doing some serious mucking about. No, it's cutting a tiny sliver down the side there. There it is. Good place to get it to finish, though. Right beside where we are. We are going to have to go out and get that little bit of grass. But now we can set it up to do a good cut into this field here. I think we are going to have to set this up to do a course play on, and I don't think we've got it as a course play field at the moment. Let's take a look. No, so we've got 5B there. I'm going to 5A, 5B, 5C, 5D. We're going to make this, or actually I might make this 7A actually, just to do that. So let's deselect that, draw custom field. First point, second point there, third point there, fourth point there, fifth point there, sixth there, and seventh back at the start. Let's save that. Yes. And then select it. Let's edit it and just check everything. We need to move that point. Match there. That is all in the right. That is all right. Up at this corner here. Yeah, we're still good. Let's spin this around so that we can actually see the edges of the field. We then have that corner there, which overlaps ever so slightly, but everything is still in it. Yep, I am happy with all of that, so I think we can use that course. Perfect. So let's get out of there. We then want to select this, rename field, and I'm going to rename this to 7B. Actually, 7A is going to be what's left of field 7 once we have the BGA built. So we'll call this 7B. It separates it from field 5 and works much better for us from that point of view. Right, let's select our piece of kit then. Create job. Now, in fact, what we're going to do is we're going to take this and I'm going to put it at the corner where I want us to end up, or where I want us to start off, actually. So here, we'll put that there. I'm going to get it to do a couple of headlands. So into here. No. Here. If I generate the course from here, it selects the field and everything automatically and is really, really useful. 2 headlands, sharpen the ends, up, down, perfect. Generate me a course, and yeah, that looks pretty good. I think that's probably the better way to go. So into here and first waypoint, away you go, and we'll keep the tracker going, and that way it's off. And now we can finish doing the haymaking on this field and get this all rowed up. This will now be this tractor's field for a good little while, at least until the other field has been cut. That way we can keep these 2 pieces of kit working separately and get all of at least one field done, and then get the second one done as soon as it's clear of the mower. Now, somebody said to me that this is adjustable in its width. So let's have a look. Oh, yeah. Right, so it can be made a lot thinner or a lot wider. It actually started out at full width, so we're going to leave it at full width. And then I want to get rid of the course play. I want to turn that off and turn this on. So yeah, we want it at the wider setting. That makes sense. The less wide setting would be useful if we have a thin final row to sort. So yeah, that's what I will probably keep an eye on that for. But yeah, it's should go round this field fairly easily now, and get this all rowed up. If we can get this all rowed up and baled before the mower finishes on the other field, that's perfect, because what we can then do is set the Tedar going on the other field on course play, and get the bales collected up with New Holland. And then when we've got all the bales collected up, we are then able to go back and start rowing on the other field. So I think this is all going to work out how I want it to, nice and efficiently, and easy for us to make the most out of having the tractors we have and the equipment we have and the amount of time we have. Our timing is looking good. We've got, well, we're most of the way through this field, and the mower is still working on, I think it's just finished the headlands on that that field over there. So on 7B. So we are going to have this field rowed up and then get the baler on here fairly soon. That means that the mower is not going to finish by the time we've finished baling, which is great, because what I'll then do is get the Tedar going. Well, we'll get the Tedar going on that field with Courseplay, and that will mean that this tractor is still working and still doing stuff while we're getting the hay bales off this field, and basically getting ourselves in a position where we can get the New Holland then rolling this field for the rolling it ready for the next growth and getting it reset from the status of harvested to the status of growing again, and give us a good head start to get a spring cut of hay off here, and do even better. Eventually, where we might end up is a good source of not just hay for our cows, but also a good source of extra silage. Get this into our silage, our silage maker, and we can go from there as far as getting a really good extra little bit of money in each year. Basically, the farm is making is in a potential position to make a lot of money going forward, and that's great, because yeah, we're doing it. We have come from absolutely nothing from where we were on Stone Valley, and we're now at a farm that is super profitable, going into its 3rd year. Coming to the end of the final row, and so we can go and drop this off back at the farm until we need it again later today. Our mower, I think, is still going. Let's see. Oh, no. Come on. There we go. Yeah, it's refusing to fold in then. Yeah, our mower's still going, so that's good. I think it needs refueling, though, by the looks of things, so we'll keep an eye on that. It might get through the rest of the work today without actually having to have that done, but we'll see what happens. Not the end of the world if it gets to a stage where the hired worker goes, no, you need to refuel this now. We've got the fuel and we can do it. So let's drop this off here, and then come round over here and hook up to this. There we are, our Vermeer baler. I'm actually quite pleased I'm getting to use the Vermeer PLT on this this playthrough. We've not got the mowers, but we are using the windrower and the baler, and that's pretty nice. I like that. It's a nice DLC, that's the thing. And without doing an American series, I don't feel quite right having it on a British map. But on an American map like this, it fits in perfectly. Oh dear, it looks like our mower has run out of fuel. Yeah, he is at a point where he's really needing it. So we'll go fill this up quickly. No DEF in this, thankfully. Just pull up the side, jump out, refuel it. And there we go. Jump back in. And away we go again. It looks like we're going to get 7 bales total off this field, which is not bad. I'm happy with that. We don't need a huge amount of bales because we don't have a huge number of cows at the moment, and we're going to have plenty of opportunity to keep increasing the number of bales we've got. We should double this today, and I expect we're going to have at least 14 bales in total today. So that is not a problem at all. And this last little bit of field is going to give us an extra 20% of a bale. So that's all good. Right, what we want to do is take this back, drop off the baler, and get our Tedar reattached to the tractor so that we can go and set it up for a play course on the other field. I think, in fact, the other tractor or our mower may have gone far enough along now that we can actually go and set it off, maybe. Where is our mower? Oh, yeah, our mower is very near the end of this field now. So, one headland with this, sharp in the corners, up, down. Yep, okay, all good. Generate me a course. Exactly what I was expecting. See, the mower is right near the end of the field. So, first waypoint onto that one, and away we go. So we'll get this out of the way of our Tedar, because, yeah, that's going to be completely in the way. And go and move this, and then we'll go and grab the bales off the other field as quickly as we can. I'm going to try and stack these the same way as we were before. So row at the bottom, and then a row sort of halfway between the two rows on the top. It seems to make for really stable bale stacks, so want to try and ensure that we keep that going. This is our second to last bale, and it looks like our John Deere, the little 6M, that is almost done the main part of the field. It'll go and do the smaller part. We have got a very nice stack of bales here, though, coming on now. I've removed the little one out of the way. That's sitting at the side. When we come to feed the cows in a little bit, in fact, we could probably do some feeding of the cows if we have a break in the harvest. We'll see how long our harvest takes us next time. But, yeah, if we have a break between days of harvest, what we might do is go and feed the cows and use up the rest of our silage. And in here and down. There we are. That's the last one on. And yeah, I really like this method of bale stacking. Putting them on or trying to put them in basically across two bales just brings so much more stability to the stack. It's fantastic. Now, originally, I was going to set this tractor doing the rolling, but I think it might be better to get this one doing it, simply because it is in a position where we're then not limited by what we can do. So let's bring this in here. And if we need to stack the bales off the field, we can. I want to customize this, though, and put our Michelin wheels back on. So customize that. Yes. Okay. Oh, there we go. And then start this up, and we'll go and put the roller on here, and we'll just set that off on that field. Hired worker away. We don't need to use courseplay really for this field. And yeah, there we go. The roller is off. Meanwhile, our 6M is coming to the end, or our smaller 6M is coming to the end of the field, which is fantastic. Let's take the worker off this. We will clear this, and we'll do this just this last little section ourselves. I might as well save a little bit of money. And yeah, now we just need to go and get the windrower and get this all rowed up. So I'm going to do a full headland first. Just make sure that we've gathered everything in from the edge as we can. Unfortunately, because course play doesn't go as I did and try and keep everything into the field, we do have a few bits and pieces where we're going to have to back up like this and gather it in. I suppose if I'd gone the opposite direction to how the course play had, we might have been all right. But to be honest, I'm not too fussed. As long as we can gather it all in, get it all baled up, it'll be fine. It's whether we can do it in a reasonable amount of time to get everything done today. I think this definitely fits the definition of a 2-day job. I mean, we could get Follow Me and everything working on it, but to be perfectly honest, it's not something that I feel I need to spend the extra money on. It's not going to save us that much in doing it. So, yeah, I'm going to make this one a little bit less wide here. I'm going to take slightly less width. We can take this in a bit, actually, and do that. And that way we can use the width a little bit more effectively and not end up pulling in stuff from other rows. And the nice thing about this is now I'm out here, I can widen it out again, get the extra bit, and then lift. Come on, there we go. And then as we come back into this section here, we can bring it in again and make sure that we are actually dealing with that corner quite nicely. So bring it in. Make sure we're not hitting anything either side, and makes things a lot better. It is 10 past 6 though, and the light is beginning to fade. Yeah, that other John Deere, that is going to be going into the night to get both of these fields rolled. Advantage of not using course play on here. I don't have to worry about the angle on this last section of field. We're able to come and do it in the long direction, which will make things easier for us overall. I'm quite happy with this though. We seem to be getting a fair amount of hay off here, and I think we're going to get a fair number of bales as well. Bring it round. I think we've got about 2 to go. Yeah, we have 2 of these to go, and that will then get this finished. And we'll have an early evening baling session. So I've slowed the time down a bit as we come to the end of this field. And that is purely because A, hunting bales in the dark is awful. And B, I don't think it always makes the most interesting videos if everything's pitch black. So we're going to get the baler out. We're going to get this field baled and that done. I don't know if we'll get it rolled, and it'll be interesting to see the difference between the 2 fields if we don't. So we'll go from there and see how we are. We are going to leave the John Deere finishing rolling that other field, though. I think that needs to be done. That's done. Let's go grab the baler and get this baled up. And yeah, if we leave the bales out on the field, that will be fine. We can pick those up next day. But I want to get this job finished and out of the way, because next time we are pretty much definitely going to be doing some harvesting. I think we might be getting a cotton harvester and getting on with that. So yeah, it's going to be busy as we head into the harvest part of the year. Headlands are done, and we've got 2 bales out of those. We've got a 3rd one here as well. Move that slightly over to the side because we've got a little bit to pick up there. But all in all, I think we're getting a decent number of bales off of here. And we'll see where we are when we finish. It is definitely getting dark though, and the evening is creeping in. A few rows to go, and we will have all of this baled up. It looks like we might actually hit 7 bales off this field, which is fantastic. I'm very pleased that will be 14 bales in total today. We are at 95%. Oh no! Can we find any grass around this field? Finish this off. Yes. There's a patch here that should get us a full bale. 96. Still at 96. There's got to be some grass kicking around here somewhere. There is. There's one stretch of grass that might save us. The bit we missed near this bale early on is a little bit more significant than the other bits. Oh, we're still not there. We are at 97%. It's a little bit infuriating. We are at 99%. 89,938. We need less than 100 liters of grass that's kicking around at the edges of this field somewhere. But I can't find it. And it's really bugging me. Nope. There does not seem to be another 60. No, in fact, 50. No, 60. 62 liters of grass is all I need. And I don't think it's anywhere around the edge of this field. I'm checking all the places where we had extra hay kicked off and kicked out the back of it. And yeah, it does not seem to be there at all for us. There is nothing. So yeah, that would seem to be an end in slight failure for this. So that's where we're going to leave it. We might find a little bit of grass. We will get these bales off this field in the future, and yeah, get this field, maybe get this field rolled. We'll see how we do. Yeah, nitrogen is all okay for grass. Today we are heading, well, we're heading out to our grass field here. We're going to get the bales all collected up that we baled last time. Our grass has started regrowing. Of course, it's going to regrow a little bit slower, but that's all right because it's going to be going over the winter. And yeah, we need to get these collected up. Now, originally, my plan was going to be to get started on the harvest today. We wanted to get the cotton harvest out of the way so that we could then get on to the corn. However, we have a little bit of a problem with that. In that, neither of our fields are actually ready to harvest. If we have a look at this here, you can see that these are fairly close to being ready to harvest, but aren't actually ready to harvest. However, this might not be a problem, and I think what we can do is switch things around a little bit. So my plan is that we're going to get these bales collected up, and once we've done that, we're going to go and see if we can do some green chuffing or some green forage harvesting of the corn. So switch things around, whereas we were going to do the cotton before, we're actually going to do the corn today and see if we can do that. If that's successful, that's going to save us, because there is no way that we are going to be able to get all of the corn, the forage harvesting of the corn done, and the harvesting of the cotton done next month. So yeah, we're going to give that a go once we've got these collected up. There were only 5 bales on the field, so it hasn't taken us very long to clear things out. Just want to grab the last one here and then go and put that into our shed. Now, I had initially panicked when I came in and saw that none of our crops were ready to harvest. Everything has to be harvested by the end of November or it is going to wither. And yeah, if we hadn't, if we're unable to spend 2 days on one crop now and then 2 days on the other crop in November, we're never going to get it in. Thankfully, I then remembered that you can do the green forage harvesting. So we're going to go and hook up our forage harvester and probably our bigger tractor now. Because we've got the other John Deere, we've got the other 6M. With the drop nose, which is funny because, of course, we've got everything attached to the front of this. This is actually going to go in this corner, but at the moment we've still got the soil sampler stuck in there. So I think we'll use the 6155 rather than the 6120. It's really interesting. These fields, these tractors are the same model, but this is the larger frame one, and that's the smaller frame one with the drop nose up, which is, yeah, quite a thing. to see those two together. I'm quite liking the idea of going a little more John Deere on here. We already are fairly well. We're not going to be doing that with the cotton harvester. The advantages to the case cotton harvester are actually bigger than having the John Deere and just having that green on here. So I'm not looking to do that. But otherwise, yeah, I like the idea of having... We might do John Deere tractors and case harvesting equipment if we can. We've got the John Deere forage harvester, of course. But is this going to work? It's going to be an interesting one, I think. So we'll grab this and leave it here. And then I want to jump in my John Deere forage harvester here, and the head is over there. So we'll get that on and connect it up. This, of course, is leased. We haven't been able to buy this. It's got 1.4 hours on it, so we are going to lose a load of money during this to renting this. Now, can I... Yeah, connect all of that up. Hopefully that will unfold it. We do, of course, also have some wheat sitting in the corner. I think that's wheat. Left over from the harvest we did earlier in the year. So there's that too. Right, let's unfold our auger. Or our pipe, I should say. And then we want to unfold the front as well. And then, yeah, I want to position this trailer in such a place that the first little bit into the field is covered by the trailer. Because what we're then going to do is set course play going with this. So start it up and start it up. Drop our header down and a little bit into the field so that everything lines up. And yeah, it's emptying in very nicely, and to there. Right, bring up course play and click on no course. So I'm going to give it 4 headlands to give us a good amount of space to turn around. I'm going to go sharp in the corners. I think that is probably the better way to do it. Field center, we ideally want... Yeah, I'm going to set it to racetrack. No, I'm not. I'm actually going to set it to lands. And we'll do 6 rows per land. And that should do us fairly well. Let's generate that course, which is over here. Close that. And yeah, it's quite a lot that we've got to do. So it is harvesting it green, which is great. And we can just keep going round and hopefully get a good amount of here. So first waypoint. And away you go. We'll jump in the tractor and we'll try and stick as close to our harvester as we can and make sure that we get... Oh, do you know what? I think we want to try and be behind, because otherwise we're going to be hitting that pipe on those trees, and that is something we absolutely want to avoid doing. The sharp turn in the corners is actually working really, really well. We're just trying to keep a little bit clear of the harvester, but close enough that it's able to keep unloading as we go. But yeah, look at this. It's missing a lot less. And admittedly, I did just ride over that single stem there that got left behind. But leaving a single stem behind is a lot less than it would leave behind if we were doing this the other way. And had it turning in the corner, it always misses more doing it the other way. It also gives me ample space to turn in these corners and make sure that I'm not catching any of the stuff in the middle of the field. I'm actually quite impressed with this. This is working a lot smoother than I'd expected, which is great, because at the beginning today, it looked to be really, really bad, the situation. Looked like we weren't going to get everything harvested and looked like we were going to be in some real trouble. We are now harvesting this. We're harvesting it green, which is first time I've ever done that in Farm Sim, which is fantastic. So doing something new, and I am also managing to keep everything inside the field as well. We are 100% full, so what we're going to do is come off the field and we'll go tip this into our store, and we can then get this started on fermenting it down into silage. I'm very pleased to put this tractor on here. Our other little John Deere would not have been able to handle this. So let's tip this out, and yeah, that is going well. We are about just over halfway around the field for our first trailer full. Means we're going to get a lot off here. I hope we have enough space for everything. I think we do. We'll have to see though. I don't know if we can add more silos for this, but certainly this is doing well at the moment. Well, it did well for us last year, and hopefully we're going to be able to build the BGA this year and make even more of it this year. First headland is nearly clear, and it looks like we made it just under 2/3 of the way around the field before we got a full tank a minute ago, or a full trailer, because our trailer is 60% full, having turned. Make sure that we're now nicely beside our harvester. Let's go do that. Is it okay? Yeah. Keep out of its way and head on to... Oh no, where are you going? Oh, because it's doing that weird thing of cutting slightly around the corner before it then cuts in because of where we started everything off. Not a huge problem, and yeah, should be fine as it moves across the field. And now we can just sidle up beside the harvester and make sure that we keep in a good position for it to empty out. We're going to be coming up to being charged for a second hour of having had this harvester soon. So our money is going to take a big drop when that happens. Not the end of the world, not a huge problem, because I think this silage is going to make a lot more money than we're ever going to spend on this forage harvester. I think it's going to make a killing this year for us, which is great. But it's just keeping up beside it and making sure that we're good. We have dropped off another trailer full of chaff into our fermenter. So this is going to be our third load off here of 2 headlands. I'm not sure if we're actually going to get another full load off this headland. If we don't, then maybe we'll get another 2 loads off all of the headlands in total after this. If we do, we could possibly get 3. At the moment though, we are only up to 64% full, and yeah, we're running out of headland. So we've made it about halfway down the side of the field here, starting our 3rd headland, and yeah, that's the point at which we're full. Just trying to turn this around because we're only on the 3rd headland, so our turning space isn't huge, but we can do it. That does mean we're only likely to get maybe another 2 loads off here, maybe 3 at a push. I think we got 3 off the first 2 headlands in a bit. I think it's going to be close to, I think it's going to be about 2.5 looking at this, if we're lucky, off the remaining headlands. I'm intrigued by the yield map that we've got over here, and yeah, looks like taking it slightly early, we're getting 125s, 120s in the loamy areas of the field. Yeah, so yeah, it's not having any effect on our overall yield. We are coming up to do you know what? I think we're going to end up with a single trailer full of the remains of the third headland here. And that means that, yeah, it's not going to be 2.5. I think it might actually be lucky to be 2, judging by this. We are up to 75%. We've gone 3/4 of the way around the field. Yeah, I think we're going to be lucky to get two full trailers off this before we start cutting into the field, which is really intriguing. And wherever we are at the end of the 4th headland, I am going to have to go and tip that trailer, because the last thing I want to do is get stuck in the middle of a cut-in behind our forage harvester and then have to reverse all the way back out of it. One thing I do want to check while this is emptying here is, have we got this all turned on? Yes, looks like we got chaff silage. Oh wow, we can do hay silage off here as well. But chaff silage, yeah, we've got 162,000 litres of chaff in here at the moment. I think we're going to be in a position where we might run out of space. And in fact, as we're looking at that, the rain is starting to come down. I don't think that's a huge problem. This is not a crop that's affected by the rain. So I think we should be all right continuing to harvest this. In fact, yeah, Cosplay is not saying there's an issue with continuing to harvest. So what we'll do is we'll spin this round. We'll keep going in the rain. I think both of our crops, both this and the cotton, are unaffected by being harvested in the rain, which is quite useful because both are October, November harvests when sunshine is not guaranteed. There we go. The leasing costs. Actually, that's a really cheap leasing cost. That must be for the header. Just gonna jump out of this and check this. Yeah, 1.9. We are about to hit the big leasing cost. I think that's for the header. I think the harvester is about to hit us with a massive leasing cost for its 2nd hour, which isn't the end of the world. We are fully expecting this. What worries me is, are we going to have enough money to get the cotton harvester? How much is the cotton harvester going to cost us to lease? Let's have a look in here. Cotton technology. That is going to cost 24,000 to lease. So as long as we've got 24,000 in the bank, we're going to be okay. I think before this ticks over, I'm going to lease the harvester, the cotton harvester. Right. So we'll set up standard Michelin's. Yes to the GPS. Lease that. Yes, 25,500. That way, it's going to cost us to have it kicking around for a couple of days, but it means I won't have to sell anything when this goes over the 1st hour. Although, I think this might be a big problem now. Yeah, that was a very foolish move, because I now have no means by which I can get the hired workers working. Oh no. I've been reckless and foolish and swift to do something I shouldn't have done. We are going to have to sell 12,000's worth of this to keep me going, because otherwise the hired worker isn't going to keep working. And that's not good. So, yeah. This may come crashing down doing that and costing me a whole load of money that I didn't really want it to cost me. Because I thought, oh, if I go into the negatives, I'll be fine. 6,300. That's, oh, something's just cost me 6,000. Is that my harvester going over the limit? That might be. Let's back this up. Or is that something else? There we go. We're 100%. Where's this harvester? It's gone over the 2 hours, and we still have 6,000 left. That's amazing. I was expecting that to cost so much more than that. I think that we may have dodged a bullet, and I couldn't be happier. Coming to the end of the final headland, I think we've done enough to keep our harvester away from the trees at the edge. And yeah, it's going to come... Well, it's going to want to cut in a little bit before it heads down the other end. We're only 25% full, which is great, because that means I can do the cut-in. It is also 4:30, and I'm quite pleased with where we are. So, yeah, we may end up taking this to a 3rd day, which isn't that bad. We'll then have to have the cotton harvester going separately, probably with courseplay or something like that. But that isn't such a problem, simply because the cotton harvester, I think we're empty, yeah. The cotton harvester can just go and work on its own and drop stuff off in the field, which is great. The thing that takes all the manual work on here is our forage harvester, because we need to escort it with a tractor and trailer all the time in order to keep it working. And yeah, we have got the headlands out, which is brilliant. That means we're going to be able to get into the main body of the field. We've got a few of these lands to cut. We're doing six row lands, and that means that we have to follow the harvester when it cuts in, which isn't a problem. You can see it's going straight over the top and into the back. And once we get another trailer, I think that's probably where we'll call it a day on Spruce Mountain, because we've hit a big chunk of this field, and we've got the rest of this field and field 5B to do next time. And I think we'll hit most of that out in the time we've got. And our harvester, it appears, is out of fuel. So, yeah, I was hoping we were going to get another trailer off here today. But that doesn't look like that's going to happen. So what I'm going to do is going to take this back to the yard. We'll get this refueled. And then we will continue this next time. Slightly annoying, but yeah, needs must. So we're going to go and get this refueled, and we'll let the rain finish off, and then we'll pick this up again. Today we're going to be continuing with the silage harvest, but first we are out of money. So what we need to do is get this truck bed dropped off the back of here. And then I need to put on the tanker bed, or the tanker onto the back of this, because we need to go and sell some milk. We've got plenty of milk that we can sell today. So I'm just going to get that attached, and we can go and sell that quickly, and hopefully give ourselves enough money to get started today. If we don't manage to finish this today, we should be all right. We'll be starting the cotton harvest next time, but it's much, much easier to get the cotton harvester going on its own while we are also still doing the silage. So I'm not too worried about that, just so long as we can get enough money flowing in order to handle this. Why have I got... Oh, this is my... I've picked up the wrong tank. Okay, let's go drop this off. And I'll come back and we'll hook up the actual correct tank for what we're doing today. So yeah, the reason why that tank is in the shed there is because that is our sprayer tank. This is our milk tank. I think I need to color code them a little bit better. Let's connect this up then. Like that. And refill it. I think we've got over 6,000 litres of milk. Let's just check that. So... yeah, 3,500 litres of milk left. We might need to get some more water to our cows as well. So let's get all of this sold, and then we can come and concentrate on them. They're looking okay for feed at the moment. We can't really do anything about that because we're going to need to get the silage done first. So it's going to be a little while before we can feed them. As it stands, though, this should give us enough money to get the silage going again. And getting the silage going is possibly going to bring us in some more money. And the best place for milk sales this morning is down here at Central Exports. So I think it's this one over here. It's either the Great or this. This might be a bale sell point. Nope, it is the milk sell point. So let's unload this. Immediately put us into positive figures. It's 1,300 per 1,000 litres. So yeah, 7,882 plus 4,442 in the environmental score. That is really, really good. Nice sort of 8,000 plus, 8,200-ish off that. Brilliant. That's going to get us started again. Now, in the interests of efficiency, I'm not going to go and get the remaining 3,000 litres. We will go and park this back up over here, though, and make sure that we are ready to take the next load next game day. Should be all right to leave the truck here for now. We might go and grab some more water if we think the cows are going to run out by the end of the day. But for now, I really, really want to get back into this silage harvest, because if we don't, we are definitely never going to get this done in time. If I can get all of the corn cut while it's green, that would be even better. That would be absolutely brilliant. I'm considering getting rid of this shed to my left. We have got a workshop now in the red barn across. I've done a switch and basically set it up so that barn has a workshop in it, so we don't need it in that large barn. The trouble I've got is that I'm not 100% sure what to replace it with yet, so I'm gonna have a look and gonna see what we could possibly replace it with. But I saw no point in there being a massive charge to delete and replace the same barn. So I've just switched it out instead. Let's bring this out. We need to also bring the pipe out too. And off first waypoint, nearest waypoint. And go. Yep, that's working. So we can jump back in our tractor. And get into gear. And catch up. Yeah, there we go. And we're off again. And not a million miles from a full trailer. So this is going to be a quick fill up off probably this row and maybe next. And then we can go and tip the first one off here. I want to get this field done today. If we can clear this field today and get started on 5B, that would be fantastic. Because there's still so much work to do on this farm before the end of the year, and it's going to pay off in huge amounts of money when it does. There was a comment on our last video on here from somebody that maybe it would simplify things if I attached the trailer to the back of my forage harvester instead of having a tractor and running that while the forage harvester was doing the was running on course play. And the thing about that is that yes, it would allow me to run the harvester and do that bit myself, but the trouble is that I would still have to disconnect the trailer from the forage harvester every time and then attach it to the tractor. And even if I got two trailers and was doing the carting with the tractor and then set the forage harvester going round on its own with a trailer behind, there's still the having to disconnect and reconnect the trailers all the time and having to stop the course play running each time it does that and everything. And to be perfectly honest, we don't lose a huge amount of time just coming around here tipping it ourselves and heading back to the field. I'm not hugely worried that I'm not going to have time to get everything done. I think if we had more fields, then it would be an issue. But certainly for now, it's not. We are in a place where we can easily get all of this done and have enough time to do it as well. So yeah, I understand where you're coming from, but I think this way of doing it, with us just being in the tractor the whole time and keeping the harvester moving as much as we can, is probably the better way to go at the moment. I honestly don't know how much money we're going to make off all of our crops this year. Last year, we only managed to harvest 2 of our fields. So we managed to harvest this one field 8, which last year was full of cotton. This year, of course, is full of corn. And field 6, which again last year was full of corn. So we did silage from that last year, and that was it. Field 5 has not been harvested yet. This is our first year harvesting field 5. And we've got 2 full fields of cotton in it and a field of corn. So we're going to more than double our available crop this year. Yeah, that is huge. I mean, that is just a massive change in the amount we're going to get off here. I'm really hoping our silo has enough space for all this silage. I think it is a fairly big silo I've got. We might have to build another if not. We certainly have space, I think, to store the cotton for a couple of months. It only needs to be stored for, yeah, literally a couple of months until we can sell it. So we'll see how that goes. I want to grab a cotton trailer this year, I think, rather than trying to stick it all on the flatbed. But that would kind of also mean that we probably need a truck too. So we'll see where we go. We'll see what comes up in the shop as well. One big concern I have right now is, are we going to have enough space in our silo in order to do this, to actually take enough? If we have a look, we are at 219,000 liters. We're already 2/3 full. It is processing it, and it looks like we can take 300,000 to 400,000 liters in total. But yeah, it's going to be, can it process it in time to clear enough space for us to then put more in at the top? And I'm guessing it will just max out the amount of silage it's got, and then max out the amount of space it has for the chaff as well, and we'll have to go from there. At the moment, though, it is just a very large amount, and I'm not quite 100% sure where I'm going to put the excess if we find that we need to. I think I've got space for about 1 more trailer in our silo, which is insane. I don't know what I'm going to do about that. Oh, we might end up... Oh, it's crazy, because we would make so much money off all of this silage. We're going to need something bigger. I think we're going to actually need to put a silage clamp in. The trouble I've got is that with 6,876 pounds, I'm not sure I can put a silage clamp in. That I have enough money to do it. It's kind of the sort of thing I was looking to do later in the season. Let's have a quick look at this, shall we? Put that on to cruise control to keep up with that. And then we'll head into the construction menu here. And I want to have a look at silos, yeah. So, yeah, even the cheapest one is 25,000. We're going to want something around the 60,000 mark, I think. Oh no, there's some 20,000 ones if we can raise that much money. Or there's some other of the other silos we've got. So there are a few options there. We don't have the cash to do it is the biggest problem. We do have silage we can sell though. So we've got 107,000. We know we can replace it. So maybe that is going to be the trick. Maybe we're going to need to max this out and then go and run a quick sale of some of the silage. And in doing so, get A, make space, and B, give us some money to maybe buy another silo. If we put another one of those silos in, that would be great. Those are a whopping. What do we got? We can do one for 60,000. Do they have extensions for them? No, that is. Oh no, that's. I don't think that's for the silos we have. And yeah, there's no silo extensions. So I think it would be, yeah, either having some of those or one of these, which would be cheaper, or building another one of those, which we can't really afford. I had hoped to avoid this, but I managed to get a full trailer just before the harvester got to the end of the row. So we're having to reverse the tractor all the way back. And I think this is probably going to be the last load we can put into our current silo, as I said. Now, it's 60,000 for us to get a second one of the current silo we've got. We can get silage clamps for less money. We can do that for about 45,000. I think we can probably get a silage clamp. Right, you're maxing out on revs. And up this slope here, I always take at speed because it does not like it. If you try and take it at speed like this, you end up over revving if you're not careful. Right, up gears and up again. And I think we're away. So let's go fill the silo, see where we are, and then we're going to have to make a decision from there. Bring it in here. And tip. And there we go. And we'll go and have a look at the silo itself. There we go. 299,790 odd litres. So just shy of 300,000 litres in here. We might get one more load into here. What is the price, though, of silage at the moment? There we go. 325 at Central Exports, although I think Central Exports is bales only, so it is the animal dealer really. 323. Let's show price fluctuations. Yeah, it's gonna go up, and I want to be prepared for that. But we can take 40,000. Yeah, if we took a couple of loads of this down to the animal dealer quickly. Yes, it would delay us a bit today. But we would end up making enough money, I think. Well, I don't know, because I don't think we're going to make that much. I think we're between a bit of a rock and a hard place here. And I'm not sure either way is good. We may end up having to dump a whole load of this in one of our sheds. And get a wheel loader with a big bucket. So that we can actually do something with it. Which is weird, because I just want to put it into a clamp. Doing some calculations, we can build a bunker for 20,000. How much that bunker will take, I don't know. But we can build a bunker for 20,000. We can sell a full trailer of silage for 15. In fact, I can build a medium bunker for 45,000. So 3 full trailers off here will allow us to build a new bunker. And I think that might be the way we have to go. And build a medium bunker for 45. We can build another one of our silos for 60, which would be 4 full loads off here. I don't think we have 4 full loads. In fact, I'm fairly sure we don't even have 3. No, we don't even have 3. Because this takes about 40,000. So, yeah, it looks like it's going to have to be a 20,000 silage bunker in order to accommodate this. Which is a little bit crazy. I can't believe I've got that much silage here. And I'm not prepared for it. I mean, I'm really not prepared for the amount of silage we got off here this year. I was not expecting it to be this much. Also, it looks like our harvester is in need of being refueled again as the rain starts coming down. So I think when we get to the end of this trailer, as long as our harvester has enough fuel until that point, we'll head back to the yard. We'll be about 2/3 of the way through this field by that point. And then we're going to have a look at our silage situation. See if there's some way we can raise a bit of extra cash, which I think is going to have to be selling silage. And from there, see if we can make some extra space in order to do the rest of this field. Trailer is almost full, and I'm just falling behind the harvester a little bit because as it gets more full, the trailer, the harvester finds it harder to fill it. And yeah, we have to back off quite a way just to get that last little bit. There we go. So we're going to go and tip this. I think this is going to fill our silo, and then we're going to have to look for an alternative. We've got, yeah, £6,552 at the moment. We are hoping that we can get, well, at least 20,000. I'd like to get 45, but I just don't think the amount of silage is there for us to do it. The only other thing is we could sell the rest of the milk. I wasn't looking to do that today, but we could do that. The other thing is we do have a whole load of wheat sitting in the shed. I don't think it's currently the best price for wheat. I'm expecting that to be December. But if I absolutely need the money, that's not a bad shout either. So, yeah, we can have a look at all this and see where we are. Let's get this tipped first, and then I'm going to bring my harvester back while this is tipping, and we can see where we are. But tip that in there, and let's get the harvester back. Seems to be that what this is running out of is not the diesel, but the DEF. I don't think I have any DEF at the moment. I think we're also down on that. So this is not good overall. I kind of want to put a DEF tank in, but can't afford to do it. I kind of want to get a... we got space to put in a... yeah, let's fill that up. To put in a silage clamp. So if we can get the money together, we can do that. We're running low on diesel as well. It's end of year and it's all just going a little bit wrong. I thought we had enough money to cover all of this, but it doesn't look like we do. And yeah, this is going to eat up the remaining diesel in our tank. So I'm hoping I don't need any more diesel soon, because wow, that's only 2/3 full on that harvester. That is not good at all. Right, let's go see if this is full or whether we've still got... Okay. Right, we have actually fully... Oh no, is that 156 litres left? Has it processed enough to take... Yeah, it's processed enough to take that last 156 litres. But that is completely full. I think we want to sell everything we got in here then. I think that's going to be our best bet. Seeing as we've got some rain kicking about. I never thought I'd say I've got too much silage, but I absolutely have too much silage. If we can sell this at Central Exports, I will. I don't think I'm going to be able to. I think it only takes bales. But we are going to sell all the silage we can, get a load of money in, and hopefully be able to get some extra storage space here for the rest of the chaff we're going to have coming off these fields, because right now we can't store the rest of this year's crop. We'll try central exports first, see if it will actually take it. I think this is going to be bales only. We did try this before. I'd be surprised. So bring it to there. No, silage isn't accepted there. Is silage accepted in the grate? Try that instead. And if it is, that would be great. No, silage is not accepted here at all. It'll take the bales. It won't take the raw silage. So the only place I can sell this is directly opposite corner to my farm, which is quite a round trip every time. So yeah, this is going to be a fairly long-winded trip, but it should give us the money we need to continue with our harvest. Taking me over half an hour to 40 minutes just to get down here and get this sold. I don't know, this is quite a big trip. We're not gonna get back out onto the field today. I think we're gonna be hard pushed, and I've got a big question really. We have a choice, I think, and I think it's gonna be something that I want to put to you guys. We can make 40-odd thousand right now and go and, ooh, that's making more money than I expected, and place down a silo and put down a silage clamp and do that. In fact, I think if we take all of the silage we can, we should be able to maybe afford a second one of our silos. So should we do that for 60,000, or should we switch it up and just harvest the corn to sell? We can dip it on the ground, but we would need to hire a harvester to do that. Let us know in the comments, because I think where we're going to be today is probably getting another load or two of this silage done, but I don't think we're going to make it back out onto the field. So yeah, what do you think we should do with the rest of the corn? Should we harvest it all with the combine and just get the corn off it, or should we place down something to ferment the silage and continue on? Let's get our second load loaded up then. Bring it round and in, and we'll see how much we get left with. Yeah, it's not going to be a full load we're left with at the end of this. I think this is going to require one more load in the morning, because we are left with 38,000 litres. Actually, with 44,748 litres in here now, I think we might get one more trip out after this. However, it being October, the sun is already setting, so this is going to be going well into the evening. One lesson I've learned from this is that I need to get the corn in as early as I can in order to get it harvested as early as I can. And I need to make sure that I have got this space to store it. The first time I've ever run out of space for silage, which is slightly ridiculous. We are up to 30,000. Are we going to hit 40,000 from this load? It's not going to be enough. No. 37,584. We need 14,000. Yep, we should have enough of this final load if we go back and grab it to get us a larger silage clamp. We won't quite have the 60,000 to put in another fermenting bin though. Our final load has come in at just under 90% full. 39,973 litres. And that has emptied all of the silage out of our silo. So the rest now just has to process. So we will have some space in the morning. I mean, there will be some space to put more silage or more chaff in. But it's not going to be enough space to finish off that field. We are going to have to either harvest it differently or put it in a slightly or put in another silo. So let's tip this here, and yeah, we'll see how much this makes us. Money is going up and the amount in our trailer is going down. We are gonna hit 50,000. Yes, we have hit 50,000, so that's good news. 13,077 for that, and an 806 environmental. So 51,466. We will lose some overnight for all of our rentals and everything. Hopefully we'll have enough left. Today we are going to be getting started on our cotton harvest. We've got the cotton harvester that we hired a couple of days ago, and we're getting that back up to the farm. We're actually going to set this going with a hired worker and just leave it to it. It'll be able to just do the fields itself, because we need to sort out the mess that we've left with ourselves from the last time. So we have all of this corn still to harvest. We have got a solution to where to store it, but in order to use it effectively, I think I'm going to have to rearrange my yard a bit. So we're going to be doing that. The other thing we've got is in here, we've got this for 49,985. There is a John Deere 9120 available. We'd need to upgrade the engine on it a little bit and do some other bits and pieces, but I think it's got less hours on it. So it's got 13 hours on it. I think it's got less than our Steiger has. Oh no, it's got more than our Steiger has. It's one of those things where, other than changing it in order to get just more John Deeres on the farm, there's not really much reason to do it, and I've been umming and erring about it. There's an Alice Chalmers there as well, which is a bit more expensive, and again has the same sort of issues in that it doesn't really have enough power compared to our Steiger. So yeah, it's I would love to get that that John Deere and get things running with that, but it doesn't look like we're going to be able to, and I don't think there's any reason to be honest. We've got bigger problems that we need the 45,000 for. Let's hire a worker for this though and get them working through our cotton. They will just dump cotton bales on this field as they go, and we can get back to sorting our yard out. So first things first, we are going to need to get some more fuel for our tank. We've got multiple things that need it. We'll put, I think we're going to have to put 10,000 litres in. I don't want to, but we need to. So 10,000 litres into there. We'll then be able to finish filling this up, which is great. But I also need to start moving stuff out of this shed here. Now, this shed here is quite nice. Mostly, it's been really, really useful. I don't like the repair area here, and I'm actually slightly surprised. This is a base game shed, and I'm really surprised this is as empty and undetailed as it is. But yeah, we've got to get everything out of that shed because we're going to sell that shed and rearrange our yard a little bit. One of the nice things that happened between the previous video, previous episode, and this one is that Lancey Boy's American sheds have been released, and they are utterly fantastic. So I'm looking, I think, at replacing our sheds with those. The downside is we've got to move all of these bales out of here now. All these bales that we went and stacked very carefully in here before. I'm just going to stack them on the grass over by the cow shed, just so that they're out of the way. We should be able to put these straw bales this end and then the hay bales next to them. And that way we can very easily keep them out of the way and not worry too much about them. But then we can sell this shed and we can go and place some stuff around here that will work better for us in that regard, and hopefully give us some space to do some more of the silage. Oh, I caught that as I turned. Always a bit of a cautionary tale. Don't turn until you're absolutely sure you're clear. And so, yeah, I've got to get this done quickly because we can't actually move on today until we've cleared these bales out the way, and then everything inside the shed out of the way as well. Stacking these bales this way is so much more stable. It really works very nicely. Only though if you don't pick up the bales at a slightly wonky angle in the first place. So it's going to take a little bit of rearranging here to get these ones into position. Oh no, I am going to have to pick that up, which means I'm going to have to pick this one up first because it is very much in my way now. Careful lifting out and then careful placing into position like so. There we are, and that will straighten out over time, and then we can just get the end one then into position as well. And this is not a bad place to stack these. Only downside is, of course, they are open to the elements, which I don't really want to leave my feed bales in that position. So we will probably have to move them again. I would have put them in our end barn, our big red end barn, but depending on how things go, I don't think I'm going to be... Oh, I may not keep even that end barn. We have a really nice barn that we're looking to put in here, and it might just store all of our equipment, and then we can have a smaller barn to use for storage of our seeds and things. So I'm well, in fact, we already have barns that we can store our seeds and things, so we may have a better use for that end of our yard. So I don't want to limit myself at this point to stuff that we've already got there. I mean, that would also be a good area for the BGA, in all honesty. Make our yard a little bit smaller and put the BGA there would work really, really well. Yeah, so we'll see how things pan out. I think we are going to be encroaching back in on the barn, on the yard a little bit. We are going to be putting in a temporary silo to get the excess in, and then we'll probably upgrade our silos later on. And this, though, is going together quite nicely. Actually, it's a little bit neater than the last one we did, which is great news. Yep, that is a really stable and effective way to stack hay bales. That's absolutely brilliant. So we'll just put the last two there. And then, oh, I need to go and get the single half full one over here and put that over here with it as well. We then need to get our planter out the way, and we need to get our sprayer out the way. And I think we've got a few big bags in here as well. So we'll plonk this in front here. Oh yes, this is our single small bale. It's a different size to everything else. Gonna use the little 6M then to get the stuff out of here, or actually not the big bags. We'll move the big bags in a minute, but this sprayer out of here, which I think it actually go fairly effectively on the back of this sprayer. Yeah, I think our little 6M is perfect for this. So we might try and get some care wheels on this little 6M. To do that job. Do we have? Oh, we don't have GPS on it. That's the only downside to it. Whereas we do have GPS on the larger 6M. You never know. After this year, we might be able to afford to put it on here. But I think this would make a great little spray tractor as well. It's got the power to do it too, I think. And then this. Seeing as our two John Deeres really are sort of our main two tractors. That's the pity about not getting that big one, is the fact that we do have a John Deere heavy farm now. I don't know. We'll see where we are. It may remain, it may not. If it goes, I think that we might have to just say, oh well, it went. However, yeah, the Steiger's awesome, but to have the same set of tractors on the farm, slowly built towards, would just be epic. So, well, we do have this New Holland on here. Although we can get rid of this New Holland and put the front loader on the little John Deere, is another possibility. How much is my New Holland worth? 15,000. Probably get 25,000 for it. That would almost pay for that tractor. Is it still there? It is still there. Oh, that would easily pay for that tractor. If we sold this and the Steiger, well, if we sold the Steiger, we could definitely afford it. Do you know what? I think we might go and do that in a moment. Let's get this out of this yard. And then, yeah, I think it might be time for the Steiger to get replaced. And we might sell this to get the engine upgrades, possibly. That might be a good use of it. And that way, we're reducing the number of tractors we've got on the farm, yes. But I don't think we need as many tractors as we've got. Just grabbing the last couple of bags out of the shed now, and then all we got to do is get those Bowsers out, or those tanks out, and then that will be this completely cleared. I'm not sure what to do about my. Ooh, let's drop that off. Up, drop. You have to drop them a bit from a height in order to do this. Need to get probably this weight and our pressure washer out of the way. We may have to sell the pressure washer in a minute in order to move it, but I think that is the entire shed clear. Oh no, we need to get those out, don't we? Right, let's get those out. So just gonna drop this over here with these. And drop it off the front. We're spending a lot of time doing this today, but it will be worth it because we'll be able to attack those last two fields, or that last field and a half over the next couple of days. There's not much we can do other than just do that and let the cotton harvester keep at it. And as long as we have enough money for the cotton harvester to keep at it, we're fine. Right, let's pull this in here. How do I get both of these at once? Both of these are herbicide tanks. So now let's widen that. One under each side. And yep, we've got enough weight on the back to take both of these at once and get them out. So I've been having a good think about what we can do. I think we should sell this tractor, sell the Steiger, get the John Deere, and then when we get some money in, get a wheel loader, because we are going to need something and to do bits like that, and that will work really well for us. So first up, are we empty? Yes. And nothing over there. So into here. John Deere is still there. That's good news. So we'll go and do that in a moment. First, actually, let's go do that first. Now that we've emptied those out, we're going to want to keep the forks and we're going to want to keep the weight because we're going to probably upgrade the little John Deere tractor at some point and put a front loader on it. So we'll drop those off. And I'm just going to back this over here and put that on. We don't need the quickie loader because we know we can't put that on the John Deere tractor. And then we'll take this and we'll Steiger. And we're going to go and exchange these two for that large John Deere tractor. And start shifting towards an all John Deere farm. Unfortunately, I can't find a John Deere wheel loader. So if somebody does know where I can pick one of those up, that would be great. Why did that not move? Yeah, let's get this moving. Right, there we go. But yeah, I think we're going to need a front loader tractor less. And something a bit bigger going forwards. There we are. That's all set up. Let's get these two down to the shop. And yeah, I'm now not worried about refueling. It's been slow going because the Steiger isn't overly fast. But we have made it down here. And yeah, both of these we want to get over to the selling area down here. So let's bring this in. Yeah. Right. And stop that there. We want to repair, yes. Repaint, yes. And 27,496 sold. Same, repaint, yes, repair, yes, and sell up to 53, and then we just need to bring the Steiger up to here as well, and our bright lime green tractor is time for it to move on. I do like to change my tractors on a semi-regular basis. To repair it and repaint it to get the most money out and then sell it. Yes. Okay, 91,941 is the amount of money we want to play with to get this John Deere. So 91,900. We can, well, if we put the slightly bigger engine on, which adds 10,000. If we take the wheels up to the twins, unless there's a triples, or there's the wide tires. Well, the wide tires wouldn't add very much to it. Wide tires with weights, no. What I want is the doubles, really. How much is... There we go. Twins. The twins take it out to 8,000, but I think that's a much better setup. It's silver pipe versus standard black tip. We'll go with the silver pipe on here. Vintage configuration 2001 to 2005. Oh, it's an extra 15,000 for the updated top. No, we'll leave it the older one. Attachers. Standard attacher or PTO... or 3-point. I think we only need the standard attacher on here. We can always upgrade that later. We are not going to put any GPS on it for now, although we could afford to. And actually, that would make quite a difference to us. So beacons, I'm not going to add on. US version, standard Australian version, EU version. No, we want the US version because... this is a US tractor. Green Star would... Well, if we put GPS on... Yeah, we're going to need to put the Green Star on. We're 83. That's 87,000 old, new, We'll put the old green star on it. And yeah, there we go. 87,000 and 25. The only thing left to do is to get the number plate sorted and see which of our patrons' names. And congratulations to Simon Hardy. You have been selected at random from the producer level patrons. So I can't fit your full name on, so I've dropped the O out. And so Simon Hardy on here. And we want front and back. And okay. And that will set that up nicely. So let's buy that. Yes. Okay. Perfect. And that actually is a really good use of our money that we got from the silage last time. And I'm not worried about how much we've spent doing this just now, because we are going to be using some money from elsewhere for this. And actually, to get a tractor with GPS for this job, that is awesome. So I'm looking forward to that. Wow, the gears on this. This has a lot of gears. A huge number of gears. We're going to have to cycle right up to get going at a decent... Coming back to the farm, and it looks like we've got one bale of cotton off of our field, which is great news. I'm very, very happy that our cotton harvester is doing such a fantastic job on here and clearing that out. Looks like we might get just maybe a bale and 3/4 off that first field. It seems to be yielding fairly low for all of the work we put in, so I'm not overly happy about that. We do need to get this corn cut. It is all ripened, and ideally we want to get it cut earlier. Next year, I think very much what I'll be doing is cutting it even earlier. So not quite last growth stage, but the stage before that. Actually stop all of those going now and fold those back in. But yeah, this is pretty awesome. And oh wow, yeah, this tractor is going to be massive overkill for that seeder. That seeder is, yep, that is a pull along, and so is this. So the two things that we are looking to use with this tractor, both of them will be able to be pulled with this tractor with just this rear hitch, which is absolutely perfect. Right, now that we have got that back here, what we can do next is to get the barn here sold. As much as it's nice to have this here, it is quite big. It will sell for 165,000, which is perfect. So we'll sell that, and that gives us, 165 in the bank. Now, lots of people have said to me, "Oh, I know when I sell bits, some of them sell some other bits," and yeah, the water sometimes disappears on here. And the house does when you sell certain things. I have not worked out exactly which those things are at the moment. But what we're going to do is, at the back here, I want to put in a temporary silo. So we're going to find the new silos I've got. There's a few options there, but the ones I want got recommended in the comments, and that's these ones. There's a few field silo mods, and you can see that they take up a decent amount of space. The smaller one, oh wow, the smaller one takes up even less and is only 5,000 odd. So I'm thinking we can put the longer one in here, and that would still fit in the space. Now, it overlaps with another object, so what I need to do is do a bit of landscaping and a bit of painting, and I think we will go with some of that. Yeah, we've got mini trees in here by the looks of things, which I can't... Yeah, I've got Really, I'm going to have to get a chainsaw to get rid of these, I think. That is incredibly annoying. Maybe we can put them in a slightly different place then. Right, let's try this again. Construction. We want silos. We want the ones we were just looking at, which is this. And I want to zoom out a bit. And yeah, we can. If putting there overlaps with another object, putting here does not. So bring it right up to the end there. And we'll put one in there. And then I think we should be able to have a second one here. Right, so that gives me two ground-based silos. What we can do later is replace these with actual ones with edges to them. But this will get us moving again and give us somewhere to put excess that we can't fit into here. This should have some space now, actually, because it's been fermenting overnight. Let's have a look. Yeah, we've got a little bit of space in here, so we'll fill this back up. And then we've got overflow silos over there that we can use. And after that, we can start looking at the possibility of building a new shed. Because we do have stuff that needs placing into storage. And we do have stuff... Oh, wow. There is one other thing I want to purchase. Containers. We need... how much is that AdBlue filling station? That is 6,500. Do we have other AdBlue filling stations? We do. From the DEF pack, we have 5,000. So I think we're going to use this one. And, considering I want to change my shed, I think what we'll do is we'll actually use one of these small ones here in front of this instead. And, oh wow. Right, I'm going to put this at the end of the shed then, I think. See if we can stop it overlapping. There we go. Just going to play. And let's just put in 1,000 liters of the AdBlue. And then we can refill this. This should not take 1,000 liters of that. But I need to see if we can. There we go. And fill that. Yeah, filling up nice and fast. And we want to refill the fuel as well, because we have got 2 fields to go. So that will fill that up as well. And yeah, all change around the farm. We have a really good set of shelves going on here. Well, a really good set of barns set up. I think I want to get a new barn set up around here as well. And we've got Lancy boys. So let's have a look at the sheds. So the new American shed pack is in here somewhere. Was that it that I saw just then, I think? Yes. Yeah, it must be those ones there. So that, I think, is the workshop. And that, I think, is the shed. Maybe. No. The workshop is that one there. So that is the workshop. And then there's 2 sheds. So there's a machine shed and a standard shed. So that one is 90,000. And actually would go very well in that sort of position. Really well in that sort of position, actually. And then there's that one as well, which also would go well in that position, but doesn't have massive doors at the end. So, yeah, I think just maybe that one as a storage shed would be absolutely perfect. But we're going to have to get a chainsaw in and get rid of that bit. So, yeah, it's going to take us a little bit of time to sort that. Meanwhile, I'm going to get this going back on this field here. And finishing off this job. Because we still have most of this field to go. And if we can get a couple of hours of this in today, then that is going to make... I've filled this tractor up, but I've just realised this tractor very much is in need of repairs. So we'll take it into here. I'm hoping this is not going to cost a fortune. Let's see. Repair. A note 3,700. Not bad. So that should be fine. Right, back this all back out. And we can take this up to the field now. So yeah, full of fuel, full of DEF, and fully repaired. And plenty of space to put this over here. The ground texture for the ready to harvest corn when you cut it is very different to the ground texture when we cut it while it was green. You can see the difference just in the bits that we've got here, which is a little bit odd. There's no difference in yield as far as I can tell. We are yielding about the same across the field as we were before, so that hasn't really changed much. But yeah, it's definitely got a different ground texture to it. We are so far behind on this though. It's going to be a real struggle, I think, to get these fields harvested in time. We've got we've got the whole of the next day to get this done. But I think it's probably going to be one of those things that goes into the evening. We will get the tractor out here and get started on this early next game day, simply because we know that we've got a big job ahead of us. We're just trying to get that 100%. There it is. Seems to need to shoot it from quite a distance in order to just top things off. But we have got a trailer off here, 44,748 litres, and we're going to try and get this back to the farm. In fact, I think I'm going to test out the new bunkers. We know these fields are going to have to go, some going to have to go into the bunkers. So, yeah, I want to give them a try and see how well this works. I also have no idea how much these will hold. I'm very much hoping they hold a good amount. So let's bring this in here and tip it. Make sure that we are inside the edges. And just, yeah, I think this is the way to do it. Just come along here and push it out like so. And yeah, we are going to need a wheel loader or something to sort this out. But that will come in a bit. As I was saying, I think what I'm going to have to do is knock the rest of this field out this evening and do a little bit of off-camera work. We are very much in need of catching up on here, and one thing that has happened though is our cotton harvester is done, and it has got 2 full cotton bales off here today. So that's fantastic news. That will be moving on to the next field. That's the biggest field it had to do. So that's going to be moving on to the next 2 fields. Today we are completing the cotton. We've got to get all of our cotton done. We have 2 full fields left of that. And it looks like this headland is doing fairly well. I'm knocking this headland out first quickly because we found with the headland on field 5C that if we don't do this, we end up with a load of patches at the bottom of the field that I had to go and clean up. But on the good news is that we seem to be getting a pretty good yield out of here, so that is great news. I've also completed all of the corn silage from the other field that we had from field 8. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get this all lined up on this row here, nicely going at 90 degrees, and then we'll set off the cotton harvester. And setting the cotton harvester off on this row here means that we should be able to get our harvester here going as well. So start up the main body of it, start up the header and pull in. And like we've had with other fields, we are gonna just get this to go round on a hired worker using course plate. So come into here, set our course up. As before, I'm actually going to do 5 headlands because we found this on the last field we did. We're doing 5B. We want to do sharp in the corner. We want to do lands, and we want to generate. So that's pretty good. How many lands have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 by the looks of things. So this should be a little bit quicker than the last field we did. Thankfully, as we've only got today to do. So let's get out of here. Nearest waypoint, and I'm actually going to go first waypoint, back it up a little bit, and set it off. Right, and then we, as always, are going to be following behind in our tractor, trying to get this field knocked out as quickly as possible. It is going to be a very long day today, I think. We need to get all of this harvested, and we've just got the one day to do it, and it's November, so we don't have an awful lot of sunlight left for it either. I think I might need to alter the field definition for the top edge of this field here. It's left a very thin row of corn along the roadway, so I'll have to go and clean that up later. I think it's not a huge amount and isn't going to lose us a large amount of chaff, but it is enough to make me go right in future. In order to actually get this field fully done, I need to sort that. We'll park here for now. Hopefully there'll be enough space for the harvester to get around the corner. It likes to cut in a bit, and this should give it enough space. The beauty of having got these cotton fields harvested first is that it actually gives us more space on this field for us doing our harvesting, which is absolutely fantastic. So we'll get in beside here, and I'm really intrigued to see how long our first headland takes us. See how far we get into the day, because that is very much going to set us up for how long this whole field is going to take us, and whether we're actually going to have enough time in this day to get it up, or whether I'm going to have to finish it off after sunset, ready for the next day. We got our first full trailer off here, so we'll go and tip that. I'm going to tip this into our silo because I want to fill that back up. It's still processing stuff, and that is where all of our animal feed comes out of. We do have our 2 silage clamps, and once I've filled the silo up, I'm gonna go and use those. So we'll bring this up and in here to tip it. We've got a fair amount of space. We haven't got a massive amount, but we've got a fairly good amount. Let's pop in here and have a look. Yep. So I think we could probably take 2 to 3 loads into here in order to get that filled back up. We have got quite a full silo here at the moment. How much have we got in? Can I tell how much we've got in here? Yes. So we've got 364,000 litres in here as well. We're going to fill the rest of the field into this one too. So we'll have quite a good spread on here by the end of this. And I'm very happy about that. Something I should note, because of course this happened. This has come up in the shop. This 8RX at 357,000. Just as we've bought this for like 90,000 and would have had plenty of money to have bought the 8RX for the farm. Always happens to me. Would love to have had that tractor on here and used that with the bigger kit. But we don't have the money to get it. And selling this tractor, we won't have it either. So it's just really annoying because I would love to have had that 8RX on here instead of our triple-wheeled John Deere. And that's the second time that 8RX has come up on this series. And we haven't been able to buy it. It's not going to be there when we come to sell stuff, I don't think. So, yeah, it's slightly annoying that tractor isn't going to be part of our farm again. Coming around to our second headland, and looks like the cotton harvester is halfway through the field. It has still left a couple of little patches at that end, which is quite amazing. And doesn't seem to have output a bale yet. It's probably getting fairly close to it. We have got 2 cotton bales out, so maybe we'll get a third and possibly a fourth. We'll probably have to empty a partial bale as well. How much does that cotton baler hold? Let's have a look. Or that cotton harvester hold, sorry. That holds 20,000 litres per bale. So we're looking at about 40,000 pounds per bale off there at the moment. Maybe 50,000. So we got 2 bales on that field. Wow. We're looking at 150. I think we're looking at possibly over 200,000 just from cotton on here this year, which is massive. I mean, that is a huge amount of money for us on cotton. And that's before we get into doing any selling of silage. Now, what I want to do this year is set up my own BGA and get that all running here so that we can make the maximum possible off the silage. And yeah, the cotton, it looks like, is going to give us absolutely the money we need to do that. 2 trailers down and nearly 2 headlands down, and I'm very much thinking this is probably going to be our final year for this harvester. I don't think this John Deere can go up to the kind of power levels I'm going to need going forwards. I think we need a much bigger one on here, to be honest. In order to get all this done. Starting a little earlier and having enough capacity, both things that we could have done this year, but this is only a 4.5 meter header, I think, on it. We can get a much bigger header to go on here, so I think that is probably a good way for us to go going forwards. See if we can get a bigger forage harvester on here. This one is a little bit small for our needs at the end of the day. Works fairly well on the smaller fields, and didn't do too badly when we first started off here last year. But this year it's struggling a little bit to get through all of these fields, unfortunately. Still not had a bale off of this field of cotton either, which is interesting. I'm wondering if we are going to get one. I would like to have 4 bales off these fields, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen either, slightly disappointingly. So the harvester I'm looking at, well, the one we've got is, yeah, we've got an 8,000 series. This goes up to 811 horsepower. To be honest, if we could get this up to 600 odd horsepower there, then that would work. And I'm intrigued. How much would it cost us to purchase that harvester? 240,000. Ow. So, yeah, it's still a fair way off our purchasing power, the harvester we've got. But we can't uprate the engine on it without purchasing it. So, it's a bit of a catch-22. I need a bigger harvester. We didn't get a big enough one when we started. And now we've spent a whole load of money. Nearly 100,000 having it leased. And we're never going to get that money back. The cotton harvester has finished that first field, so we're going to move it on to the second one. And I think we're going to get through the cotton today. It definitely looks like the cotton is going to get finished here. We are still only on our third, maybe fourth headland on this corn. Yeah, a bigger corn harvester is needed. A bigger forage harvester is definitely something we need on the farm. So let's hire a worker for this. We still haven't quite got a full bale out of this. We are at 96%. So one more bale I think we'll get. We might not get, though, a second one out of here. Although it'll be fairly close to a full one, I think. Speaking of full, how full is our production facility here? Yeah, I think we've got one more load to go in from here. And then we're going to start filling up our second silage clamp. I'm keeping the two silage clamps separate. So I'm doing one for one field and one for the other. It won't give me an accurate idea of how much we got from each field, because obviously we have sold stuff and we had stuff initially already as well. But it will give me an idea of how much overflow we had from the silo, which again on its own is fairly meaningless. Looks like we've got a little bit of cleanup to do on this field here with the cotton. So we might have a little bit more. And I can see in the distance the first cotton bale for today has come out of the harvester. So, yeah, we've got another 20,000 litres of cotton off here. That's 60,000 in total at the moment. Are we going to make it to 80,000 with our cotton this year? That would be immense. That would be absolutely fantastic if that happened. I was saying earlier, I think we definitely need to up the power of this harvester and increase the head on it. It's taken 4 days, well, on and off, to get this far. We are coming up to the end of the 4th headland on here, and it's just not moving and doing things as fast as I'd like. You know, we're not leaving the harvester sitting here for very long, but what we are finding is that it's just taking so long to get through that we're spending a long time on the field with the tractor, and the carting bit is not the bit that's slowing us down. It is the harvesting. The actual harvesting is the thing that's slowing us down at the moment. So yeah, I think increasing the header on this nearly double would be great as well, but that's also going to require an increase in the power levels on this John Deere harvester, because at the moment it is not powerful enough to run a larger header. And I think we kept it that way on purpose initially, thinking this was going to be enough. It did enough previously to actually do things. If we put the cruise control on there, we can have a look at this. So I was talking about earlier how our harvester doesn't have enough power. We've got 380 horsepower on this harvester. And what we need for the header, for the forage header, is, well, that is a 6 meter. This is for 100,000, 7.5 meter. I think that's the largest. Oh no, there's a 9 meter. We need 750 horsepower for that. Yeah, we do not have that. We have half the horsepower we need at the moment. So we need to double the horsepower up on this. It will do it. This harvester, if we have a look in here, this is the 800 we got leased. We can take this up as high as 811. So there is enough horsepower in here. It adds a huge amount of cost to the harvester. So it's another 100,000 really on top of the harvester that we have now, and buying that. So it's going to be about 350,000 to do that. I don't know if it's worth returning this leased harvester and leasing a new one. Yes, it'll take us longer to get the money, but what do you guys think? Do you think we should return this, or keep it for another year and then buy it and up it? It's gonna be a huge outlay to get this harvester that we've got now upgraded to that. But at the same time, it's going to be much longer before we could afford to actually buy a leased harvester if we restart it now. This is the last little bit of the headlands on here. And I'm thinking it's probably going to go up the other end of the field and start the cutting. Not bad. We have over... I think we have about we've got about 7,500 litres of chaff and silage on the farm at the moment. It sells for about 350 pounds per 1,000 litres. So divide that by about take about a third of that, and we're looking at about 250,000 at the moment for just the silage we've already harvested. That is a huge amount of money. In fact, that's enough for us to outright buy the forage harvester just on the silage alone, which is amazing. We obviously aren't at the moment going to do that, although as I said, let me know in the comments what you guys think we should do as far as forage harvester goes. But what it does mean is that we are going to have more than enough to get our own BGA set up on here and expand the farm. We do need to buy a new shed. We've got to buy a shed that will allow us to store the cotton for a couple of months. To store our bales as well, so I do need to build a new shed, but otherwise we're good. We have lost 10,000, and I think that's because either the cotton harvester or the forage harvester here have gone over an hour, so in either case that's reduced the cost of them a little bit more, but we have still got quite a way to go. Now that we've cut in, we at least only have 4 of these cuttings to do, but it's gonna take us a while. The rest of the day beckons. Can we get all this done? And it looks like our cotton harvester isn't doing too badly either. So yeah, maybe we can get all this out. And how much silage and how much cotton are we going to be left with at the end? We got a good chance of making over 500,000 this year off our crops, and that would be massive. I just noticed we've had another bale out of the cotton harvester, so that is 80,000 litres of cotton, which should be £200,000 when we sell it all come January, February time, which is absolutely fantastic. We're going to make a complete killing on the cotton this year. That makes me very, very happy. I'm hoping with as much of that field that's left, I think we're going to get a sizable amount left in the cotton harvester as well. So there should be maybe 225,000 off just the cotton this year. And then we've got everything from this as well, from all our silage, which is gonna be, well, I know that I've added another 100,000 roughly in the silage clamp. So yeah, we are looking at somewhere in the region of over 1 million liters of silage on here, which is just a crazy amount of silage, which will produce 300,000 on its own as well. So we've got more than enough coming in this year, and that's before we get the rest of this field cut and gathered in, which is going to be another couple of 100,000, judging by what we've got off this field so far. That is awesome. That is such a huge amount of money for us to play with and upgrade the farm. It's going to make a massive difference, and we're going to see some big changes here over the next few months. The forage harvester is out of fuel, and so I'm just giving it a quick trip back to the farm for a drink. We need both the DEF and the diesel, so let's stop it here. Refill with the DEF, refill with the, oh come on, there we are, and refill with the diesel as well. This is gonna take a lot of diesel. We know this from last time. It just about emptied our tank. Yep, it's a really thirsty piece of kit. 1,500 liters of fuel this takes. Is a little bit mad. We're looking fairly good in our silage clamps. Both of those are looking fairly well, and we're filling the near one at the moment. The far one has about 300,000 liters in it. This one has about 150,000 liters in it. Plus, we've got about 1,400 in the fermenting silo. That is a huge amount. That really is. I'm amazed. Well, now we've got about 450 in the fermenting silo. So yeah, we have a massive amount of chaff and silage at the moment, and we're still not finished. We've still got 3 more cut-ins to do on this field. But the end is now in sight, and that could be another 3 to 4 loads from our of our trailer. So there's quite a bit more still to get off here, and quite a bit more money to be made. Let's unfold everything, get it started up, and get back to work. The cotton harvester has almost finished. We've just got a little bit of cleanup to do on this field, so I'm gonna go down the edge here and get this done and get this cleaned up. Looks like we've got 41%, so another 8,300 liters of a bale here. With any luck, we might get another 1,000 liters or so with what we've got to clean up. We've got this here going along the edge. There's a little bit at the top corner of this field, and there's a bit on the next field over as well. So yeah, there might be enough to maybe get this up to 9,000 liters. If we're lucky, 10,000, but we'll see how we go. And yeah, there's quite a big section up this end of the field that's just been completely missed by the harvester for whatever reason. Sometimes the hired worker does this. They just ignore sections of the field. It's why I tend to like to use Courseplay. Courseplay doesn't ignore bits like this, and we end up with a good amount. I'm hoping that we're gonna end up with a well, I'm hoping that we're not going to have to refuel this, but I think we're going to be fine. There's not that much left to get, not that much left to do, and wow, we've done 2.4 hours in this harvester already. So yeah, This is going to be held on to. We're not going to return this. Like our forage harvester, the ultimate plan is to lease this until we actually purchase it. Unlike our forage harvester, there are no upgrades to do on this. So what we have now is what we will eventually end up buying. The last little strip of cotton, and we are over 9,000 litres in this load. So this has been a very, very successful cotton harvest on the farm this year. We've got a few little bits here that had been missed when it did headlands, so we can collect these up as well, maximize the amount of cotton off here. But it looks like we're gonna have about 250,000 from the cotton this year, and that is huge. We are going to have to invest a little bit of it in a cotton trailer to pick all of this up, but it is a very, very good place we are in with this now. I'm so pleased with the cotton harvest this year. It's gone much better than our silage harvest. So let's empty this bale out here. So there. Is that going to empty it? Nope. How about that? Let's see. How do we unload? There we go. Unload unfinished bale for 9,178 litres. So not quite 10,000 litres off this, but still a decent amount. And yeah, as I was saying before, we need to go and find somewhere that we can go and store these bales. We need to actually put on or put in a new shed. And I think we're going to have to get a stump grinder to do that as well, because at the moment we've got some small trees and things in the way. I'm going to put this away though, and then we'll have a look at where we are with the forage harvester. It's still got a little way to go, unfortunately. Yep, there are still 2 cut-ins to go. I reckon we've probably got another 150,000 litres at least to get off this field. That is a whopping amount. But the sun is beginning to set, and we've spent a lot of time on here today. So I'm going to get this finished off camera. We'll have a total up at the beginning of next time. And for now, all that remains is for me to say thank you for watching. I hope you've enjoyed this video. Please leave a like, drop us a comment, and give it a share. Special thanks to all my patrons and channel members. Your support is invaluable in making these videos and helping the channel to grow. For more from Virtual Farmer, check out the links below, follow on Twitch to watch live, and for more videos, subscribe and ring that bell. I will see you next time. Goodbye.